Welcome everyone. We're getting ready to move into our first day right here in the Iesf America's Qualifiers. My name is DK, and of course, I'm joined by none other than Max Man. Max, how are you doing today?
Hey, I'm doing absolutely fantastic. Very much. Thank you very much, DK, for that great, amazing intro. And I'm actually reading the graphics, so I was like, I didn't know your full name was Reen. Is how I say it. I was like, oh, I just know you as DK. I was like, wait a minute, he has a name. But I'm very excited to be here for the Iesf Americas, and we got 2 days of amazing action coming up. So I just cannot wait to get into the action here.
Yeah, I think it's going to be pretty hot, pretty spicy with what we have coming through with all the countries that we have participating. For this little piece over here, right, even though it looks like it says Reen, it's Rian, right?
Rian? Okay.
Yeah, it looks like Dean,
Sorry.
but it's not quite the same because I'm not a Dean of everything or anything for that matter. But yeah, I think it's going to be quite an exciting day as we are going to be checking out what all these countries and squads will have to represent for us. Of course, we've seen a lot of these countries participate in previous seasons, right? So for this season, we do have a few newcomers as well stepping out onto the battlefield. So I'm excited to see how that dynamic is going to influence what we'll be having. But of course, we'll be taking a nice little breakdown, or rather a look at that breakdown to see exactly who are all our participating nations, what the point structure is going to be, the usual things that we normally go through, right? To get everything properly set up before we head in. Now, Max, you've been looking, or rather commentating on quite a few PUBG games, I would say today and the past few days, right?
Yeah.
So you are pretty filled up with PUBG. Are you ready for even more of that PUBG action to come through?
I am. No, realistically, I've been eating, I've been watching, I've been casting, I've been sleeping PUBG Mobile. Okay, my entire day is just fully focused around PUBG Mobile for the past week and a half. And you know what? I'm loving it, and I'm ready for more here, DK, for Iesf Americas. Of course, looking at some of our teams here that are going to be participating in today. We got Argentina, Chile, Cuba, Panama, Uruguay, Brazil, Colombia, Guatemala, and Suriname. I'm going to French pronunciation sometimes on some of these. I have to try and get used to it and send it the English way. But we're going to have a lot of great ones, especially Brazil here, DK. I think looking at Iesf, Brazil is like the big country for PUBG Mobile in Americas as a whole. We got some of the big names over there too. We'll see that as we dive into the actual player names of these rosters. But looking at it, Brazil, clearly a favorite heading into this.
Yeah, it's going to be an interesting one to see. As we know, previous season, the previous phase of this back in 2024, we did see two countries performing exceptionally well, managing to find themselves up in those two qualifying slots moving forward. But of course, the only way to do that is going to be through utilizing these points, right? And so, based on what we saw coming through from our squads, I think the only place we don't want to be today is in 9th place. Right, because, well, for those of you who've not really done the math, that we have 9 teams, 9 countries that are going to be represented right here. And so 9th place is the only one that won't be getting any placement points, right? So anywhere from 1st to 8th place, as we saw, is going to be that tried and tested PUBG Mobile scoring system. So we know what teams can do with that, and we know how they can add a little bit of spice on that, of course, going out there, getting nice and aggressive. And I think especially looking at the size of the lobby that we have here, I think that could maybe be something for these teams to focus on today, right? To go out there, to try and play as an aggressive game as they can kind of, bring to the table here, because we do have a few well-seasoned players also representing their respective countries here. So it makes sense to see a little bit of that come through.
Yeah, I was laughing a little bit because of like playing aggressive in a 9-team lobby. I'm like, you're going to have to hunt for like a while to find them. It's going to be a little bit of like hide and seek in PUBG Mobile Esports at the same time. It's going to be very entertaining. But no, placement points, of course, is going to be the main way for you to get points in this one, of course, because the lobbies are just going to be a little bit smaller here for Iesf Americas. So if you can get elims, of course, great. But that chicken dinner is going to be even more impactful here for this qualifier stage for Americas. So I'm intrigued to see how it's going to work out. Sanhok should be pretty straightforward when it comes to it, because it's a pretty small map when compared to the other ones. So here on Miramar and Erangel, that's going to be the ones where we maybe going to have to chase around the map a bit more to find it. Though, we don't have Rondo. And I was going into this here looking, DK was like, are we going to have Rondo? It's not on the rotation, so we're back to Sanhok, which, I like Rondo, but I also do miss Sanhok sometimes. So I'm happy that we have a little bit of a nostalgia, we could call it. It's not been that long, but nostalgia. Let's call it that.
Yeah. Well, I know there's 2 other maps, seeing the size of the lobbies that we have, right? That would also be quite fitting for those numbers, right? But those 2 maps are also not what we are going to be looking at. And of course, I know it's two of your favorites, Max. I saw so on one of the previous broadcasts that you are absolutely in love with these two maps. So I'll just keep alluding to them and not necessarily saying those two names out loud just yet. Just yet.
Talk about
maybe
it.
Later.
Well,
maybe later.
Well, maybe later on. We'll see how that's going to be working out for it. But no, I mean, the maps are being great overall. Sanhok is great. Of course, we've also had like a lot of meta changes, right? Got the M79 now being used. The smoke grenade launcher, I'm a big fan of it. It's kind of like changed the way you breach compounds as a whole. So I'm really curious to see how, maybe not the big teams, like again, Brazil, you got a lot of the big names, got Guizel, Obscure, etc. I know they know how to use the M79. But maybe for the newer names, I'm like, okay, I'm good in this lobby against some very... experienced veterans. How are you going to be using these new items, this new kind of meta this time around, and approaching it to it? Because again, if you're able to use something like smokes properly, you can really create a big advantage for yourself in a lobby like here in Iesf Americas. Yeah,
I know one weapon that you're going to miss, for instance, is going to be the mortar. Right, I know you like that one as well.
Hey,
I actually got to wait until that is going to be like an official weapon to use, right? But speaking about weapons, these teams are going to have to weaponize their tactics, as they will be stepping out, of course, representing the side there of Argentina. We can see the beautiful player list that they have there as well. Of course, all four of their players on there. We got players Power Zeta on there. We got Arcti. We got Jere on there as well. I know there's a Spanish way to pronounce these names, so I'm trying to kind of honor that as well. But you know what? It's not necessarily my forte. But aside from the Argentina squad, we also have quite a few familiar names over on the side for here for Brazil.
Yeah, I mean, Brazil looking at this one, you have Guizel, you're going to have, of course, Obscure, that currently those two players on Alpha 7, Federal, which, if you've watched any kind of Americas-related tournaments here, DK, you're going to recognize this name. And, of course, the man, the myth, the legend, Ratto Boy is here to play for Brazil. This is looking like a god-tier roster, just all combined. And, of course, as I said, a favorite. We'll see if we can see a few upsets here going into this event.
Yeah, I mean, Chile also last year, a really good performance that they had. They actually ended up at the top of those standings, walking away with 142 points in just 12 matches. So they've already set the bar quite high in the previous season. It's going to be interesting to see whether or not they can kind of keep that same consistency flowing through into this. But of course, Colombia, also no strangers to the battlefield here. I'm curious to see what is going to come through from them. And of course, we recognize a few of the names on here, right? We got Reyes on there. We got Medion, as well as Molina. And then, of course, not to forget, we got Victex in there as well.
Yeah, Victex is going to be a good one. Reyes in particular is going to be the standout of that team. But Cuba here, you're going to be having also a bunch of other big names here. Harrod 22, Dam, Kubade, and also Tillin. So a few names that I've recognized from like past events from actually a while ago, I feel like. Yeah. There's been a minute. Maybe, you know what? Sometimes some players have the same name and I get it confused. But Cuba still going to be looking to try and make it look good into this one. Guatemala, though, going to have Cheo, J-Rock, TMP, and of course Mr. Tero at the bottom. Mr. Tero actually in my favorite name so far from the list we've seen.
Yeah, I mean, Mr. Tero, that definitely sounds like an exciting name. I think it'll be a cool one once we see them out on that battlefield. But of course, it's not going to stop there. We will be moving over onto Panama. So here we've got New Winter coming in as well alongside the rest of the squad. Some pretty tough names here for me to pronounce. I can say Tekim, right? That one's easy. The rest, yeah, that's just
you know what?
Dropping me up quite a bit.
My pro tip to any up-and-coming rising pro player, don't put numbers in your name. Makes it a little bit easier for us to recognize you and to say your name properly. Max Pitles into this one. Max Sicko, of course, also going to be into this team. XQ Blazion, which actually I kind of like. And Max Lil Boy, which is like, take Lil Boy, which is a great Americas player, and then you add Max to it. It's an amazing wombo combo because Max is my name.
Yeah, and you also got to take it to the max, right? You got to take it all the way through. And of course, we are going to be wrapping it up here with Uruguay as well as they come through with their players. We got Saz in there. We've got Cardi Book in as well as Joaco, I guess, right? Joko? We'll go with that one. Right?
I like
I'm trying
Joaco.
to pronounce all of those letters in there. But here's our map rotation for the day as well, right? This will be for today and tomorrow. We are going to be starting over in the lovely jungle, moving over into Erangel, and then, of course, wrapping it up in the deserts of Miramar.
Yeah, I mean, this is your old typical rotation. Of course, normally it was been replaced by Rondo in the most recent iterations of official tournaments. But here's going to be Sanhok. So again, this is going to be old meta being used on that map. Not the heal strat. That's a little bit too old. Okay, that's going back like 3-4 years ago almost. So no, we're not quite there yet. But it's going to be Sanhok triple Erangel into a double Miramar. And I'm always a big fan, DK, of when you have the same maps being played in a row, because if you have an issue on your first Erangel, like maybe a hot drop, or you have a little bit of a rotational clash you didn't really expect, guess what? You can instantly iterate on that first game into your next game, and you can try and fix that pretty much on the fly, because you don't have like going into different maps and maybe you forget about it. No, you can instantly fix it at the snap of a finger and hopefully have a way better performance the next time around. So 3 Erangels in a row, 2 Miramars, always makes me happy, because it allows these teams to really fully showcase what they can bring to the table on those battlegrounds.
Yeah, it's going to be a nice progression as we, of course, go from the smallest map, increasing the size a little bit as we head over into the lovely Erangel, which is the bread and butter, right, of course, of Pubg. And I think it's good for the teams to really show us a good bit of consistency as they are going to be making their way onto that. And then Miramar is going to be the one to wrap it up. A lot of that long-range altercation opportunities would be available. But I'm curious to see how Miramar is going to play out with 9 squads in the lobby, because I think it's going to... we'll either have one squad that is going to be going out there looking for those eliminations, looking for the points, trying to kind of, get the ball rolling, or we could see them maybe just, missing each other as they make their way through. So we'll have answers to all these questions very, very soon. Of course, with us being back on screen yet again, that means that we are that much closer to getting into the action to see exactly who are going to be our squads to pop off on our first match of the day. But I think on this one, I'm also going to take a look at what we had happen in the previous season, that first match, just to get a bit of a taste as to what we could expect, right? Brazil, Argentina, finishing strong in the top 2 for that first game. Colombia also making it up into the top 4. So there is going to be a bit of an opportunity for that consistency, right? To see if teams can kind of play the same that they did in the previous season, or has it all changed, right? Because you've now done the CSA side, right? There was a lot of shotguns coming in from everywhere, right? So the meta has changed a little bit, a lot. So I want to see how that is going to be impacting how these teams perform out on the battleground.
Yeah, I mean, the meta changed a lot. When it comes to shotguns, you're going to be, of course, still seeing some DBS, but S12K, and I think even us playing together, DK, we play quite a bit of Ultimate Royale and even just Classic. S12K is currently your bread and butter when it comes to weaponry going into this. Typically, you're going to be seeing M4 comboed with that S12K. Sometimes you'll see some long range, and actually, this is my little theory here, DK, a little fun theory I have right now because of this lobby. The fact that we have 9 teams going into, maybe not Sanhok, but heading into Erangel and Miramar, these teams are going to have a lot of space early game. So I'm feeling like long-range weaponry, such as mainly DMRs, could be a really good way to try and not only scout, see teams where teams are, because again, they're going to be quite far apart from one another because of how much space are going to be on those big 8x8 maps. And if you find an 8-time scope and you get on that weapon, I'm telling you, it's been effective in big lobbies, like with 16 teams, 64 players in a 9-team lobby. I think is going to be detrimental for your scouting in these matches. So maybe we'll see just less shotguns and actually just more long-range weaponry, or maybe even just SMGs replacing the shotgun. I think that's just, again, a theory. Is it going to come to fruition? Maybe not, because shotguns do be kind of good. So you might want to just stick to it and not commit to it. But that's, hey, you know what? I'm happy being wrong, because shotguns are always fun to look and see good clutches on those weapons.
Yeah, I definitely think it's going to be quite an interesting one, and to see if that meta carries over, right? Because we've seen it in all the other events happening. So I want to see if that is going to be prevalent here as well. But there's going to be a lot of expectations. I mean, we've seen 2 squads really dominating, Chile and Brazil. We know that they can pack quite a bit of a punch, but I think the interesting one here to be looking at is going to be what Cuba is going to be bringing to the table, right? Because this is their first time that we see them participate in the Iesf America's qualifiers. So there's going to be a lot of an opportunity here for them to really showcase and represent their country, right? To say, you know what, we're Cuba, and this is the way that we play Sanhok. Look at us go, and then they light it up.
But it's kind of nice when you're, newcomers in these kind of tournaments too. Of course, I feel like it's a great pride already to represent your country in a tournament like this. I feel like that's always the cool thing about IESF, is just you're representing your country, which is a bit different. Like representing an org and like your sponsors and stuff is always cool. It's nice, but like your country it is always just a different level of pride when it comes to playing in the tournament here. So I'm very hyped to see how they can potentially try and perform. And also, cool thing when you're playing for the first time in a tournament like this, there's not high expectations for you. Like, you're seen instantly as like an underdog. Like, okay, you got your big ones. You got Brazil again, that I mentioned multiple times, that everyone is like, if they don't perform, what the hell is happening? Like, the world is about to implode upon itself. But now your newcomer is like, what is this team? Where they're going to drop? How they're going to rotate? What's their playstyle? Aggressive, passive, all that stuff. We just don't have that information on them just yet. A big question mark on this squad. So, yeah, if they come out hopping off here, they could do it, because don't forget, we have only 2 days worth of games, 6 matches per day, so 12 matches. If you come out hopping off right away, making it in top 2 is definitely not out of the realm of possibilities, even more so because we have 9 teams compared to the typical 16. So Chile, yeah, could be a big surprise heading into today if they can again have that big surprise factor in these first 2 days. Well, only 2 days really, not first.
Well, I mean, we did touch on this a little bit before, before we came on camera. It's going to be great for these teams morale wise, right? Because everybody will be in the top 10. Everybody, regardless of where they finish in a match, right? It's like, I made it to the top 10, and every single match, the consistency, just phenomenal, right?
Yeah.
And so it's gonna be quite a bit of fun, I think, here, looking at what these teams are gonna be bringing in. And who knows, right? Maybe a squad like Cuba steps up and they go like, you know what? We just got to go absolutely crazy. We just got to go looking for everybody and walk away with that top position, because as we know, these teams are playing for the qualifying slots to move through to the next stage, right? So that is why we're here, and that's why we are going to be looking at our teams to see who will make it through to that next to the main event itself. So there's going to be a little bit of pressure on it. Yes, with only 9 squads in the lobby, there's not necessarily as much as they would be with like 16 teams or more in the to have to compete against. But I think this is also a great opportunity for the teams really to showcase what they can do, right? Now they are presented with the opportunity to try and play out tactics, to try and work out, really good rotations, something that really just synergizes well with the squad. So I'm really looking forward to seeing how all of this is going to play out and just what those scores are going to be when we get to the end of the day.
I mean, the scores could be all over the place, right? Because of the... I take that back. You're going to have way less elimination, meaning that they're not going to be as far apart from one another, except if you just get, like, multiple chicken dinners today, which actually the rate of that could be relatively high. Only having 9 teams, your chicken dinner percentage is going through the roof, technically, when it comes to Pubg Mobile Esports, so that's going to be quite entertaining. Though I do like the point you said, the fact we have 9 teams, you can't really be 16th position. This will be a great tournament for us, DK. We create... a caster team. We all go into like one country, we represent that country, and we could flex on broadcast. Any broadcast moving forward. We weren't 16th place, and we played in like a lobby with Alpha 7 players. Like that is a flex and a half you can go for. So maybe we'll do that for next year for Iesf for 2026. That'll be an achievement and an easy flex, and you literally can't fail.
Yeah, I mean top 10 every time, right? It's amazing, right? You're just there almost on the points. Yeah, it's gonna be absolutely crazy. But I want to see what these teams can do. So we are just loading up, making sure that everybody's got their trays and seats and everything in the upright position. I wonder, do you think that's a thing on the plane that we have in PUBG, right? Because everybody's just going out the back. Right, how do they load in? Do they also walk in that back before they go out? Or do they come in as you would normally get onto airplane? Or what's the play, right? I've always wondered about that. Like, is it exactly like you have with a cargo plane that goes overhead? Maybe we should go figure that out one day.
The desk has gone on for too long when we were going in hypotheticals. How do you get in the plane? Have we ever thought about this? I don't know. When I take the plane, I usually enter from the side, and the door usually opens before. And I usually get a really bad seat. I'm actually between people that are not great passengers to have next to me. That's just my typical experience. And then there's a baby happening in the back. But I don't think babies are allowed in Pubg Mobile Esports just yet, at least. I think the age limit is currently 16, so we're not going to have any of those on the plane. It's fine. You can sleep on the plane making your way to Erangel. But I don't know. One thing is quite interesting. There is actually lore on Erangel. I'm hoping one day we got a PUBG movie. That would be sick. Ooh. I don't know why I got into that. That's also a little bit of a tangent I just went into, but I'm like, Battle Royale, PUBG movie? I would love it. Yeah.
I think it could be super interesting, right? And we are seeing some support coming through in the chat as well. If you are here, let us know which country you're here to represent, right? I also did see that there was a message coming in that said, Max, you are working crazy hours on the casts, right? That's true. And we actually were talking about it beforehand. So I'm curious to see kind of, just how crazy these hours are going to get. Of course, with all the action that we are going to be having here, the time should be flying by us. But yeah, we are seeing some support here coming through for Chile. So if you are here to support any of the countries, right? Argentina, Brazil, Chile, Colombia, Cuba, Guatemala, Panama, Suriname, or Uruguay. Give them a shout out. Show some love in the chat. Yes.
So I have a question for you. You say Uruguay like that.
Yes.
I always thought it was Uruguay. Am I mistaken, or are you mistaken? Because I'm not. After I'm maybe saying it also the French way, Uruguay. Who's right? Who's wrong? Tell us in the chat. Maybe me. Probably, definitely me. But on that one.
Yeah, we'll start a poll in the chat, right? And then everybody can let us know. But yeah,
it's gonna be interesting.
Yeah.
Oh, we said that. Hey, you just said exactly the same thing as me. Oh my god. Hey, this is how you know we've been in the scene for so long that we know exactly how to just fill in the gaps by just typical basic words and sentences. But no, again, as I've already repeated myself a few times, very excited to dive into this one and see who's going to be able to make in the top 2. Do you have anyone actually outside of Brazil? Because I think you would put Brazil in top 2, right?
I would say they have a pretty good chance, right? Based on what we know of the players themselves, I would be surprised if that was not the case.
Okay, right. So what would be the second country that you're currently, like, who would be the one playing spoilers for Brazil and trying to secure that second spot? Maybe first spot away, who knows?
Well, I would love to say a squad like Uruguay or Colombia, potentially, right? Curious as to what they could bring through. But I'm also in full support of Cuba, right? Because it's a new squad. And as you said before, with the new squad coming in, there could be a whole bag of surprises coming through here. So I want to see what those surprises are, right? Are they going to look to just, light up the lobby and go absolutely crazy? Or will they have a more strategic, delayed approach? That's a very fancy way of saying camping, right? Are they going to go for a strategic, delayed approach? Or are they going to look to get aggressive? So to answer your question, I would say Uruguay or Colombia with a side order of Cuba as well. And yourself, who do you think?
That's a big country salad you just told to me. But you know what? That's more than just 2 teams. But I'm going for Brazil. I think that's pretty much an obvious pick. I think if you don't pick Brazil, I don't think you're really trying personally. But my other pick is actually Chile. I love a good underdog story. Yeah. And I'm not going to fake it and be like, I know these players, okay? Some of them I'm seeing for the very first time. But I do like a newcomer here for the very first time, stepping up to the plate and maybe not overtaking Brazil, because again, I think that's going to be a very tough task at hand. If they can make in top 2 here for the very first time at the Iesf Americas qualifiers, I think that would be a great achievement. So that is my hope. Is it going to be a fever dream? Who knows? But that is going to be my expectation heading into this one. And I think that we'll see right out of the gates on Sanhok if they have what it takes to maybe go the entire way.
Yeah. Can they go all the way to the end, get those winner chicken dinners in? So as we know, there are going to be 12 of them up for grabs. 6 today, 6 tomorrow. Do you think we are going to be looking at any back-to-back potential victories, right? Do you think that will be a thing coming through here? Or is it going to be a little bit more spread out between our squads? Because Chile, they've shown that they can pack a back-to-back chicken dinner, right? They did that on the first day in 2024. Brazil did it on the second day in 2024. So I know that there's at least 2 squads in here that have shown that they possess the capability of doing that.
I'm going to go even deeper on that. We're not just going to have a back-to-back win. We're going to have multiple back-to-back wins from different teams, but we are going to have back-to-back though, like 3 in a row. No, not going to happen in my opinion, but we will be having back-to-backs, and it's going to be absolute cinema, as the kids say. I can't believe I just said as the kids say. I feel like I'm like 50 by saying that. That's it's not a good sign. I'm in danger, DK. I feel like I need to rethink out. I need to check my skincare routine right now before I get them wrinkles. But no, it is going to be fun. And back-to-backs, of course, are we going to see some momentum being built. It's a very short event. It's only 2 days, 12 matches, meaning that just getting a singular back-to-back could really pretty much secure a position towards the higher echelon of the leaderboards. Of course, is that going to be enough? No, you'll want to make sure that you're somewhat consistent. But I'm mainly focused on the elimination side of things, because only 9 teams, meaning you have 8 teams you're going to be going up against. I think that we might have some squads that are looking to play very aggro, DK, and the moment they see a team, they see a slight pixel moving in the distance, they're like, we spotted you, get in the cart, full send it, like everyone with an S12K and just ready to go for the big spam and get them for eliminations. I think that's what we're going to witness.
Well, let's find out as we are going to be hopping into our first match right then. And there it is, going to be the lovely Sanhok. It does seem like we are coming through from that northern edge all the way over to the east. But Max, I think the nice thing about Sanhok itself is, the map is small enough that the flight path, it doesn't matter too much, right? Because you could still make it all the way down to Sami or Namkam, depending on kind of what your position is, where you want to play from.
Yeah, it's just sometimes a little bit tough if you're in a hot drop situation or a team is dropping next to you and you just want to try and get there a little bit faster. But otherwise, as you said, really, Sanhok, does it matter? Not really. If you know what you're doing, this is not going to be too impactful. You can even stretch your drop to go to the opposite side of the map and you'll be completely A-okay. One thing I do like about our Iesf, I was even telling you before the show started, DK, while we were having a quick little chit-chat back and forth during the break. This helps me learn my flags that usually I am so bloody bad at. So here is also going to be a little bit of a lesson for me to be like, okay, this flag is this country. And then I could go to like, one of those bar competitions where you have to like know a lot of random stuff about the world. And there'll be a flag section and I'll be #1. And I'll win, what would you win? Like a bag of peanuts, I guess. And I'll be very happy about it. They'll be very tasty.
Yeah, I mean it's the quiz nights, right? You can go to a quiz night and go feel like an absolute legend. But speaking about legends, though, I like the drop locations coming through from the different countries here, right? I mean, and that's one thing that I was kind of expecting is to not see any hot drops, and we didn't get a single lick of that, right? There's nobody looking to contest any positions. Everybody is dropping quite respectively, so it's all going to come down to how they move through these next few stages. Because even looking at Argentina here, right, they've got the entirety of the ruins for themselves. They can do with it what they want to for now, and they can't extend it too much because we do have, I believe that was Panama, and if I'm not mistaken, I think Chile just to the north of them on the opposite side of that river. So, you can't get too relaxed. You still have to keep somewhat of an eye on the horizon.
I mean, you bring up hot drops, which if there's a hot drop happening with a 9-team lobby, something ain't right. Of course, maybe they didn't have time to do scrims and stuff, and they would happen on the first one. But if it happened on one game and then it's not fixed, then it was like, okay, that's kind of weird. Not the biggest fan of that one. Maybe try and fix it up. There we go. Looking at Brazil, actually, we do have Diego also going to be playing for the side of the squad, which I don't believe we said his name earlier. But Diego, also, if you guys have watched PMS Americas or any official Americas-related tournaments, even side tournaments, this guy is also just an absolute legend in the scene. So this is going to be team actually also Law from INF over there. So this is pretty much INF for some of the players, looking really, really solid, really strong. And they're going to be in the best position. Boot camp is great. Gives you access to all the islands. Main island to the east, southern western island, northwestern island, with, of course, when you typically have a tall circle finish on top of that mountaintop. It's really, really good because you get access to trifecta of the river. You're playing there. But so far, circle, we did see it for a few seconds. It's pretty southern. It maintains the mainland to the east and also a southern western island portion. So Painan, Camp Charlie, those bridges, they're going to be quite important to facilitate those transitions later on down the line. But I'm saying that, facilitate the transition with 9 teams again, DK. Are we really going to have that much gatekeeping? Maybe not that much. At least not in the early to mid-game stage.
It's going to be hot. It's going to be spicy. There's going to be a lot to come through. And I think it's actually quite fitting for the region as well, right? Because they like hot fruit, right? As do I. So I'm curious as to seeing how all of this is going to pan out. Whether or not Pai None is going to be a controlling point, right? Because it is quite centered up in the zone itself. And as we know, Pai None sometimes is quite a bit of a transitional point for these teams to make their way over to the east or the west. But as we saw, that zone popping is actually a very nice zone, right? So it's not going to force too many squads to do, outlandish things. So it is going to be a little bit more comfortable for them to go through this. And I mean, to add to this, to the tension that we have, is we only have 8 teams currently in this lobby. So I'm trying to figure out which is the one that we don't have in the lobby just yet.
Which country disappeared off the map? Not in real life, in-game, but Suriname. Oh, okay. Suriname not here then.
Not for this first match. We'll hopefully see them soon. So no little boy that could come through with some pretty hot and spicy plays.
I think they're doing like Sanhok. They're like, no, I'll go to Erangel. That's the best map. We'll wait for Erangel on that one.
But there's 2, right? Because so there's Little Boy from Brazil and there's Little Boy from Suriname.
Max
right?
Little
But Little Boy from Suriname has a lot more Y's at the end of their name. So, yeah. I want to see the 2 of them fight each other out on the battlefield, right? Go to the same location and just settle it, right? Who's the littlest boy here? Me.
Finally, a worthy opponent. Our battle will be legendary. The little boy fight going on for ages. That'll be cool. We'd have to make a movie about that one too. Know the lore of PUBG and the little boy fight going down in the annals of history. What a great moment that would be. Here we go. Already some early rotates. Moving on about some of these players, some of these teams. One thing I do like, though, compared to typical tournaments, we can actually see the skins of these players that they just want to wear, not the one of the current Royal Pass. So I want to see their artistic flair expressed in these lobbies, in these matches. And currently, the thing is, I know they're also going to flex their supercars. I can see some already in the distance, DK. And that's making me utterly depressed because I only have one supercar.
Yeah.
And they have like 20,000. It's crazy. I don't know how they do it.
Well, you heard it right here from the PUBG Mobile car guy. Maybe that's what you like a you know, do like a car show about all the different things that we have in PUBG and how that works. But speaking about how that works, though, we are going to be looking at the zone as it is going to be closing up. Colombia, though, also, I think a decent setup up towards the northern side there with Paradise. That is going to allow them, I think, a nice rotation, especially if the zone pulls further down. But looking over in towards Bootcamp and by none, right, that is where things could definitely look to get quite a bit hot and heated because Brazil, they're already set up. Now we have the addition of, well, Uruguay starting to move in, coming in on that eastern side. I feel like a weather guy almost. We got Argentina on the south there with Cuba. So 2 points of contention, and this is going to start lighting up the lobby.
See, so if you look on the northern side of Brazil, there's going to be a nice sun, 15 degrees Celsius. Boot camp is going to start heating up when the other countries are starting to get close to their position. But no, yeah, currently you're going to be seeing Brazil, nice control. Boot camp Hill from Federal in particular. That's going to be a really good vantage scouting position in this spot. If they want to go for a transition across the water, they can easily put it off because of the information gathered by Federal initially. But yeah, Uruguay got to be careful onto the eastern side. Definitely going to see them. Here we go. Circle pops. Southern circle. Away from boot camp. Away from also these big northern teams. Colombia in particular is going to have to start to get a move on DK because they are the furthest away from the circle. Luckily enough, no bridges to cross. No rivers to go over. It's just straight up terrain. Just make sure you scout to not get caught off by a random country here and there.
I mean, you always got to watch out for those random positions, right? And I think that is also adding on to the element of surprise, especially looking at the size of what we have in this lobby, 30 players. So if you want to do something, you have to be relatively quick about it because the teams aren't that spread out anymore, right? We are moving further through the stages. Stage 2 is going to be active for the time being. So you can see everybody now starting to slowly come through with that descent, looking to
Well, it would be fitting. I'm pretty sure we had a player called Eureka in a tournament I did recently. Is it Mina? We have to get him in. We have to get him in on this Iesf action. He would fit perfectly in this lobby, and DK would love it. If DK loves it, we all love it. Me in particular would be great. But yeah, they're gonna go over to Trifecta right now, so they're gonna be having a pretty chill, relaxed time. And actually, you talk about cave. I had a cave finish like 4 years ago. And no, it was like 3 years. Oh, it was Dumoete 3 years ago. There you go. I remember 3 years ago, Dumoete, and it ended up in a heal-off strat, and he actually won despite being in the cave. Like, the day you get a cave finish, DK, which I know is going to be a bit rough now because we're going to have Rondo replacing Sanhok in most of the official map rotations. But if you ever have it, I'm telling you, it's peak. It is so fun to watch. There's also a cave finish you can get on Miramar, which is even more rare. I've only had that once before. So I wish that would happen for you, DK, because I feel like your caster journey would be even better after witnessing such greatness in PUBG Mobile.
Yeah. You got to tick those boxes, right? You got to add it onto the list. It's the bucket list. Definitely want to see a finish like that. Speaking about bucket list, though, Federal is definitely going to be looking to add quite a few things to the list here, as they are now also starting with a bit of a spray across the way onto the valley. Now, it is going to be Chile on the receiving side. Oh, Federal, though. Beautiful connections being made into them. I like this cheeky reposition coming through from Law, right? Currently, Brazil taking that big 2-2 split, right? So they got Law, Federal on the front line, and they got Diego and Lil Boy coming in as a nice little bit of that coverage. But, I mean, Chile, right? They just look so comfortable here.
Yeah, they're looking pretty chill, pretty relaxed on this little... I should have known casting with you. We're going to get all the jokes. Oh, my goodness. If you guys don't know DK... or you're gonna break a rib, or you're just gonna cringe.
Yeah,
it's one or the other. It's no in between.
Yeah, both of those are accepted. I would take any of the aforementioned effects to happen.
You love it when I cringe to your jokes too, which is I wish you didn't, but you do, and it annoys me. I don't want you to respond that way to me cringing to your jokes, and it makes it even worse. I hate it.
You're welcome. You're welcome, Max. It's just for you. It's just for you. But you know it's also just for us. The action is starting to ramp up, right? We've got Guatemala coming through with the beautiful position over on towards Camp Charlie. And look at this, though. Colombia, out in the drink, just holding under the bridge. I mean, if Mr. Tero and the rest of the crew here can spot them out, that is going to be absolute trouble then coming through for the side of Colombia, because one of their players is all the way over in Quarry, and I'm not quite sure what they're doing over there.
Look, I thought we were going to be very chill, DK, because we have less teams, especially not 9. We have 8 for this first game on Sanhok. But actually, the fact that we have almost a 50-50 split off the river, this is making it actually really rough for these later transition in the mid to late game. Like, this is actually the perfect circle to make it hard, even on a lobby that has just half of the usual team amount for these games. So this is going to be quite rough. Colombia, actually, I believe they're losing one of their players. Not lost just yet, just a knock. You know, knock is not the end of the line, so a res is definitely a possibility to come through eventually in this match. But here we go, in the car, 3 players sending it forward, and I don't see Victex. Is he just... I think he was abandoned in Quarry, actually. I think the blue zone is what got him, so he's it seems like it's going to be a 3-man fight in this game under the bridge.
It's going to be a tough one, and as we can see, Winter's coming as well, as the players here from Panama now move into position, looking to get themselves established. I think for Panama, that is a pretty decent angle on that southern side of the zone. It could also extend a little bit of control towards Chile, as you can see that position from Panama. So the whole team just crammed up into these few little compounds here. And I think especially over on Sanhok, right, playing that element of surprise could definitely be quite an interesting tactic, especially with the size of the lobby that we have here, right? We went from 30 players to 29, right? So the numbers are moving. It's happening. You can see
that's like half the lobby.
Yeah, almost. Not quite. But an interesting thing, though, is, I mean, if we look at Argentina and the side of Brazil, right, they've actually been causing quite a bit of damage, right? Chile also now adding on top of that, and they do start finding a few sprays, but now this is where it's all going to go through the roof. Chile and Brazil fighting each other up on the hill, but nobody is in zone.
Oh, this is bad. Brazil, again, one of the favorites heading into this, but Diego not just be getting knocked, getting instantly flushed out of this game. So it seemed like here they're going to have to try and seek vengeance in this one. Eureka on fire will be able to tank, I think, a little bit more of the damage, but he does get knocked eventually, and that's going to be Federal going on the push uphill, looking for the flush. He does find it, but Papi Potro here, or just Potro here, short in his name, for this tournament, will be getting that punishment down onto Federal, and now I believe that's going to be Brazil. Down to a solo play on this particular ridge. There is the angle of Little Boy that could be really impactful, but if another knock comes through, which it does, that means they are down to currently a solo unless he gets the squad wipe versus Chile. So this is going to be a possible massive upset instantly coming the way of Brazil.
I got to say, Chile looking super comfortable right here. And of course, there we have it. The shot's now connecting up, and it is done and dusted. A quick little cheeky nade to help the whole situation along. But that is going to be the first squad now getting taken out of here. We still have 7 left to fight it out, and it could still swing in either which way. Colombia trying to cook it up as well as they send it out. It is now, oh, absolute chaos and mayhem on the receiving side. Guatemala getting absolutely battered here. I'm not really seeing a way for them to bounce back out of this one, as they will be quite a bit of focus now being drawn to their position here.
Wait, I want Molina to scope in again. That was a super thick... Look at that reticule. Whoa, how do you want to see people with that? That's a monster. That's hiding half the screen. How do you want to... You better change that right now. That yeah, that's not my kind of red dot. Here we go though. That's a good scope. Here we go. M4 going to be used up. On man 77K here for Panama. Good little angle, actually. Not quite in circle, but luckily enough, he does have his teammate that has a foothold in the circle itself. So if they're able to regroup, that will be great. They did come into this game as a 3-man, so a little bit of a disadvantage in that front of things. But they can still redeem it regardless. Numbers are important, but if your fragging potential is there, you can definitely turn the tides quite quickly. As Chile, down to 2, already in circle, have a really strong gatekeeping opportunity here, DK would say, with everyone going to get pushed by the blue in their vicinity. If they strike when the time is right, they could get a ton of eliminations already in this position. Yeah,
they definitely could. And I mean, especially also looking at where Colombia is right there alongside them, it's going to be absolute... it's going to be so tough, right, for Panama to get through this one in one piece. It's the same for Argentina, because they are also in a very difficult position here now. That is going to be a quick wrap coming through as we do say goodbye to Panama as well. So it is going to be Chile looking quite comfortable. Colombia also now waiting in the wing. We do say goodbye to Mr. Terro as they will be going down on that one. So yeah, down to the final 5. And Argentina, this is now their opportunity to start dialing it up, because the Raya is now feeling the heat. The shots connecting on through, and you don't want to spend too much time in these vehicles.
Yeah, you want to try and be a little bit cautious about your approach here. Circle, of course, going to be shifting deeper and deeper into the jungle of Sanhok. One strong compound in the middle here for Argentina, so they're going to be having currently the best position in this map, not having to really cross over the river unless we have multiple hard shifts over to the east in a row, DK. So I think for this game is looking pretty safe that Argentina should be making it into the top 3 minimum, as 5 teams to remain. So, and do keep in mind, because we have less teams, placement points, they're already stacking up pretty rapidly, just making it to top 5. Some of these squads, Cuba looking good, Uruguay looking good, Argentina, Colombia, Chile, they're all going to be happy with a few placement points here and there. At least it's cool. Even on a bad game, you're not taking that big of an L unless you're literally last. Then that's a big L. Otherwise, hey, you're laughing.
Yeah. I mean, everybody's walking away with placement points, right? Everyone in this lobby. So, you know, whichever way, there's going to be points. So that is a good way to start off the proceedings here. I am still quite waiting for Cuba to show us what they've got, right? They've got their 3 players up on towards that northwestern side, just chilling on the buildings up in Painan, while the rest of the lobby is going to town, really getting down to business here. And of course, we've got those odds now appearing on screen as well. It does seem like Argentina, Cuba, and Uruguay are having the favors stacked a little bit towards them. So let's see if this one will play out. Reyes is going to go down in the meanwhile. And this is what we expect to see, right? Absolute mayhem across the way as everybody's now forced closer and closer together. But Chile letting out a few nades, just trying to see if they can maybe poke and prod even more so. But look at those damage numbers though, Max.
Yep, they're going slowly higher and higher as Circle's about to shift once more. Which side of the circle is it go? Which side of the river is going to go to? Is going to go towards Argentina once more. The compound actually to the east is still going to be somewhere in place. So Uruguay, it's not game over just yet. You know, this is not impossible rotations, especially if teams are getting pushed in circle before you make your move. So you can kind of capitalize on the madness happening to the west of the river. So I think that Uruguay definitely have an opportunity to do something. Also, DK, the bridge. Sure, normally you would cross the bridge, go on top of it, but you can also go under, and that would be a great hiding spot for Uruguay on the transition. As I say that, though, one player goes down. The caster curse is real, it seems, as per usual for me, and we'll see if they can try and go for the res.
Yeah, I mean, you got to watch out with that, right? I thought it would only be applicable if they were teams, right? Not necessarily players representing their country, but it doesn't seem like there's any end to the power of Max Man. In the meanwhile, Colombia feeling quite a bit of that heat now, as it is going to be the players from Uruguay spotting out the opportunities. But Cuba also now starting to wake up, right? They're starting moving closer and closer, hoping for a bit of an opportunity here. Ooh, cheeky spray though there, as Cuba finds an opening angle. And this could be that golden ticket they want, to get themselves not only in zone, but also to add in a few eliminations.
I'm surprised we're not seeing a lot of smokes coming out from Cuba currently. That would be great to block out vision, but you know what? Maybe they don't need it. Maybe they just need their fragging power. That's going to be actually instantly punished onto Cuba. Cuba, I believe, down to now their sole survivor. One more player remaining as he's trying to do a last-ditch effort to make into this compound. One nade coming out. Does it hit the window? Unfortunately, no. That smoke is going to be denying a lot of visibility from this player. And now he's in towards that shed position. They do go for the reset. The nade going to bounce once again. That's 2 fails in a row. Unfortunately, the nade's just not connecting, DK, and this is really using so many resources. Kind of a waste of it, unfortunately, at the end. And Argentina looking to re-engage this fight for themselves and just claim this entire compound for their 4 squad mates currently. So this fight, I do believe, could be the game-winning fight depending on how things go down. The nade is on point, but not quite able to confirm the final play of Cuba.
Yeah, I think for Cuba, it's difficult, right? I think a better utility here would definitely have been a molly if they had any to utilize, because it spreads out on these wooden floors so much. So even if you miss the angle, it still helps you with cleanup. But I mean, Argentina, they don't need help. They just sitting here looking pretty, and they just picking up those points. As you can see, it is looking pretty tough for Uruguay, right? They tried to get over the water, but things didn't pan out the way that they hoped. And with that, we are down to the final 4. It is Chile, Argentina, Colombia, and of course, Cuba. Cuba still holding steady with the solo. Ooh, but unfortunately, the S12K comes in clutch, wraps up, and spoils their day. Colombia also not feeling the heat.
Yeah, seemed like you unfortunately cursed that final player there as you talk about them. So we got the double curse maybe happening this entire tournament. Oh, that's not a good thing for these teams. I'm very sorry, you guys. You'll have to weather the storm of the curse. Here we go. It's going to be Chile. Down to the last 2 players. Going to be Elite and Potro. The nade. All going to be alerting this one player of Colombia. Going to be moving back. Taking a little bit of tick-off damage here. Down to about half HP. The follow-up nade, though, is that one going to be the nail in the coffin? Seems like the spray of Elite is what's going to be putting him back out to the lobby. And now Potro does find himself in a solo situation with plays and doing so much damage at this point in time. And that's going to be Reyes also out of this match. And Argentina here. DK going the entire way and claiming the first chicken dinner of the evening.
I mean, what a well-deserved victory indeed. I mean, with so much control of the zone, are we really surprised that they were able to come in clutch and walk away with that first winner chicken dinner? A good performance coming here through from the side of Argentina. And surprisingly, though, Brazil, right? We were expecting them to really dominate, and unfortunately for them, that wasn't necessarily the case here.
Yeah, it didn't work out. A few disappointments, actually, when it comes to rotations for some of these squads. Uruguay, I would say, was the biggest disappointment for me when it comes to the rotates in this one, because they just couldn't make it over to the river. They didn't even attempt to make and use the bridge as a kind of leverage point against other teams. So that was a bit unfortunate in my eyes. But anyways, regardless of all of that, it is Argentina taking a central compound, having successful defense after successful defense on Sanhok here, and able to claim themselves a juicy chicken dinner to kick off here the Iesf Americas qualifiers. But they did have a little bit of circle luck, so you know what? I'm going to say this is a good start, DK, but I want to see a strong performance when the circle maybe is going to be a little bit trickier for Argentina to work around.
Well, I mean, we'll find out as we get into the other maps coming up next. But, hey, Argentina, though, good stats to finish it off with, as we can see. Of course, 375 damage going over to Octi. So, Argentina, they've been doing quite a bit of work yet, right? Walking away with those 7 eliminations, and that is pretty much on par with what Chile brought to the table as well, right? So 2 strong performing squads showing us that they have a good read on what these zones are going to be throwing at them. And I think it's still very much up in the air as to who could be the one to dominate our very first day.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, 7 eliminations, that's almost 25% of this lobby because we have less teams. So that's pretty much the conversion ratio for Argentina is through the bloody roof, DK. They're having a party right now. Argentina, you go, all the individual player stats, everyone here doing pretty good. Actually, 3 eliminations for Arg 99 is going to be a pretty good conversion ratio. Same for Argosti, so they can be proud about their performance. Even the damage of their teammates, sure, maybe not converting that many eliminations, but you know what? Even getting damage, zoning teams away is impactful in its own right. So you can definitely be proud of how you guys were zoning and holding down that compound. And again, was their ticket to that final winning moment at the end.
Yeah, and of course, as we know, tickets, those are the things that you want to get, right? Because moving into the main event, there's only so many tickets up for grabs, so every point is going to be important here. And surprisingly enough, though, there was 92k covered in this game on Sanhok, right? That's quite a bit of a big distance being driven in one tiny map like this. But you know, sometimes you got to do what you got to do. Right? If you're far away from zone, you got to hop in that vehicle to get yourself situated.
Yeah, but like 92,000 what? I'm seeing that like
meters.
That's meters? Because that one seems really high. Okay, maybe it is. Maybe it is. I don't know. That still seems kind of high in my opinion, but we'll see if that's going to be the case and how high it could be on other bigger maps like Erangel and Miramar. Here you go. Your first head-to-head of the evening. It's going to be Argentina and Chile, which currently are the 2 top teams in terms of elimination, 7 each. And actually, the damage of Chile is increasingly high during this game, especially some of their early clashes allow them to get a lot more damage. So actually, damage alone, Chile were definitely a lot more aggro, it seems, on this Sanhok game.
Well, it makes sense, right? Because as we know, Chile are here to play that consistent game to show that, season after season, they can lock in with the consistency here. So, well played angle from them. But of course, it is down to the points. As we can see, Argentina are going to be sitting quite comfortably there with 17 points to their name. Brazil, though, even though they went out in 8th place, they still have a point to their name. Unfortunately, no eliminations getting sent over to them. Cuba also getting sent back with an empty bag, at least with regards to eliminations, but they are still capitalizing on those placement points, picking up 4 total. So it is going to be a pretty tough going here for today.
Yeah, I wonder if Suriname is going to be joining back at some point. That would be great because they you know what? There's still a lot of space for them to initiate that comeback. It would be good for them to see them back in the battlegrounds, especially on the grassy pastures of Erangel. But yeah, Brazil, just a little consolation prize at the end, getting that one single point. Quite unfortunate, and it's just going to be that one placement. We need to see some frags because you know what? We hyped up a lot Brazil, DK, during this pre-show, being like, oh guys, don't worry, Brazil, the best. The players are the best. They're going to pop off. This is going to be so easy. Don't even worry about it. I'm worrying about it just a little bit. It's game 1 out of 12, but I'm like, Brazil, we expect a little bit better, and I'm sure they're going to deliver at some point, but this Sanhok was just, it wasn't it, it's fair to say.
Yeah, but I mean, you can also see the first 2 matches, I'd even say, being that litmus test, right? The team's just kind of getting a good feel for what this lobby is going to be bringing in. Sanhok, I think, is just a good one to help break the nerves, right? Break the ice, to put everybody a little bit more at ease, and then once we hop over into Erangel, once we move over in towards Miramar, that's where the towels come out. You just got to dab that sweat off a little bit because it's going to get hot. It is going to get spicy. But speaking about hot and spicy, of course, we are going to be heading into a quick break before returning with match number 2. So be sure to stay tuned and we'll see you right back on the other side. Welcome back to the Iesf American Qualifiers. My name is DK and I'm joined by the lovely, the mysterious Max Man over on that side, right? Giving us all the surprises. Max, the first match, very exciting. Sanhok, just jam-packed with quite a lot of that aggression that we saw, right? Few teams having a good run, other teams running into walls, but that is to be expected, right? I want to see what the second match is going to hold, how Erangel is going to play out, and of course, you know, I don't think we are going to be looking at any hot drops coming through because we didn't see any on Sanhok, so it would make sense on a slightly bigger map that we still won't have any there.
Look, we had 8 teams. We're going to have maybe 9, still maybe 8, we'll see, but around that amount. But you have a map that's literally so much bigger. It's an 8x8 compared to Sanhok. If we have a hot drop, I don't know what to believe into anymore, DK. Okay, it's gonna be this would be the weirdest time to have that happen. It's like the possible chances of that happening is so incredibly slim. But you know what? Yeah. Maybe 2 teams just absolutely love Zaki and they're like, we really want to drop there. I don't know any team that has ever said they love Zaki, DK. I think literally I've been doing this game since 2019. I dropped in Zaki maybe 3 times.
Yeah,
I don't like it up there, but who knows? Maybe some of these teams are crazy like that, and they just like Zaki and go up there. But no, other than that, there's going to be a lot of space to work around. Erangel is your bread and butter going into this, so I'm expecting the best of these teams. Again, especially Brazil. Like, they've played this map for years for these players, so I'm expecting them to hopefully not go out first. That's going to be my expectation. That's the start for Brazil.
Yeah, I mean, I think for quite a few of the players that we have in here, they can almost play this map with their eyes closed, right? They are so familiar with it. They know, oh, roundabout here, I need to turn left. Oh, turn right, I'm roundabout there. Oh, I found an M4, yeah!
That would be a fun experiment, actually. Yeah. Maybe we should try that and be like, actually, playing a game. Oh, that would be such a good YouTube video. Like, winning a match of PUBG Mobile with your eyes closed. That would get views. Good idea.
Yeah, that's going to take a good amount of practice, though, to get through. I mean, it's definitely going to be an interesting one to see. I'm curious as to what our viewers are thinking, right? Do you think that could be an interesting one? Let us know. We're doing some market research all at the same time. But we are seeing quite a bit of support going through in the chat as well. Argentina getting a lot of love getting shown in the chat here. Brazil also quite a few supporters for them. We've got Chile in the chat as well. So everybody is going crazy. Keep the support coming. Support your country. Tell us who you are here and who do you think is going to win our next match. It is still on the table for anybody to step up and claim that victory, claim that prize. And of course, as we know, they're all going to be looking to cram in as many points as they can muster with 9 teams out on the battlefield, right? We have to add that little asterisk at the end, right? It is important. There's only 9 teams as opposed to 16 or more. So yeah, there is an extra little caveat. Right, caveat, whichever way you pronounce that. So,
how many points they can mustard? How many can they caviar? You know, we're all talking about food here on this broadcast.
Yes.
I'm hungry actually right now talking about that. But no, going into this, actually, I wanted to ask you a question based on the performance on some of these teams. Maybe in the first one, is there anyone that you would like want to see a little bit more? I have one team. I'm going to jump. I asked a question and I answer. It's all about me on this show. I want to see more from Uruguay. I think they had a very good... I pronounced it like you, Uruguay. I'm getting used to it. I want to see them go for that transition over the bridge on Sanhok, this previous game. They didn't go for it. I hope they can take that as a really good lesson and like, okay, we just got to be a little bit more opportunistic, not be scared to go for these pushes, especially because, again, you have way less teams in this lobby. So you have that space to still make mistakes and yet still come out on top. So I think that Uruguay would be a team that I would like to see that macro improvement made upon relatively quickly because, again, it's just 2 days. So that's my team I'm going to be eyeing out for this one. But how about you, DK? Who are you hoping to see a little bit more from?
Well, Argentina definitely doesn't need to bring anything additional to the table. So, yeah, Argentina is fine. Brazil, even though they had a bumpy run in the first match, I wouldn't necessarily make anything of it just yet, right? But if I had to say, I would go for Cuba or Colombia, right? One of the two. I want to see what they can bring. Especially Cuba, right? Because they had a very interesting position over in Sanhok, having themselves situated up in towards Painan. They were playing the long game, trying to survive there as long as they possibly could. Moved out, a little bit of a risky push coming onto those compounds. But, I don't think that is all that they have to bring to the table. So I want to see what Cuba and Colombia can bring in. Maybe they can play the upset. Maybe they can be a beautiful surprise out on the battlefield.
Could be. I mean, it would be great to have an amazing surprise here, Conan, on especially 3 Erangels back to back to back. So I think that if we can get some good surprises there, some strong gameplay, I'm going to be very excited to see which will be the 2 teams to make it to the next stage out of these Americas qualifiers. So Erangel in particular is the map that I'm looking at here, DK, to see potential out of these teams.
Yeah.
And I think pretty much right away, Erangel is such a good map that you can tell right away which are the teams that instantly stand out. Like, okay, these guys, they're not messing around. They're not playing. I mean, they are playing, but not in a bad way. They're not playing around. And I think that would be a good way to see which ones stand out from the masses of this Iesf Americas qualifier. So, yeah, there's a lot to look and pay attention to. The rotates, the macro side. Of course, we still want to see a little bit more from these players when it comes to the micro side of things. How are we going to play around the weapons? Didn't really see too many shotguns, right? In DK, if I'm not mistaken, it was mainly ARs being used. I wonder if that's going to be changing as we go into another map, because again, shotguns, when you do get in that CQC situation, is going to be your weapon of choice that you need to use and be good at. But so far, it's not been used in Sanhok, which is already a little bit of a shocker so far, I would say.
I mean, they were definitely in the inventories, right? We did see the shotguns there, they just weren't used, right? Yes. The ARs were used a lot more. But it's interesting also how that kind of shift came through, because if you think back, say, to 2023, 2022, for instance, right? If you saw a shotgun, you'd go like, nah, I don't want a shotgun. Now, everyone's like, where's the shotgun? Where's the shotgun? I need them. I need all of them. Right, and of course, then the S12K and the DBS, kind of cycling between those two. You see DBS on screen. Where did you get that one? What's your loadout, Max? You got to give us the way that you play through it.
But my loadout is a 1 cardboard DBS that I made for a skip once, and a panda plushie. That is all my loadout I'm going for this. I'm not sure the panda plushie is going to do great. Maybe the people will think it's cute and they just won't want to eliminate me in game. It's not been working yet. I do have the Sonic buddy skin, so maybe I'll get the favor of some of these players. Maybe. But it's not been enough right now, actually.
But yeah, I do think that we might have a few more of the shotties now coming into play, because we did see them in the bags. The players just didn't switch over to them. Maybe they were not having enough ammo or whatever could be the case for that. But it would be interesting to see that kind of meta play still holding true, right, as we move into Erangel. And I also want to touch on what you were saying about we can get a good understanding of what to expect from the teams once we see their performances over on Erangel, because it's a map that has been around for so long, right? Because we can figure out a lot based on the strategies that they deploy moving through this game, because there's a lot that you can translate from an Erangel performance as to how they could maybe move over in towards Miramar, or how that could affect them when they come onto a map like Sanhok. So yeah, it's going to be an interesting one. And of course, there's always quite a few different strategies as to how you can move your way through the Erangel map itself, right? You can go into the sunken city, you can go into the container yards, you can go into straight up into the center zone, try and kind of heat it up like it was back in the old days, or maybe just try and find a next new spot, right? Make ones, go to shooting range and go have a little bit of fun over there.
Yeah, I mean, you could find so many good positions on Erangel, so many infamous and famous drop locations to go for. Actually, I wanted to ask you, DK, what is your drop location you like to go to typically in your games?
Ooh, Severny.
Severny, that's a good one. So Severny, actually, great drop location. A lot of teams like to go there in esports, like in any kind of like semi-pro, casual play, scrims, and even like top-tier S-tier tournaments. Like PMSL is happening all the time, even PMGCs, etc. But that position, I would say, is a spot that I find very interesting for one main reason, DK. I feel like every team that drops Severny, and tell me if you disagree or not, but every team that drops Severny only drops Severny, and we know the importance of secondary drops, but I don't know what it is with Severny teams and players like yourself. You don't want to go anywhere else. It's just like, if I have to run 2 billion meters to get there, I will make it to Severny. So what is it about that place that's so good, man, that you just don't want to have a secondary drop spot? Like, you guys are something else.
It just works, right? Because you can see both to the east, both to the west, depending on where someone's pushing from. If they're coming through from the west, you move to the east, right? If they're coming from the east, you move to the west, right? So you get a good read on that, and you are pretty secure in almost no one's going to push you from the north because there's water, right? So it'll have to be very purposeful for them to come on a northern push. And I mean, if they're coming from the south, you can see them from far away. So I think it's just a phenomenal position to play from. It allows you quite a good vantage point, and you'll know who's going to try and get the jump on you. Speaking about jumps, though, it's time for us to get the players jumping out of this plane.
Let's jump right into the action, is what I was expecting you would say, DK, with your history of puns and jokes. Yeah. But no, I've been disappointed. I've been baited once again. DK did not give me what I came here for. I came, of course, for Iesf, but also to cast with the DK and get those great dad jokes. I'm still waiting, DK. I'm waiting for your best hit as we go on. Here we go, though. Plane path is going to be from Sanhok military base island and heading towards the George Pole northwestern area. So I was going to say it's pretty good. Actually, it's not. It's pretty bad when you look at it. If you are a team that likes to drop more central to the east, northeast position in particular, or you like DK and you're a good old Severny hot drop player, then this is not going to be great for you. So you might have to try and make sure you know those car spawns to make it stretched over to your drop location of choice. Because outside of that, you might have a bit of a tough time making it to your main loot location.
I mean, so one thing that we've not been able to establish is where would you go? What's your preferred drop location?
I was waiting for you to tell me. I go spawn island. No, I'm just kidding. Typically, I like... So my strat is... Because I play a lot of Ultimate Royale with you, GK. Because we're not in esports, I usually wait until the very end of the plane path where almost everyone dropped in Pachinki school apartments by now. And I go in the best loot location at the end of the plane path. Now, if I was in an esport lobby... I said that weird. Esport. In an esport lobby, I would go Primorsk. Primorsk is my favorite position, mainly because of Kolaris. He made me play that spot quite a bit, so that's where I would go. Here we go, though. Pachinki, 2 teams committing to the hot drop, DK, it seems. You're going to have Colombia here in a clash, going back and forth. A little bit of a sneaky early engagement, but of course, Pachinki, if you're going to have a hot drop, it's going to be over here versus Cuba. And so far, Cuba, with a 3-man team only, finding Victex, that was not able to play really last game. He went out to the blue, out in Quarry in Sanhok, and this time also will be going to a very, very early grave.
I mean, both countries that I said I'm going to be looking at for this game, both of them engaged in this fight, right? On either side of it. So far, Molina looking pretty confident, but unfortunately, it's going to be hard to close it up, slam the door in their face. But, I mean, Colombia also not completely out of it just yet. They still have 2 players up. That, of course, is quite dependent on whether or not Madion can get that res in. Can they bring Reyes back into the fight? Because Cuba, they're going to start knocking on the door, demanding some action here. And will Colombia be able to deliver?
I think they want their social security number right now. They're aiming for it. There you go. Try and chase it down. Marion just going to try and get the hell out of the dodge. He's got the dual MP7, which is a fun weapon. Is it a good clutch weapon versus multiple players? No, definitely not. So I would say if you only have that as your loot pool, you should get the hell out of here because this is not worth fighting for. And also, they're not even going to go Reyes. Reyes, I don't know if he's not been able to find meds, but he is remaining on about like 15 HP currently. Reyes, not in a very healthy condition. There's a hospital somewhere on the map. It's not near Pachinki, so you might want to try and reposition and making it to Southern George Pole because you're not going to be healing in this condition.
Oh, Reyes just pulling back from that window. It was so close. Almost saw day 8 there for a second. Almost spotted the opportunity to get that quick little cheeky spray in. But yeah, for Reyes, they got to find a way to get themselves patched up, right? Because there's one thing being bold. There's another thing when you simply just don't have the meds to continue the fight. So I like this from Madion, keeping the front line steady, trying to play a little bit of a defensive position here. Look and see if Reyes can actually get some meds and get themselves back into the fight. Does seem like the answer to that question is a solid yes. As Reyes, comes back, and now Madion is going to need their teammates' assistance. And this is a beautiful opportunity for Cuba because they have an open door, right? They can just rush right in and get those points and walk away with potentially 4 eliminations.
Yeah, an open door, especially in Pachinki. Hey, opens up a lot of buildings you can try and control for yourself. And here you go, Cuba. Nice shot with the AKM, by the way. We did see on the rooftops. And now Reyes left stranded behind this wall as a solo. He does have his car, a 2-seater. He's just going to get in. And you know what? Hell yeah. I think in a lobby like this, the eliminations are not that impactful. You can't get that high in an elimination game. Placement points is where it's at. So I do like the race. Gets in the car, gets the hell out of here, and does not commit to this fight versus Cuba. I think that's literally the best decision he could go for. I'm sure he's hoping there would be a recall tower, but unfortunately, that would be a Rondo exclusive. You're not going to have an Erangel, so you're going to have to rest this game as a solo. So a little bit lonely for him, I'm sure. But he's going to be able to get at least a few placement points on board, hopefully, with all the space remaining in this circle. As we saw, it's a little bit more south than this current position of Pubg.
I mean, you were talking about south, and that is exactly where Argentina finds themselves. We can see now them just going through their looting phase here. And this is a very uncontested position they find themselves in. I like that also for Reyes. Now moving all the way just as far away from Pubg, a lot more closer up into the compound, just to that southern side. So I think for Reyes, this could be a golden opportunity here to have a good bit of security. Because again, as we know that compound, you can see a lot of movement approaching here. But I'm curious as to how the players from Chile are going to look to progress in from that eastern side. Because there's no reason for them to go pushing in towards center zone, unless of course that is an angle that they want to play for.
Could be the case. I'm looking at this circle in particular here, DK. During PMSL CSA I covered today on the last day of the finals, we had this circle which was kind of split between Military Island and mainland, and it kept shifting back and forth between this mainland. Oh, actually now it's military, now it's mainland, it's military. Like, those circles are literally the worst to work with, and it makes the bridges just so bad to play around, just cluttered with teams all over the place. And actually, looking at this circle, this could be a situation that occurs. It could head towards Military Island if we have a very, very hard shift southeast. So something to keep in mind. I think Argentina, that's why they're taking it pretty slow to leave military, because they know that is a possibility. And you know what? Might as well just wait for the circle and have as much information as possible before leaving. And that's actually one of the very important things in PUBG Mobile Esports that I love to see from teams, DK, and I don't know if you would agree on this, but is a team that, while in a good position, stay there and don't move preemptively unless they know where the circle is, to have as much information as possible. I saw that mistake so many times during PMSL, CSA, and MENA, and that is something that I would like to not see anymore, but let's see if that's going to be happening with some of these squads here during this Iesf tournament.
Yeah, I mean, that's where the saying comes in. If, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. If you have a good spot, keep it as long as you possibly
until
can.
it's not good anymore.
Yeah, I mean, but that would be my approach, right? If the spot works, it works, right? Stay there, kick out your lawn chair, go have a bit of a sit back, relax, wait to see if anybody's going to dare venture in. Are they bold enough to come knocking on the door? We know for the northern side of zone, though, there is going to be a lot of that knocking happening pretty soon. But, I mean, for a team like Panama here, just a little bit further south from that northern aggression, it will allow them exactly that opportunity, right? I think for Panama, things are looking pretty golden here.
It is looking really good for them. They're going to be big chilling in this game. There you go. Also, Guatemala going to be going for their rotation across the northern Rozok Bridge. No, this is more like... Yeah, this is Yasnaya Bridge. What am I saying? I know my stuff. I said it was a Rozok Bridge. It's the Yasnaya Bridge. Happening here is going to be in the Gaka Fields area. It's going to be the side of Brazil taking a fight. A little bit of a clash back and forth. The nades flying all over the place. Not connecting just yet. Diego and Law going to be secluded in this fight, but I am seeing Lil Boy. He's in a car. He's wide rotating north here with his team El Federal. And here you go. The cavalry is here, full on crashing in this compound, in this fight. And Uruguay now going to be completely surrounded by foes. And this is going to be a tough fight for them to win, DK, as the Molotov is already out and doing significant damage to the players of Uruguay.
Well, those mollies are looking pretty great. Let's see if Diego can find it. Oh, the hit. He does. Dude. Beautiful nade out the window. Makes it look so effortless. But now it's going to be up to Cardi C and the rest of the players coming through from Uruguay to see, can they hold it? Right. Just one player left to represent them. Oh, but this is looking pretty stacked against them. It is so stacked that Brazil walks away with that squad wipe. Absolutely great start. And I mean, it's a bit of a bounce back coming in for the Brazilian side.
Now, this is way more in line with what I was expecting initially from Brazil. Okay, I think you and me both here would agree that this is kind of the Brazil we expected going into this. That was very much a flawless fight in the way they executed it. The Molotov was on point, blocking the staircase, reducing the movement potential of the players from Uruguay, and able to actually just instantly wrap up the fight without losing a singular player. Now, Brazil seems to me like they are here to play And they're going to keep on going. Like, generally, if there's a team that's going to be able to get double-digit win here, despite having only 8 teams, I think it would be Brazil. Very excited to see if that might be happening on this. A first game already got himself a decent elim count for themselves. Actually up to 4, as they did get the squad wipe, of course. And that's how math works in PUBG Mobile. But over to another fight here is going to be Chile looking at Argentina to went for the wide eastern wrap on the eastern bridge from Military Island up to the mainland. And now with the hovercraft, will be taking severe shots their way. And will be crashing on these rocks, looking to force the fight. As Chile Elite is going to be split from his teammates.
Yeah, but that's quite a risky position now for Elite to try and play through. At least there's, I think, some good support coming through from the rest of the Chile team. As you can see, the sprays continue to fly on through. But, I mean, Chile, they have only 2 players up on their feet. And Argentina, I love what they're doing with these regions, right? Just making it so challenging for Chile to get a good line of sight on them to drive it in. And so far, a very fair and balanced engagement coming through between both squads, but it's slowly going to be the side here of Argentina managing to get back on their feet. Chile, yep, they're just going to be dipping out of dodge. It's like, it's not worth the hassle just yet. Let's try and see if we can maybe pull them up into another position and get that set up on them. But yeah, this is going to be a tough one. Elite is going to go down. Potro might get rezzed up, but look at that bush coming through. Argentina, relentless.
He's solo and he does not give a damn. And you know what? I kind of dig it. I kind of like what we're seeing. He's really sending it over onto Chile. Potro, I believe the rest should be coming through. There you go. Pick him up. And, oh, he jumps right over the cart. He could jump out. I think they know they might not be getting him fully pushed. But no, they're going to go for the typical strat. Put him on the front of the car. There you go. Drive it forward. Avoid the bumps. And Potro should be brought back. The thing is he going to make it in time to actually pull off the res? He's bleeding out quite quick, DK. I'm not sure. He makes it. There you go. Get off. And he should be getting the res. Okay, that was a little bit too close for comfort. But luckily enough, Potro will be back in this match.
I think what was happening there is they were just checking whether or not, Potro has enough blood flowing through them. Because, just keep your teammates on their toes. Because why res them when they've got still quite a bit of health left? Leave them until they have
Make them
3. Yeah, I mean, it adds to the excitement. But now, of course, looking at Argentina, they're not going to back out of this just yet because they know they have to move up into the zone. They can't spend too much time here. But now the question is where they're going to look to move into zone. It does seem like they are opting for a little bit more of the northern position, but that's where we have Guatemala. So Argentina now, they have an opportunity to just push straight into the zone on this eastern side. But if they do venture north, things could get a little bit more exciting, I'd say, up onto that edge.
Exciting, hectic, you know what? 2 sides of the same coin sometimes. It's just how it goes. The entertainment value is definitely going to be there. I love this Brazil 2-2 split. We don't see it currently on the map. I'm sure we'll see it pretty soon when we do have a next circle shift going into phase 4 of this game on Erangel. But that 2-2 split, they got Pachinki Hill into Cube Compound southeast of Pachinki, which is going to be also a great position. They can't, the thing is, yeah, you go, we can see it currently. The main issue with this is that because of this little ridge north of them, they can't have direct line of sight. So if a breach happens, you can't directly assist your teammate. You have to actually initiate a rotation, which that could be a little bit problematic if you are slow to make that pivot and the team is looking very aggressive. They want to commit to the fight. They're not losing it or wasting any time. Just something to keep in mind for Brazil. But I think that because, again, of the pedigree of these players, DK, I think they know that they can be quite confident in their position despite how game 1 went. I think that they know what they can bring to the table. As here we go, big spray from Eureka from Chile, and that's going to be an instant knock found from them. And Argentina here falling like flies, and Chile here in full control of this eastern fight, it seems, and Chile just relentless on this engagement and instantly getting themselves that squad wipe.
I mean, it's a Eureka on a rampage, right? That is a beautiful serving of aggression that we saw just come through from the side of Chile, but they're not done yet because now there's going to be Guatemala up ahead of them. Let's see who will be the one to survive. Guatemala still full roster, so they could definitely mount quite a bit of an aggressive opposition to the advances coming through here. But I'm not quite sure how they're going to look to play through this one, right? Because also Blue Zone is closing up, so it does put a little bit of pressure on them. But fortunately, they're on the short edge of that zone closure, so it's not going to be too detrimental. Instead, you got to watch out for Cuba sneaking in a cheeky play all the way from Pachinki.
Yeah, very good snipe there coming on through. Well, snipe with an AR. It's PUBG Mobile. You can snipe from a long distance with an AR. It's a sniper with a ton of bullets. You can spray all at once. these two northern squads. So I think that that's going to be an engagement that should be occurring in the very, very near future. And it could be possibly such an impactful fight. They could be deciding which team could be making into the top 3 alone, because that position up north on the hilltop is going to be so powerful in a finish like this.
Yeah, I think we are going to be looking at quite a bit of an altercation coming in between Guatemala and, of course, the players here from Cuba. But, I mean, you can't really fault Cuba for being so cautious, right? Because their spidey senses are telling them there's somebody ahead. We got to get a good read on the zone before we start rotating up. But the problem here, I think, is that they're going to start running out of time, because the blue is going to start to close up, and we are going to be coming to the end of that stage, number 4. And this is now that ticket for Guatemala to really lock it in, as is Cuba rotating out. But I'm very surprised to see no shots heading in their direction.
Yeah, there you go. They're going to be peppered. Shots left, right, and center here on the northern side. A lot of transitions, a lot of rotations actually onto these dips. And there you go, Chile able to claim the high ground. That's going to be a full-on push onto Potros, trying to get through the car to actually avoid taking too much damage. But he will still be knocked regardless of what was going to be happening with that car. And Cuba now down to 2 on the ascent on the defense of this position, and that is going to be working out heavily in their favor. Though, looking at Brazil here, sending one player as an assassin on the hilltop, and Diego is just currently
Like, oh no,
it's a bait
down. And now they come back already sitting with 7 eliminations, and there are still quite a few players left out in the field here. But we only have 4 teams left, so whatever these teams are looking to do, they're going to have to be really quick about it. It is, of course, going to be a very abrupt end now coming through for the side here of Guatemala, being brought down to a 2B.
Be a threat to their potential chicken dinner here, so they're going to be looking to just clear and sweep the west. They're still in circle shifting a little bit more to the western side. Guatemala, the Molotov coming on through, and that is going to be snatched away. This team is relentless, and the fact they already have 10 eliminations, DK, again, in an 8-team lobby, is absolute madness, and they could be looking for even more this match. Maybe a 14 elimination chicken dinner here, 24-point game would be crazy. Panama, though, they do have their cars looking to move slightly forward here, but now that the car moved, I'm pretty sure Brazil have a very good idea where this remaining team currently stands. It's going to be in yellows. That's the name of this compound. And yellows is going to be the way for them to go. As Eureka spotted away by Law. And that is going to be the 11th elimination over to Brazil. Okay, they're locked in. They're ready. They know what they're doing now. They are in the zone.
Yeah, I mean, first match was just to get rid of the jitters. And that is now something of the past. Look at this, though. Panama, though, not a single point, right? No eliminations secured so far. Are they going to walk away with 4? Or, as you said, could this be the game in which we see Brazil walking away with a glorious 24 points? I mean, this is a very dominating performance from them. Diego just lighting it up. 6 eliminations to their name already. Law trying to play a little bit of an off angle. And I think what's quite troubling here for Panama is that Brazil knows exactly where they are now, right? They can only be over here because they've cleaned that northern side of the zone. It is spotless.
We can even see, look at the off angles that Diego has. Diego is wrapping behind them, which is going to make these roof angles even harder to hold. And even have Federal far to the eastern side, trying to just deny potential rotation paths from Panama. So they're just surrounded. They're cornered. They're like an animal in a cage right now. Panama are going to have the toughest time imaginable to make it out. And look at Law in the distance to the left of your screen. Yes,
you're right. If Panama win this, something went horribly wrong, right? Because that means that Brazil, after an 11 elimination domination, dropped the ball somewhere. So the odds are stacked quite against the side here of Panama. And especially as you've said, right, Diego coming in with that off-angle position down towards the southern side. This is a beautiful read coming through from the side of Brazil. I like how they are kind of trying to give Panama a false sense of security, right? It's like, oh, no, don't stress about it. All our players are to the north. You won't even notice anything. Don't stress. Don't worry. Just focus on us, and then that opens up the opportunity for Diego to come in on the back. It's like, no, surprise. come through with a bit of a cleanup. But I think the zone is also going to be the big kicker, right? If it moves to the north, it's going to be so challenging for Panama to get out of this one.
I mean, next circle, I think, is going to be the nail in the coffin, possibly. Oh, no, it's still in circle. I thought the compound was going to be taken away, but no, it seems like they're still going to be in play. The main question here, you're looking at Brazil. Are Brazil going to start getting a bit impatient? Because they like to fight. They like to send it. They like to go and CQC and just do all the PUBG Mobile madness stuff. But so far, this circle is just delaying the fight. Multiple times in a row. They actually do find Diego's angle. So that off angle that we mentioned multiple times at DK has been lost. Technically, they could res it, but I think it's quite unlikely we see a player of Brazil actually take that risk and go for the res. I think they're just going to maintain their position in the circle, hold on to this 3v3 scenario. But who knows, again, they might be getting like a little bit angsty. A little bit, I want to go and send it somewhere and attempt that res onto Diego, which I really would not recommend. This would be a situation where in any tournament, I'd be like, yeah, Diego's lost. It's not worth it sending those resources to go for a res on a player that had a good off angle, but as you saw, it is still vulnerable.
Yeah.
I would give up on it.
Yep, it doesn't make a whole lot of sense to go and try and bring Diego in. I think what is still kind of working in favor for Brazil with Diego being where he is the fact that Diego can still relay a little bit of information over to the side of the rest of the squad, right? So they know a little bit more of what's cooking just on the opposite edge of that hill. But now the big kicker is going to come through. Where will stage 7 take us? As Diego is going to get wrapped on up, out they go. Blue zone is going to be moving in. But Brazil, they look super comfortable here, right? They know that if the zone shifts to the north, if it is favorable for them, there's no option for Panama. It is going to be a very hairy engagement for either of these squads to secure this play. More so, I would say, for Panama.
It is going to get quite hairy at the end here. The 3v3 scenario. Oh, nice angle, little boy. Popping the wheel of that car. Making it a little bit tougher for them to rotate out. And even the thing is, even if they do have other cars, it's just going to put multiple players in one car, which hit one big spray transfer here could easily get 2 players. So actually, these wheels are quite good. I don't think they looted extra wheels, which, by the way, that's one new addition to the game that we've had in the last few months, which is you can actually loot wheels in very specific buildings. And if your car loses a wheel, you can use that on the car, repair the wheel, and you also have a welding gun you can put in your pistol slot. So you can just repair the car fully. It's like a dealership. It's amazing. The garage is on point.
So you could say, so I think it would be safe to say that, you know, if there's a wheel, there's a way.
You could say that.
Yeah.
Would I say that? Maybe not, but you could.
Yeah.
If you want to. In chat also, if you want. You can say that. I'll allow it. You can say it in Spanish too if you want.
Yeah, that's a little bit outside of my reach.
Yeah, I would not know either, actually. If someone wants to help me in chat and tell us how to say that in Spanish, I would love the help. But unfortunately, my lingo is quite limitado. That's probably so wrong. Probably so off. People are going to hate that. But circle about to pop once more. Should be taking away the compound. I said that last circle didn't happen. Will we get it twice in a row? And delay this game an extra few minutes. And here we go. The circle finally shifting away from the compound. Brazil waiting in the shadows for an opportunity to strike as Panama having to leave this area. Actually, is that double MG3? I believe it is. That's the second one dropping on down. And that is the same MG3 skin I have. I have it fully maxed. Meaning, I'm better.
Well, I think if we look at this, right, the only way that things can go south for Brazil is if they take their eyes off of this position for a moment, right? Because for Panama, it's quite restrictive. They have to push forward. They have no other choice, right? Nowhere in that compound is safe for them. So it is going to be quite a bit of a challenge. And now it's going to be Winter putting all the chips on the table as they come full sending up to the edge here. Little boy is going to, of course, welcome them in with a very warm grenade. Out it goes. Is it going to find the damage? Actually, not just yet. There could still be a little bit of hope here for Winter to try and claw their way through this. Of course, the vehicle now getting popped out, making sure that there's no additional rotations, at least coming through from the vehicle itself. But Little Boy, very active on the edge. The rest of the team here from Brazil, not moving an inch. Everybody just holding the angles, right? I like this from Law as well, just ensuring that they can find a little bit of damage. But actually, Max, I would say these smokes are working quite favorably for the side of Panama.
Yeah, I was going to say, it's actually blocking out a lot of vision of Brazil. So that's making that ascent to the mountaintop even easier. But here we go, Federal with the off angle. Going to be able to stop the entirety of Panama regrouping in that position. They do have an M79, which is going to make them able to pull off a slight smoke road. But here we go. Little boy sending it forward. Spots him out as he's prone, and he was chucking his own utility. So that's going to be an instant headshot connecting. Nicely done, and instantly wraps up the game in style. Brazil, finally here. A favorite heading into the Iesf Americas qualifiers, securing their first chicken dinner. And it looked so easy in the process.
Yeah, but I mean, I was surprised that Brazil played it this way. They had such a dominating position here. The read that they had on those ridges itself, just absolutely phenomenal for them. But of course, we got to give a big credit going out here to the side of Brazil. First match, we'll just scratch that one. We'll say, you know what? They picked up a point in that, but the second game, they brought it home. They locked in the winner with a chicken dinner. And, well, all the eliminations they could find with it. They finished on 14 elims.
Could we see a game where Brazil eliminates literally every other player?
Wow.
Could that be a possibility? Okay, maybe not. Maybe I'm stretching it there, but that would require a lot of bullets to be shot by the side of Brazil. It's still a great game. Unfortunately, Shaw do lose Diego in the process. I think there was maybe a little bit of an overcommitment on their side when it comes to the position in the ending of this Erangel game. But the execution was on point. The aim was pinpoint accurate from start to finish. And you know what? You said earlier, are we going to have back-to-back wins? The way they played there, I think they warmed up now. I think we could even get a back-to-back-to-back at some point from Brazil. Like, that is how confident I am in this roster. And their opportunity to claim first place and just create a massive lead that's just going to be impossible to surmount as we get deeper in these qualifiers.
Yeah, I mean, it wouldn't be all too surprising if we saw that coming through from Brazil based on how they played this game. But I got to say, though, right, a very exciting match here from them. Diego almost picking up 800 damage just in the single match. And another thing that I noticed, and I'm not quite sure if you noticed it, but Brazil are one elimination point away from taking out half the lobby.
It really puts into perspective when you think about it. It's just like, yeah, actually, when you do it in terms of ratio, they did absolutely destroy everyone. Almost, maybe half of everyone, technically. But what would be the highest ratio of eliminations in this lobby? Like, could we see someone eliminate, I don't know, a 60, a 70% of the lobby? I think there's a chance when you're looking at how Brazil are playing. If they're playing super confident, if they build a big enough lead throughout this Americas qualifiers to the point where they're almost 100% sure to remain in top 2 and make it to the next stage for the finals, I think they might just be like, okay, screw this. We're going to go super aggressive. And they just start literally chasing down anyone they just see or hear in the distance.
Yeah, I mean, that could be a possibility, right? But it's all going to come down to, I think, what the opposing team's mentality will be coming into this next match. Because already Brazil, they showed that they are here, they mean business, they want to finish strong, right? Just after the second match already, walking away with nearly 50 points. So that already speaks volumes as to what we could be having coming through from their end. But we also got to look at one of the newcomers here that we have been looking at as well. Cuba, 6 eliminations, almost pretty much half the damage that Brazil was able to bring on through, but still pretty consistent with those assists and the knockouts coming in across the board.
Yeah. Really good conversion ratio.
Yeah.
Really good conversion ratio coming out between the knocks and the limbs, but 9 knocks coming out from Brazil and 14 limbs, meaning there was a little bit of elimination stealing. You know, I'm not going to call them out, but I'm going to call them out just a little bit. Thieves in this game. You know what? In PUBG Mobile Esports, it's fine to be a thief on terms of eliminations. This is how you should be playing this game. Here you go. The match rankings of this game, how many points were won by these squads, and of course, the 14 points heading the way of Brazil. But looking down the leaderboards, few upsets coming out. Uruguay, again, I want to see a little bit more, and this match, it seems like they were just not able to really play their game. They only got themselves, of course, 1 placement, which is literally the bare minimum. It's what we saw Brazil do last game, and that was a really big L they took in that match. But then Argentina gets himself an extra 2 points, Colombia 2, and then it actually goes up quite quickly with Guatemala going in 5 and then up to 7 and double 9s. Quite a nice plateau in the middle, but then you go from 9 up to 24 points for Brazil. Clearly, there's a bit of skill disparity here that we're witnessing very early on in these qualifiers, DK.
Yeah, and I mean, it is going to be proving to be a lot more challenging for the teams if they let Brazil go ahead with this kind of gameplay, right? So it is going to be important for the rest of the lobby to try and maybe do something, but we'll see whether or not that is going to be a thing. But of course, we got to take a look and see what the overall ranking situation is, right? Where does Brazil find themselves? As we know, the previous match, they had 1 point, so that would have put them quite low, right? All the way in that 8th position. But now they've risen all the way to the top of the board, a glorious 25 points to walk away with here. And, of course, looking onto the opposite side, we can see Chile not far behind them. So it is looking like, the same two teams that dominated in 2024 are looking to do the same thing right here again.
They're ready to repeat it. Back to back. 2 years in a row will be a great achievement, will be a great storyline to see and witness in front of our very eyes. So, jumping up a rank, Panama here. That last game, sure, not able to get himself that chicken dinner, but they get himself enough points to actually jump up the rankings, making it up in 6th place. A very, very nice little bit of a jump in the leaderboards. Very happy about it. Uruguay, again, a team that I feel like has potential, just a little bit too passive sometimes. There's definitely that potential, but we just need to see them being a little bit more opportunistic is going to be the word I'm using for them in these matches. You know what? You got one Erangel done. Still have 2 more to go. So hopefully they can take that lesson from the first Erangel and just work upon it a little bit, improve upon it in their next 2 maps, and do even better on this good old OG map of PUBG Mobile Esports.
Well, there's going to be one way for the teams to try and do exactly that. Of course, regroup, re-strategize, and come back stronger as we head into our second serving of Erangel. But unfortunately, that is going to happen after the break. So don't go anywhere, and we'll be right back. Welcome back to the Iesf America's Qualifiers for 2025, day numero uno. My name is DK. I've got Max Man right there alongside me, acting out all the words I'm saying. That would be quite funny, though. Imagine that. But imagine.
Yeah,
imagine what is going to happen in this next battlefield, right? I mean, we got our second Erangel coming up, right? Argentina already stepping up, showing us that they can walk away with a winner chicken dinner. Brazil coming in hot in the sparse match. And as you've mentioned before, right, this is where we got to keep an eye on what the rest of the lobby is going to do in response to Brazil. Will they maybe look to come back with an answer, or is this going to be a Brazilian domination?
Brazilian domination. Yeah, I think that's what we're going to see. You know what? I think I'm going to go with that answer. No, of course, you could have a little bit of an answer to that if you want, which is you could hot drop them.
Yeah.
Are teams really going to take that risk? Do you want to hot drop a team that you know is renowned around the world of Pubg Mobile Esport with those players? I think that's a little bit, and by a little bit, I mean it's a big risk that you might not want to take. So I would like to advocate against it personally. Is there another way to do kind of a soft hot drop on them and kind of ruin their chances? Yes, which is denying rotational paths. What you can do is you drop around them, or maybe you drop not too far from them. You rotate in once you're looted up. You maybe try and damage cars. You steal cars away. You just camp it out if the circle's pretty decent, and you make sure you deny their exit out of their droop loot drop. So I mixed up loot and droop. Interesting new word. And they're just trying to actually get some early eliminations there. You don't even have to eliminate the full squad, DK. All you can is just find one elimination, and that's going to go quite far. It's really going to hinder their chances of getting that chicken dinner, and it's going to slow them in their tracks on this IESF Americas tournament. So there's a lot of ways to do it, but do we really expect teams to take that risk? Genuinely, I don't think that's going to be the case, but it's a fun thought to entertain, as in terms of what teams would, how far they'd be willing to go just to get rid of this pesky Brazil that we know is going to be such a menace until the end.
I think it's a great idea to kind of think about, right? Would it be amazing if we saw that? Sure. Are we expecting that to happen? Probably not, right? So yeah, if there is going to be some kind of response, I would probably go with the one that you recommended, right? Where you try and kind of impact their rotations, try and kind of prevent them from getting where they want to go. But that is gonna require quite a bit of determination, I would say, in those strategies, because if you're not careful and you stand in front of the vehicle, right, there's unfortunately this mechanic in the game, as we all know, when the vehicle goes over where the player is standing, they get knocked down and they don't quite stop the vehicle. It just kind of keeps on going. So yeah, it could either be them serving themselves up on a platter as eliminations, or it could be a good response. But it's all going to come down to how the teams are going to look to play out this next game. But you know what I think is actually the reason why Brazil is doing so well here today is because they've been receiving quite a bit of support in the chat, right? Been seeing a lot of Brazilian flags in the chat, right? So let's test out the theory, right? If you want your country to perform well, spam it in the chat. Let us know who you are here to support. Who do you want to see pick up that winner chicken dinner come the end of match number 3? We have almost hit the halfway mark here for our very first day in the Americas qualifiers, and it's all going to boil down to what these teams will bring through. The second Erangel is about to pop on in. Max, this is where I have to ask you a serious question, right?
Ooh.
Are you ready for it?
Hell yeah.
Where do we think the zone and flight path is going to go? Will it be the same as we've seen in the first game, or will it maybe surprise us with a little bit of a different situation?
We're going to have Lumberyard Mountain finish north of Milta, southeast of Shelter. It's going to be around there somewhere. That's my prediction. I love those circles around there. I think it's really a really good circle to just kind of see how teams work around early rotations, because you want to try and snatch POIs away from teams early on in circles like that. Of course, because you have less teams, it should be a little bit easier for them to hold on to those compounds and get it first. But I would go for Lumberyard. How about you, DK? What position do you think we're going to be ending here on this second Erangel?
I'd love to see a position maybe go up to Heaven, right? I think Heaven could be an interesting play, right? Like Heaven, maybe a little bit over towards Mansion position, because I think the teams could actually do quite a bit in that area, right? It is quite open. It is going to be a pretty tough play to bring through, but I want to see what they can do there.
I mean, Mansion area is always fun to see. It's very much about how you use your cars. I think if you're good at, like, you know, driving and as usual, but also being willing to take risks, to wrestle positions away from teams, mainly Heaven, which is a position you talked about, which in that kind of area near Mansion is just an amazingly powerful position to play around. It could be quite insightful to see how teams work around it. So I fully agree. I think that if we get that, that would be a very entertaining game. I think that could be very interesting to see how teams work around it as much as possible. But this is the cool thing about Battle Royales. I'm just going to flex why I like Battle Royales is because you have this big map and circles make every game different, right? So I think that's the joy of BRs in general, especially for Pubg Mobile as an esports scene itself. But yeah, could be over there. So it seemed like we're kind of aiming for an eastern finish here, DK. We're kind of aligned on that. Like the chakras are aiming over east, which is going to be very exciting. But you know what? Also in the chat, feel free to tell us if you would like to make a prediction as to where the circle might go. Could go over to military too. Actually, I do want to ask you before we do get into this game here. What's the weirdest circle that could be happening on Erangel? Like, what's the worst case scenario that could happen for these teams realistically?
Worst case scenario, yes, that's also a thing. I would say, and this is the craziest zone that I've seen, right, is where it goes in between Mili and Primorsk into the water.
Like in...
Yeah.
You got that?
Yeah.
A water finish?
The zone... Yeah, so like the tip of Ferry Pier was like on the very northern side of zone. It was like just there. Like where the actual pier, where the pier ends, that was...
Oh, so it was like center was on the pier.
No. That was to the north of the zone. So center was in the ocean, in between Primorsk and the military island itself.
Was this like at the start of PUBG Mobile? Because with the new circle rules, I don't believe that should be able to happen. You got a glitch on the Matrix there, DK. You broke it. What was that?
Well, that's the one. The other craziest one I saw was the Western Bridge, right? Just to the north of it. As you've got that little edge that's kind of poking out there,
yes,
where the lighthouse stands, that was the final bit of where the zone had closed.
Oh, that would be a hype one. I would love to have that in a competitive lobby. That would be very, very entertaining to play around a lighthouse possible finish. Big fan of that. Big fan of that. Here we go. Eastern plane path. Hey, we say we might have an eastern circle here, DK, towards or Heaven or the side of Lumberyard Mountain. North of Milta. And so far, this plane would line up perfectly into that prediction. Stolber, we're going to have a drop already coming out over there. I don't think it's going to result in a hot drop. Cuba, I think, is going to continue there. Drop path over to possibly Kameshki, making the stretch over to that road area. And yet, it seems like that will be exactly the case. Other than that, Chile also going for a little bit of a split drop. They got 2 players next to shelter, 2 players near Milta/farm. You could almost call it a 2-on-1 split currently. And looking to just claim a lot of land. And this circle, pretty much the opposite of what we wanted, DK. Zarkin play, George Pole centered around there. The river's pretty much a 50-50 land split. So this central position is going to be very important if you want to facilitate, again, later rotations to cross that river pretty much the moment the circle pops.
But I like this for the zone, though, because, I mean, that river is going to be cutting it right down the middle, right? You can go north, you can go south. You can maybe rotate up into Everest at some later stage, or maybe even go to the fields just on that western side of shooting range. So there's a lot of opportunities for the teams here to get themselves in a very interesting setup. But I like the fact that Panama, they're not waiting around for anything, right? They're just like, you know what? We're going to use this opportunity to get ourselves over in towards the zone, maybe even opt for the center, and everybody else pretty focused in on what they want to do right here. Brazil, this is going to be the big one to see whether or not they are going to be able to come in with a back-to-back show of confidence, or will we have some opposition? Is somebody going to look to contest against the side of the Brazilian dominance?
No. It's not going to happen. I think it's going to be pretty chill. No, I think Brazil are going to be pretty chillax mode going into this one. Some teams already moved in. Panama already claiming center control near Everest and crate area of George Bowl in center of a phase 1 circle. So they're already on that quick pivot, it seems. Claiming that position as their own. And actually, we did talk earlier. Well, not much is happening. We don't have that typical hot drop in Pachinki this time, DK, so we can go a little bit on a tangent here, a little bit off topic, and just entertain thoughts of, like, you know, on items, metas, etc. I think we were going to talk about the mortar, and I think this might be the prime time for us to do it. And I'm going to say it right away, DK, before we even go deep in the conversation. I love the mortar, but god damn it, it's broken right now.
Okay, so I would say important question is, you have a mortar in your bag, right? You've picked it up just now. When would you decide to use it? What would be your scenario?
The moment I know a team is 450 meters away from me or less would be when I would start to use it. The mortar really is such a strong thing. You can use pretty much any time as like a pressure tool, as a tool to actually do damage and get eliminations. So yeah, if I know someone is there and I don't have a direct line of sight and I don't have a good long range weapon, that would be the moment I'm like, okay, mortar, it's time to use it. What about you?
Yeah, I mean, I would probably think like somewhere around about stage 6 or so, especially when it comes to a position which you have and there's a ridge in between you and the opposing side. I mean, you don't have to rush that ridge anymore then, right? You can just send a few emails over the hill. You're like, hey, how you doing? Bam! How do you like them apples, right? So there's so much, I think, that you can do with how the mortar could impact the game once we get to that. Oh, I was about to go like, goodness gracious, what's that? It's Don Tempo coming in with ghost mode on the bicycle. I think actually the bicycle would be a beautiful weapon to use for a sneak attack, right? Because they don't hear you coming. It's just like, surprise, I'm here. Now give me everything. But yeah, mortar, I want to see that, you know, come into all the other maps as well.
I would like it. I literally cannot wait for it to come into esports. If it does, I think it might. I've had some talks with people and they said, like, maybe eye emoji, you know, typical, like, it might happen. Just wait. Okay, chill, Max, man. They will get it. Why are you rushing us? Let us do our job. We know what we're doing. You don't. I'm like, oh, fair enough. You got me there. But no, the mortar, the reason why I said it's broken, DK, and feel free to jump in if you agree or not on this. The reason why I think it's broken is because you have this aim feature, the precision aim feature, which is it shows you a little mini map on the bottom side of your screen, and it shows you exactly, insanely accurately, where your bomb, your ammunition will land. Ammunition will land. And I think that aiming feature is just what makes it incredibly powerful, nay, too powerful. But what are your thoughts on that?
I mean, it does seem quite interesting. I've not used the mortar myself because I usually just give it to you, right? So like, Max,
I do make you give it to me. To be honest, I'm like, you have a mortar, give it now. Or the MG3, I'm also like, give it now.
But
so that's
I mean,
my fault. I'm sorry.
It is interesting from what I've seen it being used for, right? So that's why I think, like, especially when it comes to those ridgeline plays, it can be absolutely instrumental in how ridge plays are then being kind of played out, right? Because you no longer have to rush the ridge. You can just send a few mortars out and see if you can find ooh, all right, hi. Ooh. Go out for a little bit of a play up in the roundabout. It's unfortunate that that Power will have to get out of Lipovka now because the Zoran is going to force their hand. It's still just only phase number 1, but it's nice to see a few of those beach chairs also out there. You know, that's what you need. You need to go grab one of those if you've got a good position, like we can see, for instance, for the players there from Guatemala up on towards that far north, right? Go back to Lipovka, go get one of those chairs, take it with you up to the north, and then just go chill, enjoy the sun.
Yeah, I love how we're talking about mortars, DK, and we're like, no, get a beach chair. Way better. Better for your health, I believe. Yeah. Definitely get that one. Yeah. Which, you know what? Technically true. Mortars are meant to cause harm to you. Your health will not increase thanks to it, unlike a good old beach chair, nice comfy one. So definitely want to invest in that if you can. But I like it. Lipovka is quite interesting because they updated it over to the coast, adding, of course, the beach chairs, the Ferris wheel, etc. And usually we get updates coming in on the map from Pubg PC, right? And they bring them over to Pubg Mobile, and they copy one-to-one pretty much those changes. This is the first actual long-term change to Lipovka, to the map of Erangel, that is fully produced by PUBG Mobile, that is not on the PC version of the game. So actually, I wonder if we're going to get more of that. Like, at that point, you had a Ferris wheel in Lipovka. What's the limit? What's the next edition? Actually, that could be a fun topic as we wait for phase 2 to pop for these teams. And it does go center up north in favor of Brazil. So they're going to be looking pretty chill. They can now get their beach chair out and just start relaxing in that cube compound.
Yeah, but I mean, at the same time, you have to relax with your weapon in your hand, right? You can't stow it just yet. You're gonna have to keep it ready just in case Colombia comes rushing up, or we can see Uruguay rushing forward. Right, there's so many potential angles that they will have to try and cover here. So, armored beach chair would be amazing. Oh, big X, no.
Like armored beach chair, like
yeah.
But
yeah, it's like a shield.
Who would shoot from like under the chair?
No, it's like a shield, right? So your bum's always protected, right? But then the backrest, you can turn around on the backrest, and then you can put your barrel through the thingy in the backrest, and then it's like, I've got a shield, you're not gonna get me, and enjoy the sun at the same time. Amazing. I'm sold.
Your mind works in interesting ways. Yeah. I'll try and be as polite as I can about that one. But you know what? Maybe there's someone in the chat willing to invest right now in this bright idea of Mr. DK. If you do, reach out to him on Instagram. I'm sure he'd be very happy to hear about your investing opportunities. Here we go. Brazil able to get into the red. Everyone back up as a full squad. Now, Federal a little bit low. Got to be careful. And actually, as I say, that does get knocked by Molina. That's a huge headshot. Connected by the AR. And here we go. That's going to be a full send hit. Going to try and get the hell out of dodge. Get into the car. And Federal shall get flushed out of this game. Chile, off to a very aggressive start here. Not scared to fight any team, especially Brazil, which normally would be the one team you want to avoid. So, glad to see a team looking to be confident in a fight versus Brazil.
But I like this approach from Chile, right? Because they've decided coming into this match that they will have zero chill. They know that they are only 2 points away from catching up to the points of Brazil itself. And so they bring everything that they can find, right? The beach chairs, the launch chair, whatever, even maybe the kitchen sink, and they're going to bring everything to the front line here. Let's see whether or not Potro and Eureka and the rest of the team are going to find exactly that spot. It is a little bit of a cat and mouse game here. Brazil, I like this from them. They don't seem to be too phased, right? Yes, there were some shots flying in the direction of Brazil. And they're like, you know what, it's okay. We'll get them on the next rotation. And so far, I think it's looking quite respectable here.
It is. It's quite a respectable attempt here. It's not too in your face. It's pretty chill, playing good positions, zoning teams away. I dig it. I'm fine with it. But yeah, Chile just surrounding Brazil here over to the eastern side of the river. Not sure that's going to be working out. Circle shift actually towards the eastern side of George Pole. George Pole residential and just the northern city. So that's going to be great for some squads, of course, in the city. How they'll be playing this one out, we'll have to see later on down the line of this match. Yeah, Chile just, it seems like on a mission here to look for Brazil. They get themselves, of course, that initial elimination onto Federal. They get low knocked in a pretty much unresable situation. They even find Lil Boy. And Brazil, this is not even looking like a fight. This is looking like pure humiliation at this point, DK. They're just finding the players one by one, and they can't even fight back in retaliation. This is Brazil getting absolutely outplayed by the entirety of Chile.
Yeah, but I mean, if you recall, 2024, Chile had more points on board than what Brazil was able to find in those same 12 matches. So it kind of makes sense to see Chile come in here, and they are just bringing in all the heat, trying to see if they can wrap it up. Fortunately for Brazil, though, they still have one player remaining. That is going to be Diego, that is now opting for a little bit more of a northern position. But I'm afraid for Diego here, because we've got Uruguay there. We have the players from Argentina. We've got Cuba up towards the north. If you look down into towards center zone, it is Colombia. And then, of course, the players here from everywhere, just trying to cram all into this building, right? Guatemala, they are going to be trying to lock it down. But Colombia, they are just restless. They're like, you know what? We know that there's somebody here. We have to find them. And we got to try and send them out.
Guatemala still got 3 players up and running about. Not the most obvious city to walk around. You got so many buildings that are not just simple buildings. A lot of them has got multiple floors. So you need to be extremely cautious because one misstep and you could be knocked. George Paul, very unfriendly to have multiple teams in close quarters of one another. Guatemala, there you go, still moving about. To the western side though, you're going to have Panama in that position. Cuba also playing the northern side of the road in these 3-story buildings. Which is fine, you can coexist in this position. I am not too against it. It's more of the issue arises when you have to start leaving. And then that's when you get caught with your pants down. That's when you get caught completely off guard, and these off angles are really going to be a thorn in your side. So, I'm surprised actually, DK. I don't know what you think about this, but we already have pretty much 3/4 teams inside the city, despite it being quite unlikely to be a full city finish. So this seems like a very early commit that, for me, has no reason for happening until like at least 2 more circles that shift in this direction. This is a very, very early prediction, I would say, which it has a very slim chance of being worthwhile.
I have to agree with you. It is interesting to see that the teams are so convinced that it is going to be a city play, but unfortunately the zone has other things in mind as it moves a little bit more towards that eastern side. But I think especially now for a squad like Chile, this could be a beautiful setup because they already have that ridgeline, right? Uruguay is moving up towards them, but it's now Chile coming through with the flying hits here. Ooh,
wait, what?
No.
Excuse me? What is this, John Wick movie? What is that? The man took shots mid-air, got back into his car to dodge the full damage. What is going on? Okay,
Physics.
I have genuinely never seen that in an esports lobby. That is a first. That is crazy what we just saw, DK. What? Clip it now.
Ooh. Yep, and then Argentina comes in to spoil the fun as Chile finds themselves in quite a bit of a predicament. Look at that, 3 players down. Uruguay coming in to play cleanup, and Argentina looking to aggress on the edge. I mean, could we have predicted this to be the outcome of this match? Do we think we see across flying players hopping back into them? Definitely not. Brazil, unfortunately, not going to be able to unlock that back-to-back winner with a chicken dinner just yet. They will have to keep on trying. But I like this bounce back coming through from the side of Argentina. Right, game 1, they got that winner with a chicken dinner. Are they going to be able to lock in that consistency? Uruguay, and then, of course, the players coming through there from the side of Chile is not going to look to make this one all that doable for the side of Argentina.
I literally opened the YouTube stream on my PC because I want to rewatch that. I want to rewatch that clip. There's a little bit of a delay between us on the stream, but I'll be a caster here and also a spectator. See how things are going to be going down. But yeah, you talked about this ridge a little bit earlier for one of these squads, and actually it is going to be quite powerful for Chile how they can use it. But they are a little bit spread apart here, and it could get punished quite quickly. Argentina in particular. Team that has ups and downs in their first 2 games, you know. Could be trying to make it work out. And actually, we do have a replay. This is amazing. Wow. Swapping seats, jumping actually out of it, maintains the momentum, realizes I can't hit the shot, back into the car, and drives away into the distance.
Daredevils.
Incredible.
It's like, what's the craziest thing that you can do in PUBG? It's like, hold my chair. Look at this move. And off they go. It's
Hold
like
my fortified beach chair right now.
Yeah, you got it because it's heavy, right? But the wind could probably blow it over. I mean, yeah, it's insane what these players come up with and the tactics that they look to deploy here. Unfortunately, though, for Panama, things are not looking all too great, right? As they have been caught over on the waterway. Chile also going to be feeling quite a bit of the heat here. Elite will be experiencing this pressure firsthand. Cardi Z is going to be pushing up as well. And this could now spell quite a bit of trouble for the side of Chile. Argentina, big chilling on the back end. Looking to contribute a little bit of carnage. I like this though. I mean, these teams really looking to play every inch of the zone. And as Chile is trying to get out of the hot seat, there's even more teams just to the south.
Yeah, there's going to be a bit of a back and forth here. It seems good smokes. Able to block out some vision, actually, for Argentina. It's going to keep them relatively safe in this spot. But the circle does shift away from them, so they don't have a lot of time. They have about 40 seconds before the blue starts pushing in. We start heading towards circle number 6 of this third match of the day here for the Iesf Americas Qualifiers Day 1. But they're delaying it. They're taking their time, which I don't like, DK. One main issue I have in these type of games is when you know the circle's moving away. As a fact, you have that information, and you keep delaying it, because when you do that, then you're letting the circle dictate what you're going to be doing, and that's when you start making big mistakes. So I want to see some like proactive movement around these positions if possible. But it seems like one big nade does connect. It's going to be Octi put down. The rest should be coming on through without too big an issue. But if that spot was nadeable in the past, guess what? It is still nadeable currently. The nade rolling on down a little bit short. But one good nade, that one in particular, is looking good right in between the player and does damage to literally everyone on the squad of Argentina. And now they're pushing forward on low HP, meaning that is going to be the easiest pickup in the world. And Uruguay here just farming these points.
I mean, that is a big brain strat if I've ever seen one. Just phenomenal utility usage coming through from the side of Uruguay, making it so tough for Argentina. And I mean, things were looking pretty on the up and up here for the Argentinian side. But now it's going to be Power that has to run away. The tail stuck in tight, and off they go. Saz comes in with quite a bit of a hit. Uruguay now leading the charge. 4 eliminations to their name. There's only one squad that has more than them, and that's Colombia. But this is where now I think Colombia has a phenomenal position, because Cuba are yet to move in, Uruguay are yet to move in, and Colombia, they have center zone. They've got quite a bit of a controlling position here. Of course, it is still going to be a little bit of a challenge, especially looking over to those teams towards that more western position, right? But around the east, I think Colombia, they have this one pretty much under lockdown.
Should be. It looks quite good for them. The control on this circle that they have is paramount. It is incredibly tough to go up against this team with the kind of setup they currently hold on to. Here we go. Rotation that's going to be occurring. Cuba going to be losing one of their 3 players again here. Now down to a solo. The chicken dinner not looking very likely to head their direction, as we do have Uruguay eliminated in this game, completely out of this third match. That's going to be their Erangel adventure done and dusted this time around. Ooh, be careful here. Cuba able to get himself the res maybe, but they're going to be spotted out, and there you go. Also, end of the line met in that shed, as now it seems like Colombia here, DK, are just looking to farm up more eliminations, looking for the stragglers, and looking to wrap up this game ASAP.
Yeah, I mean, this is Colombia's game to win, right? This could be their winner chicken dinner coming right on through. Winter, the only one left for the side of Panama, is going to try and become invisible pretty much. But unfortunately for Panama, they've got no points other than placement to their name for the time being. Guatemala also going to be looking to maybe bring a little bit of something here. They have to try and dial up that heat, because this could be that opportunity now for Colombia to walk away with 13 eliminations.
You literally couldn't ask for a better circle here. It's just moving their direction. Everyone's in circle. The 2 other teams are going to be fighting each other, possibly. Victex is a bit of an aggressive position on that Harry Potter tower to the west. So I would say you don't have to overpeak it. Just wait if you can for them to be over the road, and that's when you can pick it up on Guatemala. But the smokes, you can hear them. They're coming out. They're blazing it on the roadside, trying to make that cross a little bit smoother to make it into winter. But even then, these smokes, that's a very short smoke road we're seeing currently. And Winter ready to spray it down. But actually going to go for a wider rotation on the southern edge, it seems, making it away from the angles of the central teams. But the blue is doing so much damage, and that is going to be a mistake that's going to cost them so much.
Yep.
And everything, actually. Oh, wow.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, your words didn't even register yet, and down they go. But now it's all down to Winter to see whether or not they can survive the onslaught coming through from Colombia. It is going to be a pretty tall order. The HP bar already taking quite a bit of a punishment and an effortless play here from Colombia. They step up to secure themselves, and phenomenal finish. That was what, 12 eliminations that they got in this game. Again, rivaling the performance that we saw come through from Brazil in our first Erangel. But Colombia, they're looking pretty good right here.
Yep, looking amazing this match. Again, the control they had on these final circles was just second to none. Able to just flex on the lobby from start to finish, and especially just at the end wrap it up. They're like, yeah, we're not going to wait like Brazil last game. You know what? No, we're not going to take 50 minutes to end this game. We know we have the man advantage. It's a bloody 1v4, guys. Let's rally up, send in the building, get the point, get the win, and just get ready for our third and final Erangel of the day. But yeah, Colombia using really, I would say, this ridge extremely efficiently. Sure, the circle kept shifting their way towards the end, but that ridge in a circle like this, in a position like this, is such a good position. Literally one of the only few high ground positions. So scouting made easier, sniping, spraying with the M4s made even easier because of that position. And especially if you clear your backside like they did, guess what? You're safe until the very end of the match. Colombia, every aspect of the game was played down to the T, and that is why they take themselves a massive high elimination chicken dinner.
I think the thing for Colombia was that setup, right? As we moved into the later stages of the match, like from stage 4, I would say, roundabout, Colombia already had a good read on it, moving into what then eventually essentially became center zone, right? They cleared it out, ensured that there was nobody there to contest them. I mean, Reyes walking away with the 6 eliminations, a very, very strong finish for them. But Colombia, I mean, they mean business. They came in, they did what they had to do. And looking at this, Victex, the only one that didn't secure a single knockout in this play, right? Just coming in, cleaning it up, and off they go. 589 damage secured, almost as high as what Reyes brought in for this game.
The man, the myth, the thief of this match is Victex. Yeah, he's able to do a really good job there, but gave us 3 eliminations. Again, no knocks, but sometimes do you need the knocks? Not really. Really good work here. Every single player putting in the work, putting in the hours. They were hungry, and they devoured this game. As you go over the overall stats here. And yeah, of course, you might be looking at this being like, well, there's a very small amount of knocks and total elims. Yes, because we have only 8 teams. That's why if you get these big elimination games like we witnessed this game around, or also the game before that with Brazil, it is really going to set a precedent that you are here to play. You are here aiming for these top 2 positions to move into the next stage of these IESF tournament for the 2025 season. And distance traveled, way higher than what we saw on Sanhok earlier here. This time around is going to be 233k meters, if it is meters, that are going to be traveled by these players.
That's a hefty number, right? And I mean, of course, it makes sense. Looking at where the players dropped and where the zone went, there was a lot of rotational work that had to come through. I have to say also a very satisfying performance that we had here from Uruguay, right? They were an absolute menace over on the edge of that zone, right where the flying cars were and the flying players, right? So they held their own. They managed to kind of just deal what the zone was going to throw at them, and of course what the opposition brought through. So walking away with 5 eliminations and just over 1,000 damage, I would say, you know, that was a good day, a good match being played by them. Can they keep that consistency up though? That is going to be the important one.
That's going to be the big important question. Looking at the match rankings, here you go. 22 points secured by Colombia. Then Uruguay is going to get 8. That's a big drop off, actually, DK. He goes from 22 to 8 instantly. Plateaus in the middle. It seems like that is a recurring thing that we have been seeing. That the first place team is just miles ahead when it comes to the total points of their placements and eliminations combined. And then you go instantly down to single digits, down to 8, 6, 5, 5, 5, 5, and 1. A lot of 5s, actually. It's kind of a little bit of a trend between some of these teams. Guatemala, Cuba, Argentina, and Chile having the 5-point party currently. But Brazil, not having a party, being depressed, eating ice cream on the couch at 2 a.m. watching a crappy show on TV. That is what's happening right now. And it's a bit topsy-turvy, right, DK? Because they had a terrible game 1, an amazing chicken dinner on game 2, and here another terrible game. So is this going to be a trend we're going to be seeing until match 12 tomorrow? I don't know, but Brazil, the consistency, not there currently.
I mean, what they've shown us so far is that when we hit the odd number matches, something odd is happening, right? So maybe they'll even out as we get into match number 4. But here we have the overall standings. Colombia now going to be sitting at the tippity top here with 33 points, and of course 6 points ahead of Chile. So Chile, Brazil, Argentina, they are all very, very close to each other. And I mean, Chile, the only team in the top 4 that has not yet gotten their hands on a winner chicken dinner. But also got to say, I'm very impressed with what Cuba's been bringing to the table, right? This is the first time that we see Cuba competing right here in the IESF qualifiers, and they are doing a pretty good job, already securing themselves 18 points.
And we talked about it a little bit during the pre-show, right, DK? That surprise factor when no one knows what he can do and bring to the table could be a very impactful aspect in esports. And here, in particular, for Pubg Mobile Esport at the Iesf Americas Qualifiers, is definitely working out for Cuba, getting himself 18 points. Sure, they're maybe not towards the top, they're not towards the bottom, they're in the middle. They're comfortable right now. And you know what that means? One big banger performance can just catapult this team up into the stratosphere of the rankings, and I feel like that is a possibility for them to achieve because they've had some good moments here and there. They showed potential. Now, when they have the opportunity to strike gold and go for the win, I think that could be the moment where they start distancing themselves from a lot of the teams in these leaderboards.
Yeah, but yeah, if you gotta try to play it for a lot of that distancing, right? So that is the thing sometimes. But yeah, I'm excited to see what the teams are going to be bringing through. And you, of course, spoke about the stratosphere, right? There's one thing that we have in PUBG that kind of gets close to that, and that's the aeroplane. And the only way that we are going to get onto that aeroplane is by heading into a quick break. So we'll be returning with our final Erangel for day number 1 right after the break. Stay tuned. Welcome back, everyone. We have seen flying cars and teams doing amazing things and players getting back into cars all at the same time. So I'm excited to see what the teams are going to look to bring as we head into our final Erangel right here for day number 1. Max, though, I think the exciting part is once we kind of wrap up Erangel for the day, right? It means that next up we are going to be heading into the lovely dusty dunes of Miramar to see what excitement these teams can bring on through. Now, based on what we've seen so far in Erangel, right, do you think that is going to translate into more sweaty action as we will eventually venture into the desert? Or is that still going to be a bit of a surprise?
The desert is gonna be interesting to see, because I feel like some of these teams have been very how can I put this? Very straightforward in their approach to the game. Like, you know, we go, I'm in this position. Oh, so there's a really good hilltop here. I'm just going to go, okay, straight rotation into that spot. I'm going to claim it. If I have to fight, I'll fight for it. Like, it's very straightforward. I feel like Miramar, naturally, the predisposition of this map is that it has a lot of more terrain variety, right? Like, you might have still valleys, high grounds, low grounds, etc. But you have a lot more dips. A lot more variety in the terrain. So, like, instead of just being flat, you're going to have, like, a lot of dips that are just playable, maybe some little ridges or dirt piles you can use and abuse in your favor. I feel like I want to see teams being a little bit more, how to say, a little bit more, I'm looking for a word, I can't find it. Thinking of a little bit more of a deeper strategy in how they want to approach this game, because you have, instead of just going from point A to point B, you have actually positions where you can actually stop, like quick little pit stop, get information, maybe heal up, like just repair your car if you have a repair kit for the car also, and just keep moving forward. I just want to see more depth to a simple rotation that we haven't been able to see really on Erangel, because it's Erangel that the map is relatively flat when you compare it to Miramar. And I think that that's one thing that I'm looking for, because when you look at, I just had PMSL CSA happening earlier today, and teams before pushing the compound will do so many things on that transition. Stopping into a dip, scouting, looking around them, checking their backside, is it free, yes, no, then committing to the breach once they have all that information. So if you want to be a top tier team in that map, that is something that's going to be something you definitely want to pay attention to and work on, because it really makes the difference between, you know, a good team and an exceptionally good team on Miramar.
Yeah, well, we'll get to that soon enough, but first things first, right? We're going to have to see what that final Erangel is going to bring on through, and how the teams will then eventually be able to translate all of that hot and sweaty action into the lovely map of Miramar itself. But so we've seen a few different flight paths. We've seen a few different teams dominate. We've seen Brazil. We've seen Colombia just in that last game showing us what they can bring in. Chile went flying, but who's going to be the one to lock in the winner chicken dinner for the final opportunity on Erangel today? It could be any of the teams that have been dominating quite a bit. And what I'm actually surprised and very satisfied to see is that there's not one particular team that's actually super dominant when it comes to these games, right? It's still rather balanced. But I think for Brazil, seeing that we are moving into an even number match, this of course could be that opportunity for them to, again, bring in a little bit of that extra spice, right? Come in and show us that they can once more secure that winner chicken dinner. But yeah, we are just waiting to see exactly where we are going to go, what that flight path is going to bring. Will we maybe have the East come into play? And you know what I noticed as well, Max, is we were talking about Heaven. And so why I wanted to see Heaven is because the vehicles can go flying over the buildings, right? And that's always so fun.
You got that last game.
Yeah, right. And that's what I was about to say. It's like, we got it in this game, even though we didn't even go to Heaven, right? We went to the edge there of George and we saw some flying cars.
Actually, if you want flying cars, a fun spot for that actually would not even be Heaven. It would be Observatory on the eastern side next to Novo Repnoye on Military Island. And actually, you send a car like up there, you park it up, and when you have to leave, you actually just send the car forward, which is always just a great strat, and actually take no full damage. So actually, it's a really good option to go for. I've seen it happen multiple times in esports. Though one thing that's quite fun to see is that normally you have a glider spawn up there, and it's just rotating on the glider from that high ground peak on Erangel, and you just send it on into the distance, into wherever you really want to head after from that spot. But that's quite interesting. Actually, maybe we could do some cool stuff with the gliders in a lobby like this, because usually gliders are quite bad, DK, when you look in your typical 16 team lobbies with 64 players just populating the entirety of Erangel. Here, having so little teams alive on this map, you could play glider, and there's a very lower chance, theoretically speaking, right, that they're going to spot you and spray you down. You know what? If I was in this tournament, I was representing France already. Why would France be in Americas? It makes no sense. But let's just go like, you know, what if it did happen? I would play glider just for the memes, because literally this would be the perfect scenario for you to play and for it to actually be good.
Well, you heard it from Max Plan first, right? Let's see if those gliders are going to come into play here at all. Yes. I mean, imagine a glider with a shoddy, right? Got the S12K coming over top, going like, ha, 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 ha. No!
Like, Why would you say shotgun on the glide? You would have said something like, you know, an AR, a long-range weapon, like, I don't know, a Car 98 or Mini 14 if you want to go for DMR. Like,
Machete.
fine, that's cool. Shotgun from a plane, DK? Are you okay? Have you been checked up to the hospital recently? Because I feel he's talking nonsense.
I mean, so, like, because I think with the DBS, you can actually hit shots at a little bit of a range. Well, it's maybe not the DBS. I think it's with the NS3000, but I don't know if that's available on these maps here. But yeah,
you'd have to fly super low for that, though. I mean, if you want to do something like in an action movie, go for it. But like, okay,
play the upset, play the unexpected play, right? I mean, who would have thought that a car would fly just on the eastern side of Georgia Port? I didn't, but they did.
You got me there. I don't ever come back to that, DK. Nothing. You caught me in 4K, I guess. So fair point. But,
I'll tick that one off. Like, it's on my bucket list. I did it.
Of getting me in 4K?
No, I don't know. It's on my wish list. I don't know. Whatever. It's on something. Speaking of which, though, we are getting ready to hop into our first game, and we can continue to figure out how the players actually load themselves into this plane, right? As we approach much closer to the stratosphere, as they can reach, because I don't think their parachutes really hold all the way down. But yeah, I think the big question is here, of course, what that flight path is going to do for them, right? Both times, I think it's been quite to the edges of the zone itself, right? We've not really seen a super kind flight path, allowing the teams a great opportunity to get themselves situated. I mean, just even in the last one, the flight path was down towards the more southern side or the eastern side, and then the zone went into the complete opposite direction. So who knows? Maybe the zone could be nice. Maybe it won't. We'll find out soon enough.
Yeah. I wonder if we're going to get our previous circle demand of... for you, it was near Mansion. It was going to go to heaven. I was asking for Lumberyard Mountain next to Milta.
Yeah.
We'll see if those dreams can come to reality here this time around. But otherwise, I would like a military island finish. I think it'd be cool. It's always a very good test of teams. How do you manage Erangel bridge crossings in particular? Like those two bridges, west and east, are always quite tough to go around if a team is like very adamant on gatekeeping them. So that could be fun. There's so many things I would actually love one day, DK. This is my little little interest to do sometimes in PUBG Mobile Esport, is that we have a tournament, but actually behind the scenes I decide the circles we get, and I would be the most evil circle god you've ever seen. I would give the worst circles to the favorite teams. I would make them work hard for it. I would give you little rock circle finishes in the middle of the water that would never happen in a million years, and I would do it multiple times in a row. That would be genuinely fun if we could take control for a little bit and just make these games end in the most unorthodox of ways.
Yeah, I mean, that would be PUBG brought to you by the casters, right? We are in control. Yeah.
What was that evil? That was that evil laugh.
Yes.
That did not sound threatening. That did not sound scary at all. You'll have to do a V2 of that, because that was bad.
I mean, I can't make it too threatening, too it can't be too scary, because then, you know, no one would like it. But of course, they don't have to fret about that too much, as we are going to be hopping on the plane, and we are going to be taking that approach, coming in from that southeastern side. As we have, I don't know, wait, hang on, that's not southeast, that's Zaki down below. Yeah,
yes,
we got Zaki, we got Everest over there. Yeah, this is where we ended previously. Let's see, are we going to maybe considerably head more towards the opposite side of that? We shan't call the direction which we maybe wanted to go, but just the opposite side of where the flight path is right now.
We'll see where the circle's going to pop here. Very western. Some teams, we did have a few teams dropping around Yasnaya, Stolber, so unless they have a secondary drop location, which of course I would always recommend, some might just have to pick up a car, open the parachute a little bit earlier, stretch their drop. But outside of that, we'll be fine. Now we actually... Oh, am I seeing this correctly? We have a Zaki team? What is going on? Is Imperium playing on this team and I didn't realize yet? What's going on? He's the Zaki enjoyer. #1 in the world. And we have a team dropping there. He would be proud. He would be so happy right now. He'd be so happy, in fact, he'd go back to run another marathon today.
You know, that might be a thing. but we'll see soon enough where that zone is going to be popping as well. So for Guatemala, a nice little bit of a position, as you've pointed out, all the way towards Zaki. Ooh. All right. Well, you said you wouldn't mind a midi play. That looks pretty midi to me. Let's see what actually, Chile. Yeah.
DK, quick question. I don't know if this is just me. I've been seeing this exact circle way more often in like the last few weeks. Am I the only one? Have you seen this circle a lot recently in your tournaments you've been covering? Because I feel like I'm going crazy and people are like, I've never seen this. But I'm like, this keeps happening.
Yeah, no. I've had a day where all the zones were on the south.
Thank you. So I'm not like, Jesus. I was like, I'm going crazy over here. I swear I keep seeing the same circle all the time on the western side of Military Island. But okay, thank you. I'm still crazy. I'm still a little bit of a weirdo, but not that bad. I'm not imagining things happening. So thank you, DK. That makes me feel instantly way better. You saved my day. My weekend is going to be amazing.
You're welcome, Max. But I think for Argentina, though, they're going to be feeling just as happy, right? Because they have that whole entire military island to themselves, right? They can go wherever they want. The rest of the lobby, they're all chilling outside the zone. Everybody's trying to get themselves looted up. Chile here. They are also going to be opting for a potential southern rotation, or maybe looking to go into the edge of farm. All will be revealed soon. Oh, look at this. Colombia. They're moving right up into Guatemala. They're not holding back. They're just like, you know what? We saw a team drop all the way in Zaki. Let's go investigate and see who was bold enough to try and play this move.
Yeah, I mean, very aggressive. Very early on. I had to roll the R because Americas, you know, that's what they do over there. I like to roll the R's. I wish I could roll the R's as good as they do, but I'm not that cool, unfortunately. I just mispronounce words when I'm tired, and I combine two words into one. That's what I do. That's my specialty. Quite of a weird Frenchman myself. But there you go. Guatemala, as you already mentioned, did lose one, and will be avoiding to lose another, hopefully, as they do transition away from Zaki. Colombia, though, still might be on the chase. They hear the cars, and as they move deeper inside of George Pole Residential up north, we'll be trying to make an escape through the bridge, I believe. So it seems like here they're just playing the survival game and avoiding the side of Colombia at all costs. And so far, it's been successful.
Yeah, I mean, we can't really fault them on that strategy because once Colombia catches wind, they full send it as well. So I think that is a very well thought out strategy from them. Panama also looking quite committed to getting themselves set up closer to that bridge. So we could maybe be in for quite a bit of a bridge play, right? Quite a bit of that camping action coming through here as the teams look to control it. And especially now with Chile and Brazil moving over onto the Novo Repnoya side. I mean, both squads will have to find a way to rotate back. The nades, though, coming out. Big splash over on towards Law and Elite. Ooh, now caught in the pressure cooker.
Oh, I like this skin too. There's going to be used in kind, almost Elite. One bullet's all you really need. He's going to be forcing the push. Gets prone, but the prone play does not function. Federal instantly punishes the play. And now it's going to be Brazil creating a man advantage for themselves. Looking for the stragglers here and there. Hopefully able to confirm a few more. Of course, Federal playing with the ASM Abacan. One of the brand new weapons here added recently in Pubg Mobile Esport. And very clearly, DK, I've seen it during PMSL all the time. The ASM Abacan is just such a meta weapon. The rate of fire, mid-range also, is so impactful. And it seems like the M4 might have a bit of competition. As here, Eureka is being very silent on his movements.
I just don't know if I'm pretty much sold on that weapon for close quarters. Because I can see the appeal on mid-range and maybe a little bit closer than mid, right? Like short
Close
mid or something. But when it gets like close and personal, yeah, I've just not had a lot of luck with it. It's but like it feels like the spray up close is a little bit challenging in comparison to an M4, for instance.
I can I can get behind that. I get your point. I still think the rate of fire that is a little bit higher than an M4, if I'm not mistaken. I'll have to check the exact stats, but it feels like it does shoot a little bit faster. It's quite nice. And I think the damage rates are quite good per bullet, especially in body shots. So I like it. And it's very meta. The one thing I do like about this weapon too is the burst. You can have a 2-bullet burst and long range. If you're accurate, the recoil is almost completely non-existent on the second bullets, meaning that if you aim it properly, that could be a double headshot pretty much instantaneously. So it is quite strong, but hard to use, but rewarding. So if you're able to do the 2-bullet one tap, that'll be great. I've seen it a few times here and there, and getting a headshot, DK, it's super satisfying. The sounds like a dunk dunk. Doing that twice in a row with the bullets of a ASM Abacan is generally the most ASMR satisfying thing, I think, in the game, outside of an Orm headshot. Now that, it's hard to beat.
I mean, so it's almost like you create your own echo, right? The double headshot, dunk dunk, right? Like the play is just there. But so that essentially then turns it into the AWM version of ARs, because you can really wrap up somebody quick, fast. So I'm curious to see just who's going to look to try and utilize that to its full extent. Guatemala, though, in the meantime, they're going to be big chilling. Of course, where are they going? Oh, over in towards Quarry. There's nobody around them. The rest of the teams are either on the bridge or still trying to get their butts back into the zone. So Uruguay could maybe look to rotate up in the direction here of Guatemala, or could this be the opportunity for Guatemala that they've been looking for? I mean, in the previous zone, I think, previous match rather, we did see Guatemala trying to rotate up just on that last moment. So far, things looking quite different for them, as they are this time around much, much deeper into the zone itself. Not going to be holding on that edge. But who is going to be holding it on some kind of edge here, though, is Panama.
That is going to be the case, yeah. Panama, actually, I did see just circle pop here. We didn't show on the map feed, but I'm telling you, trust me, it moved away from Military Island, and it's going back to the mainland up north. It's currently centered up around in the center, I believe. Actually, I can't even read the name of who that is. It's going to be centering on them around the... Actually, it's going to be Panama. There we go. I'm looking at them on the main feed. Around the lighthouse position. So that is going to be requiring few teams, Argentina, Brazil, Chile, to go for a rotation, crossing that road. Argentina currently hugging the southern side of this bridge. They're kind of looking forward. Is anyone positioned on this POI of lighthouse? Is anyone going to hold us away? And as we know, as a fact, there is an entire squad waiting on the other side. But I say entire squad, not really. It's a 3-man team. They don't have a 4th player. And I think Argentina, there you go, had an inkling of something happening in the distance. Like, this seems a bit fishy. Let's get back in the car. Do it in 180. Get the hell out of Dodge. We're still in circle. We don't have to take this risk just yet. We might later on. We don't have to force it for no reason at this point in time.
Yeah, I think it's what happens when some of the pixels just doesn't seem right. It's like, I don't like that combo of pixels. It's not satisfying. So, yeah, maybe let's just wait on the opposite end. But I mean, it could actually pay off.
Pixels?
Yeah.
Oh, that player? That's a combo of pixels I don't like. Oh, no, this skin. Oh, this skin. I hate this skin. Oh, it's the Attack on Titan skin. That's, the Cart Titan. Sorry, it's a jump scare. It's a... I've been to like doctors to try and get this fixed, but I have a guttural response to that skin, especially looking at it from behind. Oh my god, it's horrible! Get it off the screen! Oh no!
It's they're just being a bit cheeky. That's all. That's all.
That's even, you made it worse.
Yeah. Well, don't feel too bummed about it. You'll be okay. But you know what's interesting though? No. I'm curious to see how Brazil is going to look to rotate up on that southern side, right? Because as we saw, Argentina is held up on the edge of zone, and they've actually decided to go out of the safe zone into what is the unknown. Speaking about unknown, we can also see then a few sprays coming through here as Uruguay now finds themselves a bit of an opportunity. It is going to be unfortunately, at the expense of Guatemala. Cheo, oh, feeling a lot of that heat coming through.
Yeah, Draco, here you go. Uruguay, fully committing to the fight. The Blues are now going to be engulfing the entirety of this mini compound, and it seems like it's going to be Cheo left in the solo situation, but that nade is perfectly cooked here, and they will be getting the squad wipe. That is going to be the end of the line, and also Uruguay getting themselves that elimination. Very nicely done indeed. As Circle 3 does pop, and it does go up to the western side. Actually, the exact location is north of Ferry Pier on Longwood. If you guys don't know, Longwood is this big stretch of high ground plateau with forest on top, which is straight north of this road you can see in the circle. And that position, actually one really good POI straight north of Ferry Pier. It's got a good little dip, playable. And also what you can do, you've seen Z-Wolf and maybe also Phallic do it in professional lobbies, which is you send a player on top of this radio tower, and it's the easiest time to scout, and it's very hard to spot you because of the trees. So I do wonder if any of these teams will be going for that play. As Brazil, now looking for their very own clash versus Argentina, but so far Brazil are going to be taking the first casualty.
Well, this could be the up and up here for Argentina. As we can see on the points, just on the side of the screen, there's only 3 points currently separating both these squads. Oh, but Lord, laying it down. The spray is in, getting the confirmation through. Not quite sure if Argentina is going to be able to respond to it. Instead, they are just looking to fall back a little bit more. Got to watch out for this bridge. And this now opens up the opportunity for Panama to take full control of whoever is allowed to cross that bridge. So two teams need to roll on up, but up in towards the north, it is going to be Colombia starting with a rampage yet again. Chile now falling victim to the spray downs, and Cuba, Arot coming in on the edge, taking quite a bit of damage, but narrowly escaping that send.
Yeah, they're very, very interested in this fight on Pachinki Hill. They do find one. Squash Eureka. That's going to be an extra point. Second so far for them, actually, this match in terms of elims. Now also keep in mind, because one team got eliminated, meaning the placement points are going to start racking up quite nicely, quite rapidly for these teams. Yeah, Colombia, the two player strat is sending it around the board with that two-seater. Could be an easy way to farm a few limbs here and there. As here we go, Brazil looking to make the cross into the open loving arms of Argentina and also Panama. They could be a little bit of a sandwich pincer situation here on Argentina. They've got to be careful to not get too involved with these two teams. Though that nade cook could be perfect onto Diego. Going to be chucking it. Takes a bit of damage. Is looking good. Does do damage, but will not be finding the knock just yet.
That's a good response coming through here from the side
big.
of Brazil. Diego, right on the money with the utilities, but a quick response coming through there from Octi as well. The send is now in. Diego closes the door and down they go. A beautiful play. Panama also contributing to the carnage here, and that is going to be Argentina packed up and shipped out. Cuba, though, trying to dominate on the edge of zone. Colombia finding themselves having to kind of lick their wounds as they hope to move on forward. Cuba now not noticing that, in fact, the whole squad, or what is left of Colombia, has been able to rotate out back into safety. The knocks are going to start rolling on through. The blue zone damage is going to ramp it up from Brazil. Now coming through with their push up onto Panama.
We can see Law, the zigzag, trying to make sure he doesn't get sprayed too easily by anyone who could be on the other side of this bridge. But there is going to be a team. It's going to be Panama. None other than the three-man squad here willing to defend this position. Harry Potter Tower going to be the rezzing spot for Winter. The smoke going to buy them a little bit of precious time. Oh, man. The nade. Oh, that's going to be fun. If he hits those nades, I would be so impressed. That range seems quite hard for him to close that gap with the nades. Brazil. Actually, a ton of smokes on Lil Boy. He's really trying to stay invisible on this position. He's going to be looking to retreat, making it back to his teammates on the guardrails of the bridge. And start thinking of their next game plan here, because they're still not in circle, unlike two of the players of Panama, so they don't really have terrain advantage. Brazil needs to find another option here, because otherwise they might just get stuck in the blue, and we know that that is something that is not too good in the world of PUBG Mobile.
Yeah, I mean, you know, sipping on too much of that blue juice is not a good thing. It really is bad for your health. So the teams will definitely have to try and avoid it as best they can. But we also did see the players there on the side of Uruguay also then get eliminated all the way up towards the north. Of course, those points going straight over to Colombia. Colombia coming through with those 3 eliminations under their belt. Cuba also holding their own, but they're essentially down to a solo. Look at this, though. Old man here from the Panama side is going to look to bring a little bit of that pain along with them. They start to push it up. Cuba just off in the distance. It is now Diego about to fall to the damage. The shots are in, and there we have it. Slowly, Brazil is getting taken apart piece by piece. But I think Brazil, they're not going to be two-faced, because aside from Lil Boy that they have right on that bridge position still, the rest of the squad have been able to secure themselves a decent position in the zone.
Yeah, a lot of POIs have currently been secured. I mean, looking at Colombia over to the western side, they're kind of away from all of this noise happening onto the east, so they're pretty chill. I think there's going to be actually a pretty high likelihood we could see them wrapping up this game with a chicken dinner for themselves. In terms of elims, how many are they going to get? Not too sure. Not sure if they're going to go full aggression mode on these teams, or if they're just going to let them fight each other and just pick up the pieces at the end to confirm that chicken dinner and make sure they get those juicy 10 placement points. And the elims will just be the cherry on top at the end. I'm sure they would still be very happy to secure at the end of this match. Oh, Brazil were able to make it out. They made it away from that bridge position. Very sticky situation between themselves and Panama. And now they will be locking down a few buildings off Ferry Pier for themselves. So now everyone's in circle. Everyone's got buildings. Everyone's got a position to play around, meaning that we are going to be slowing the pacing of this game just a bit until the next circle pops. And that's when I feel like another bunch of teams will be quite desperate to make that push, make that ascent into a better position. It does move southeast, meaning Ferry Pier for Brazil still in play. The ridge to the east for Panama still in play. The 2 solos could technically still make in a circle and survive, but Colombia are the team now that will be making a push. I'm not sure where they're going to go though, but it seemed like Longwood, as I talked about earlier, with that dip in the center, is still in circle, and that could be a very easy transition point for them to secure.
I think Colombia are going to be the deciders here, right? Because depending on how they choose to rotate up, it can either work out phenomenally for Brazil, or things could go drastically south. But it does seem like Colombia is going to instead focus on that Longwood position, right? They are moving towards the artillery, looking to play on the coverage that is provided by it. But Panama, I like this movement from them, trying to get a good read as to what is happening towards that southern side. They're not going to be settling for any uncertainty, at least not for the time being. Brazil, they know, even though they have what it takes to secure this match, seeing that it is an even number match, it could still maybe be a little bit risky. And Reyes trying to get a little bit of elevation played. Yeah.
That's what I was talking about earlier. Like, this is generally a strat you can do. The scouting from this radio tower is amazing. And as I mentioned also earlier, these trees makes it actually quite hard to spot them. So it's just pretty much free scouting, risk-free. Very free.
But can he get up there?
Trying to make it to the powerball. Oh, he can't make it. He's slipping. He's struggling. You got to make a very precise jump at the end to make it there. It's a little bit troublesome. I definitely get why he's struggling. But you know, he made it. There you go. Are we trying to go higher? Why are we trying to go higher? You don't have to. That was good enough. There's no, like, you can scout. Yeah, I think he gave up. There you go. Thank you, Reyes, for giving up. Literally, this is completely fine. Like, an extra few meters will not help you that much. He's still trying, though, I think. Okay, yeah, thank you. Please, stop it.
Yeah, well, we can say Reyes is fearless, right? Well, particularly not scared of those heights presented by that radio tower. But now, Panama, they are going to start to get themselves a little bit closer, starting to move up. The drops coming down, so they could be receiving a few spoils here. Let's see if they are going to look to try and maybe go for that drop now. Brazil, they've seen the drop come down. They are looking straight in that direction. Of course, there it is. It is going to be Chile. And maybe soon, Brazil, that will be sending the shots over to them.
If it's an MG3, it's worth it. You should send it. You should actually take the risk of getting squad wiped and dying now just because it's an MG3. That's what I would do. Usually, DK, I would send you and Niptura when we play our games to go check it out for me and confirm if there's an MG3, and then it's worth my time. Otherwise,
I would go check it out any which way because it's a drop and it's loot. Right.
You are the loot goblin of our team usually. That is true. You see some loot, Even if it's in a blue zone, you'll just go for it. You'll send it. He loves his loot. And he loves then dying 2 minutes after he secured that loot. That's the DK special in game.
It's great.
Meaning, when you go down, we take the loot. So you're our loot goblin, and it works out perfectly. I love this relationship in game. It's beautiful.
Speaking about relationships, though, Federal having a pretty tough engagement right over there, as they did get knocked on down.
Wait.
Oh boy. Yeah.
What's that transition from relationship to that? Wait.
Because the relationship in the team, right? Little boy has to come through, bring up their teammate, right? Keep the team formation strong and steady to make sure that they can survive all the way to the end. You know, taking a positive approach here. But we'll see, because Colombia, they still have a very decent position up onto the north. Yes, they will have to move forward, but they will also at the same time kind of reveal their cards here.
Yeah, very good northern position up north. They're going to be very happy about that little high ground. Just able to scout, get information. They have a good idea, I think, at this point, where teams are positioned in the circle. They know Ferry Pier. There should be people over there. Makes sense. One of the last few buildings remaining in the circle, except for the dead center of the map. There's going to be having a solo of Potro. And there we go. Colombia making that push. Making the Hail Mary send. Actually, right onto Potro. The solo just going to be completely stranded here in this building. Looking for the clutch play. The 1v2 versus Colombia. Reyes, Molina. Can they take this compound home? Are they going to get third-partied actually by Panama? It seemed like that might just be the case. The nade not quite connecting through the window for the side of Potro. And now, I think you heard the cast too. He knows this is a third party coming through. And he just kind of wants to capitalize off the back of that. But he will get spotted. And Molina will be getting that flush with the DBS. And that's going to be the end. Chile out of the match. 3 teams now remaining. Panama now fighting Colombia. And it might just be a Brazil third party waiting to happen.
But you got to give some respect over to Potro, right? Because even though Potro was a solo, he was the most aggressive player for this match, packing the most damage so far. So, you know, respect going out there to Potro. True. Unfortunate that they got taken down. Winter also getting dropped real quick there. You just need a player here called Summer as well, because that would have been like a full circle thing. I would be so happy. But in the meantime, it's going to be Reyes and Molina now trying to survive. Panama, they could have this one in some kind of bag. Not sure which bag it will be. Is it going to be a bag full of tricks, or is it going to be something else in there? We'll find out soon. But now, Colombia, Panama, and the standoff. Brazil, though, big chillin', and they have quite a controlling position in zone. They know that there's nobody behind them.
It's going to be pretty straightforward. As you said, no threat waiting to backstab you. So that'll be okay. A lot of smokes coming out. I think Colombia know that here they don't really have the man advantage. They are in a very desperate situation in this compound. So they're trying to delay it, buy some time, maybe come up with another game plan. What the hell are we going to do? Because they hear also the cars of Brazil in the background. They're like, we know if this fight breaks out, we're just going to get completely, fully focused upon, engaged upon, destroyed upon. That doesn't work, but it worked with the sentence I was going for. So I'll take it. Here we go. Able to find himself law, actually. That's going to make it a little bit harder to third party. Maybe this is going to be an opportunity for Colombia to force this fight, because they can't really respond. They might try and force a res. The nade coming through, and a lot of missed nades on windows. I'm witnessing with Papi Potro, and now the side of Panama. But Federal, he strikes, and he finds it. That's going to be 1 flush into a not converted, 6 eliminations, and Brazil, again, going back to that theme, it seems like here, DK, of a bad game, a good game, a bad game, and now another good game going the way of Brazil.
Yeah, like I said, it's the even numbers, right? So they are just evening it out as they come on through. But let's see what Brazil will have for us this evening as they come in. Could maybe opt to get that res back onto law. And it's just Panama and Brazil, the final 2 contenders left to see who will be walking away with that winner chicken dinner. Brazil currently with 6 eliminations to their name. Panama coming through with 4. So the numbers pretty balanced. 2v3 showdown. I mean, Panama, they could look to capitalize on the building, but if that zone moves down to the southern side, it is going to be a pretty tough one. But of course, right, look at Brazil. Federal taking off that off-angle position. This is a good read coming in from Brazil.
It really is. I mean, they're playing this perfectly so far. Not overstepping their welcome, not getting in weird positions where they can easily get knocked unflushed. They're using the terrain, using the off angles. Literally, there is no escape for Panama. The only way you can somewhat create an advantage is if you get a knock on Federal. Federal is currently the weak off angle because he is split from his two other teammates, meaning if he gets knocked, res, pretty much impossible to pull off. But the thing is, do Panama know that? And I'm going to tell you right now, they don't. They have no idea what this split is looking like. So they're just going to have to try and be lucky in this situation, or call a little split screen. Seeing all these different POVs and flybys. But they're still in circle, so they're just going to buy some time. They're going to delay as much as possible. Panama, unless the circle makes them leave, they don't intend to leave this position. They put down a down payment on this spot. This is theirs to buy. The bank approved the loan. But unfortunately, it seems like the circle had a different plan in mind. Actually, maybe not. Maybe it says, actually, you got the loan. This is your house.
Yeah.
You have the papers. It's yours. You own it.
Yeah. go out, go have some fun in it. But this is going to be interesting to see how Brazil is going to respond to the zone shift, because Lil Boy now starting to move up, coming through with that wrap around, and if Panama is not cautious enough, they can definitely get jumped on. As you can see, Lil Boy cooking up the nade. Oh, spots out the angle. Down goes Old Man. One player now left for the side of Panama. To Kim. Gonna have all that pressure mounting as the full send is about to happen. Up comes Brazil, and they are letting everything out, sending all the utilities, the sprays, and everything else. And there we go. How right I was. Brazil on the even number match, coming through with yet another winner chicken dinner.
What a game. A team that really here, Brazil, did not have the easiest rotational path in this game. Don't forget, this was a team that initially started on Military Island, Circle. A little unsure. It's going to go military. It's going to go mainland. Ended up going mainland, making them having to cross the bridge to the open loving arms of multiple teams. There was Argentina, there was Panama. They were successful on that transition over the road and able to play the really strong split at the end. And even Lil Boy, I was like, a little bit overzealous, a little bit overly aggressive. But you know what? That roof angle he got to find himself that elimination through the window is just what they needed to open up the gates of hell. Opened up under their enemies. And it swallowed them whole. Really good match. Federal also with the strong off angles. A little bit of a risky spot technically, but I think he was peaking just enough to make sure he wasn't putting himself too much at risk. And it was clearly the right play. Here, Lil Boy. Clearly a little bit rushed, being like, I'll have to swap back to my shotgun. And he was able to do it just in the nick of time. And that is going to be a massive Brazilian chicken dinner. Now, 2 chicken dinners so far today. A 50% win ratio from Brazil. Again, we said it, DK, at the start of the show. They're looking like favorites entering into this America's qualifiers for Iesf. And this is why we said they were favorites. Because they deserve it. Because they are a team that can get these big chicken dinners when the circle allows them to do so.
Yeah. Much respect going out to Brazil for keeping that consistency going. Now, the only comment I would have on that is to see them now step up their odd number games, right? Because as we know, the even numbers looking pretty good here for Brazil. Look at those figures that we have right there. A pretty strong play. 8 eliminations for the side here. Law doing all the hard work, coming through with those 3 eliminations and also securing the most damage, 671, and not taking too much in exchange for that. But I gotta say the conversion's pretty consistent, right? The eliminations and knocks, it's super balanced across the board. And even the amount of damage that the players from Brazil took, right? Everything they took, they were able to deal out as well. And it was a very exciting game.
Yeah, I mean, some people might be like, hey, Jago only got 1 point, kind of got carried. Well, if you look back at the previous win of Brazil on match 2 on the first Erangel of the day, he was hard carrying. He got actually one of the highest elim counts on his team, if I'm not mistaken. So he was definitely putting his weight. Sometimes can be a little bit inconsistent. That is completely fine. And he still was able to do some work at the end with his teammates, and they were able to secure the win. So Lil Boy definitely MVP of the game when it comes to stats, and also that opening scenario versus Panama in that compound. Yeah, they are looking so good so far. I know we have only 12 games. It's 2 days worth of action here for the Iesf Americas qualifiers. And you know what? If this kind of rhythm keeps going every single match for Brazil, they could literally solidify their position in top 2 like today, with 2 Miramars coming up, and we know that usually Brazilian teams are very good on Miramar when we head into globals like PMWC and PMGCs. I think there's a chance that our Brazilian brethrens can keep these kind of results rolling right in.
Yeah, no, that definitely could be the case. But looking at the comparison here between Colombia and Brazil, you can see Colombia coming close with that elimination count, but the damage on the Brazilian end just so much higher. And of course, no surprise to see them walking away with a very comfortable 18 points for this game. Panama, though, and Colombia both finishing strong on the double-digit points as well. So it is going to make this leaderboard pretty exciting, as there are so many teams in contention for those plays. Argentina, unfortunately, the only team that is going to be walking away with a 1-pointer going to their name. Guatemala bringing in the heat here with 2 points. And again, the 5s coming into play. Cuba and Uruguay walking away with the 5-5 each. So, yep, I love how all this is working out, all the patterns that we are seeing starting to emerge between these squads. But of course, all of that is going to change as we will be moving into a different map in the next game. So I want to see how all of this translates into that. But it is going to be the overall standings that will be making its way up next.
Yep, here we go, looking at the overall ranking so far after 4 matches played. 3 Erangels, 1 Sanhok, and there you go, Brazil. Let's try and act shocked. Oh, wow. Unexpected. How did Brazil do that? No, going to be your first place team currently with 44 total points. Of course, the most of those coming out from their 2 chicken dinners on Erangel. Though, actually, I say act surprised. Actually, it's quite close. Colombia's got 43 points despite getting only 1 chicken dinner. Actually, almost tying in terms of eliminations themselves and Brazil. So it's actually really close between these 2 squads. And then you have a drop off from 43 down to 35. Chile up there, still doing pretty decently for themselves, lacking a few placement points. I think that could definitely be a thing they can look to improve upon, surviving a little bit later on in these matches. And 25-25 tied between Argentina and Panama, 23 over to Cuba, then 18 and 15 for Uruguay and Guatemala respectively. So so far, good spread. But the thing is, even if you look at Guatemala with 15 points here, DK, with our 8 matches remaining total for these 2 days worth of action, it's not game over just yet. No top 2 definitely in the cards for these guys, but they need to start changing their approach to the game, because clearly what's been happening so far in these 4 matches has not been so successful for them.
Yeah, no, that definitely has been proving to be the case here. But I mean, I was jokingly saying that Brazil does good with the even numbers, right? If you recall the score that we just saw for Brazil, it was 2s and 4s. That's all it is. 4 matches, 2 chickens, 22 eliminations, 22 placement points, and 44 total points, right? It's even numbers across the board. So we'll see if that's applicable once we get over onto the map of Miramar. But of course, that is what we have coming up next, is a double serving and the final serving of map rotation here for the day. We are going to be venturing over into the lovely dusty dunes of Miramar to see how these teams are going to compare to the Erangels. And of course, only one way to get that done, a quick break. So stay tuned. Welcome back, everyone. As you can see, Max is all prepped and ready to go as we are going to be heading into the desert. Yeah, that's what happens if Max gets too much caffeine in him, right? He starts wakening up things.
Wakening up?
Wakening up things. I don't know what, but things.
You make fun of me when I mispronounce. I'm tired. I have an excuse. What's your excuse, DK? Okay, you're night owl. You don't have an excuse. No. I love wakening up at almost 4 a.m. my time, but it's going to be okay. It's not like I have a show tomorrow, so we'll see how that's going to work out. We'll see if I'll be fully energized for tomorrow's matches. But no, I'm excited. New map, different scenery, way higher temperature, maybe a bit of sand in your shorts and your eyes. Got to be a little bit careful. Got to clean them up. But no, the dusty dunes, as you like to call them, DK, are going to be on the menu very soon. Actually, getting boxing a little bit got me energized. My blood's pumping a little bit. I'm actually feeling better for a bit. Maybe I should do that. Maybe I should do some jumping jacks or something before the games. But Brazil, as we know, there's a trend. LW. Meaning, if we follow the trend, they're going to have a 0-point game. Well, which is not possible. They're going to have a 1-point game here happening. DK, that's my wacky prediction of this first Miramar. Hell yeah.
Yeah, I mean, that's what the statistics show, right? Like, if we really get down to the nitty-gritty bits of it, the statistics show exactly that. But only time will tell, right? That is going to reveal all, as we'll know exactly who these teams will be that will be stepping up, securing themselves the crazy plays. I think it's going to be interesting moving into Miramar as we've now progressed from Sanhok over onto Erangel. Of course, then joining over onto the dusty dunes itself to see who will be the ones leaving dust in the eyes of the opposition, and who will be the ones leading the charge. We'll find out pretty soon exactly what is going to be happening as we are just waiting for the propeller to clean up. You were talking about the dust. I think some of that got into the engine, but fortunately, right, it should leave pretty soon. I'm curious as to what the maintenance on these planes are as well, because I mean, how often do they fly up in these deserts, right? Or when they go to Sanhok, the humidity, and then it's like all that heat, and yeah, there's just so much to think about. But we won't get into those details as we are going to be getting down to the action, what these teams will be bringing through. Max, where would you like to see the flight path to go? Which portion of the map would you like it in? I don't know a guy, but it's interesting.
I want a very eastern plane. You know what? Yeah, give me a Campo Militar over to maybe Partona plane path. I think that'd be fine. And I see that it pops. That was not that. It's on the right side. It's eastern, but it's a little bit of the opposite angle that I wanted. So quite unfortunate. It's going to be from Puerto Paraiso over to Oasis, northeast of La Cobreria. So that's going to be the position we're going for. Now this is great. Great map. If you're Brazilian, you can roll the R's on almost every single compound name. Actually, very funny. A few days ago, DK, I was doing a tournament for PMSL CSA, and we were having fun with 7, saying all these compound names, and of course, rolling the R's, trying to put the accent on it, trying to say them properly as they should be pronounced. So in San Martin, Hacienda del Patron, La Cobreria, Chumacera, you know, just very typical. And then I don't know why, I'm reading compound names, and I go, Hacienda del Patron, water treatment. And I'm like, oh, wait. That one doesn't work. That's an English word. And it just sounded so dumb. So, yeah, just be careful. Don't do that for the right compounds, not water treatment. That doesn't work.
Yeah, Trailer Park is also one of them. And ruins, I would say.
Graveyard.
Prison.
Yeah. Truck stop.
Yeah. Yeah, power grid.
Ruins. That's it. Crater fields. Actually, there's power grid. Yeah, there's a few. There's actually a few. Yeah. And Los Leones, is going to be on that southern edge of the zone as we move up towards Minas Generales. So it's going to be quite a bit of a fun spot here for the teams to play out. Brazil, they're going to be smiling, right? Look at them. They are right there in zone. They don't have to move a muscle. They can just sit, relax, and enjoy truck stop for everything that it can bring to them. Enjoy it. The goodness the Miramar has to offer. Here we go. Reyes going to get headshot by the Uzi. He's going to get sent to an early grave, it seems. Now it's going to be Winter defending. Where's his teammate Summer? Apparently, DK, he's nowhere to be seen. Winter's going to be left alone, but that's going to be all he needs. He's going in for the knife play. Confirms it. Snatches that one elimination, trying to get away with a murder. And he does get away for a little bit longer. He's getting chased down. Victex Molina looking for it, but now they're going to be sending a solo. But he doesn't have any meds, just a tier 3 vest. And here you go, jumping out and gets it. Winter, what is going on? This guy's on an absolute killing spree. And he's already confirmed one. Knocked another. They did find the res, but again, he still doesn't have any meds.
Oh, unfortunately, a very cold response coming through here from Colombia as they wrap up that play. Panama getting sent right out of here. Down to 6 teams we go. This is going to be an interesting stretch now because looking at the zone, the teams are quite separated. There is quite a bit of distance currently held between all those who dare venture onto this map. And strangely enough, Uruguay, they're going further and further away, all the way over towards El Pozo. I think this is similar to what, like you said earlier, about the teams going to Saverni. Right? If you drop in Pozo, that's your place, right? Regardless of what the zone throws at you, you keep on going Pozo, Pozo, Pozo.
We like Pozo.
Yeah, it's great.
It's a great spot. It's an entertaining area to witness how things happen over there. And we do have a team there too. Look at that. El Pozo. Taking a position, taking a compound, taking the arena loot, which is plentiful. Plentiful, plentiful, plentiful. Which is weird, actually. This you say plenty, but when you say the word plentiful, how would you say it? How would you pronounce that? Actually, I just thought about it. This is a weird word when you combine it, when you extend it.
Yeah, plentiful. Yeah.
Yeah, plentiful. Okay, no, but like then you would say plenty, and you would say that's so interesting how the English language works sometimes.
Yeah.
I don't know.
There's
I'm
plenty of those.
Fascinated. Fascinating.
Yeah.
Truly fascinating one language. Circle, we did talk about it a little bit, so it's going to be on the split of Brazil. Do Brazil. Over here, truck stop. It's going to have 2 players. Law is going to be north of Minas. Actually, I just realized, Law from Brazil, north of Minas Gerais, is going to be playing these big, high ground, almost cliffs currently. And he's going to be in a really good position. He can get up there with a buggy, usually. Just use on an angle and drive your way up there. The main issue with that is you have to have a ton of loot to play that position. And from what I saw on his UMP, he had a very low amount of ammo. I think he had just like enough for a clip and a half, maybe a little bit more than that. So he did seem quite undiluted for a player up there. So I would say, Law, no one's around you. No one's there. Maybe get back down, loot a little bit more in Minas Gerais, then go back up there. Because currently you're going to be out of resources pretty quick if you're locked in a fight.
Yeah, I mean, we can say the same here for the player from Argentina that we just had on screen as well, right? Also rocking a UMP and the ammo is also quite low. So I think they'll have to share, right? I fire a few shots at you, you fire a few shots at me, we exchange weapons, we trade ammo, and then we try again.
How beautiful. PUBG Mobile is also a story of friendship and shooting each other in the heads. You know, there's always love that.
Yeah, it's so wholesome.
It is. I love war in game. What an amazing sight to witness. But nah, it's always fun. I enjoy it.
Yeah.
Simulation.
It's great in game.
Yeah,
it's great in game.
That's that's only place I want to see it happen. Really.
Yeah.
Oh, I remember this car skin. Oh, it was in a Royal Pass for a time.
Yeah.
I didn't get it, and I kind of regret it.
Yeah.
Maybe I should have. It's kind of cool. Yeah, look at that. It's not cool. It's funny. It's a funny skin.
It looks like it's either a jacket or it's like a band sleeve or something.
Okay, I don't like it anymore. I don't want it. I'm happy I didn't get it. It's like the Cart Titan skin from earlier. It's like...
Yeah, but so, I mean, if you drive that and you feel like you have to take a bit of a rest, right? Then you're either tired, or if you were, running in front or behind the car, you would either then be, well, tired or exhausted, depending on which side you were on. So you can choose which one you want to go for. Speaking about skins, though, there's a rabbit. Ooh,
oh,
Mr.
no.
Tero. Hopping to it.
I had a caster like a few years ago that would do PUBG Mobile Esports. I'm not gonna say the name. I'm not gonna drop the name. We would call this the beep beep bus, when normally you would call this the party bus, and I hate the fact he called. Yeah, I think you may know who I'm talking about too. Call it the beep beep bus, and I hear that and I just hated it. I hated my life here, and like, Call it. Call it. Rolling. Yeah, BB Bus is horrible. Anyone does that, I'm sorry, we can't be friends.
Sonic skin. So,
Now,
so
this one's a cool one. Yeah.
If you put that on, you have to drive fast. You can't go slow, right?
Yes.
Yeah. And I mean, you just got to do it. That's just the way it is, because that's
Did
what
you
the
get that
skin says.
Or not?
No.
Oh, I got it. I got the Sonic Buddy. Very
Ooh.
cool. Following me around. Which is actually,
Yeah.
you know what? It's not really realistic because when I'm running, he's running behind me and he just can't catch up, it seems, when I'm in a car.
Ooh.
So I'm like,
Yeah.
realism? I think Sonic would
Should be
catch
doing
up to me.
laps.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You should be. So Sonic, got to get back on that treadmill. He's not there just yet in PUBG Mobile. Okay. Got to catch up. Got to catch up. There we go. Argentina going to be slowly approaching the side of Brazil. It seems near Minas Gerais. There might be a little bit of a clash. Hopefully, it won't result in anyone getting eliminated at this stage. Though Hacienda del Patron, you have one team, but mainly I'm going to be focusing my attention onto San Martin. You have two teams on a very, very close quarters from one another. And I'm hoping that's not going to result in an outright war. A circle goes heavily south and is going to be right on top of La Bandita, it seems.
Well, I mean, we'll take it as of course, even more pressure onto these squads will make for more and more exciting gameplay. But this is going to be the deciding play here for Brazil, right? Is this odd number match going to maybe deter them in some way, shape, or form? Or are they going to look to kind of break that rhythm? Are they going to try to step it up? Argentina, in the meanwhile, now full sending it down to that La Bendita spot. I mean, I think for Argentina, this is a phenomenal position, right? They're the first squad in. They can now look to get themselves situated, and this is where the importance comes with the building or the position they choose to go for. Are they going to go onto the edge of the crater? Are they going to lock down in the compounds? Like, what is that play going to be? Because looking on the western side, Chile is moving in, and they're going to have some neighbors.
Well, neighbors, no. Not the friendly kind, unfortunately.
Yeah.
I don't think it's the kind of neighbor you really want to try and have in this one. But that might be occurring. I might have to be friends for a little bit later on down the line. This game has gone really passive. I'm just looking at it. We had the first fight, Panama taken out. Colombia losing 2. But outside of that, things have slowed down to almost a halt entirely. Like, we are very, very chill at this stage of the game. Of course, again, we have way less teams. Actually, I just realized we have one team less here again.
Yeah, we're down to 7.
Yeah, I just like, wait a minute, that doesn't say 8, that says 7 on this one. So even more space for these teams to work around.
Yeah. The team that we don't have here this time around is going to be Cuba. So Cuba and Suriname, not on the battlefield. So
the team you were looking out for too, 7. Oh, 7. I've done too much CSA. DK, I've done too many double shifts. Okay, that's my excuse. I'll take that to the bank. Okay, I'm allowed to make that mistake once. But yeah, unfortunately, your squad here, DK, not here. Wow, sad.
Yeah. But at least, though, I mean, seeing that you've brought up 7, right? When you say Brazil, you gotta say it right?
Yeah.
You gotta say the do Brazil in the right way.
Oh, you want me to do it? Is that what?
It's up to you. I'm just saying when you
do
say
Brazil. There you go. Are you happy? Was that good? Was that?
There we go.
Okay.
That's much better.
That was all my energy.
I'm sure
for
7
the
would
gone.
approve. And we have now just depleted Maximus. Now it is going to be to see how Colombia is going to try and respond, because they've got a solo, right? That was the side of Guatemala that actually packed quite a bit of a punch into the side of them, with the zone going over towards the lovely Western Front. Brazil, though, keeping their distance. Federal is going to be taking a few shots here, fortunately only into the vehicle, so it's not going to force their hand just yet. I think this is where the crater could be exactly the spot they need to move to.
Actually, these little compounds to the west of La Bandita are extremely strong. You got about like 2 to 3 that are playable right now. You can see actually these positions are being taken away almost instantly by these teams. They're going to be making that quick pivot, quick transition into those spots, playing them out, hoping to get yourself a chicken dinner. And here we go. You can see, I believe that's Lil Boy with the repair kit for the car. Going to use the welding gun and does get himself his McLaren in a bit of a better working condition. I do have that skin, by the way. Mine is orange. Ooh. That's my flex of the day. That is literally the only supercar I have. That is the only one. And it took me ages and so much money. And you know what? I'd do it again. It was worth it. Yeah. I love that one. If I can pick any car to rotate into and I see a buggy, I'm swapping car just because I have the skin and I can flex it. It's such a cool one.
It does look pretty cool. But speaking about flexing, right? Yeah, I think Victor's here is going to have a pretty tough time because Brazil could be looking to flex a little bit of that aggression. As you can see, Federal, Law, all moving up, cooking nades, sending everything out that they have in their bags. Actually, Law getting taken down. Victex still packing quite a bit of a punch, not backing out of these fights. That molly was phenomenal to stop the advances, lighting up players, but you need more than phenomenal. You need to lock it in because Brazil looking to do exactly that.
Sorry, the reason why I laughed, DK, was not because of the fight. I just love the juxtaposition of us like this big, action-packed fight happening inside Minas Generales, and then for a few seconds we go to a player just sneaking in the bush. It's like, and now back to the fight. I like the playstyle disparity we're seeing in this game. You got a little bit of everything. You got the super passive survival playstyle, and then just like the full aggro engagement in a big city of Minas Generales. Very funny to me. I think anything would make me laugh. Even maybe one of your puns, DK. You'll have to try me. Ooh. I think it might get me. I think I'm in the condition right now where it's late at night in France. Okay, my defenses are down. You might get a chuckle out of me, which is rare, but you might get one.
I'll wing it. See how it goes. Unfortunately, the puns don't necessarily.
The puns,
they're not scripted.
Because PUBG Mobile. Oh, that's hilarious! Oh my god! Oh, DK, that's your best work yet. Oh, that's amazing. Oh yeah. Oh, have a good time.
That's how you know that's how you know Max is tired. He's starting to make his own jokes.
Yeah, I'm starting to imagine jokes. DK, a mirage of jokes and sounds thrown my way. No one in La Bandita, though. This is as perfect a La Bandita circle we could ask for. Yeah. I've had once a perfect one where the most satisfying thing, DK, is when the edge of the circle just is perfectly on the ridge of La Bandita. I've had that once. It's so beautiful. It's like it's a piece of art. Should be framed. Yeah. Should be in a museum next to La Joconde. Would be amazing.
Yeah, exactement. No? Here we go. It is going to be the send coming through Uruguay. Going to look to clean it up, but it is going to be Guatemala trying to deny them that eventuality. So far, look at these health bars. Uruguay is looking pretty. What? Oopsie. A bit of a mistaken identity play coming through there. Now, it's the final hopeful here for Uruguay. Looking to see if they can close it up. They have to be quick about it because once those reses come through, the odds will be stacked against them. Oh wow. Potro!
Happy Potro?
Yeah, Potro finished it up.
Well, that was unexpected. That was very... The climax did not go the way I was expecting for this fight. I was like, okay, this is cool. Sick fight. He's going to go for the kill. Go for the re-engage, but Papi Potro ruins it. You know what? I would have done the same in his shoes. Definitely a worthwhile achievement. Getting a few extra eliminations here and there. Papi Potro should be very proud of that. Long-range third party on the southern western side of La Bandita. Now,
that was an amazing spray.
Yeah, it was very sick spray. Very good.
Yeah.
A few little one-taps in there. Little spray to wrap it up. You're done.
Yeah, tap, tap, spray, spray. Boop, job done. Now let's see what Eureka and the rest of Chile can do here as they're starting to build up a little bit of that momentum. 3 eliminations to their name. They are leading the charge. Colombia had 4, though, but Colombia's not here right now. You only have 5 squads remaining. And so far, it seems like Chile and Argentina actually have the odds in their favor. Both squads coming through here with full numbers. But Chile is going to be the one leading the charge, the most damage. Uruguay going to try and make that duo last as long as they possibly can. But look at the strategy from Chile, though, Max. It seems like they're starting to kind of circle around Uruguay.
Yeah, they're claiming control. They have all these different ridges, which... the name of the game right now for Chile is just... intel. Gather the intel, know where everyone is, wait for phase, there's going to be phase 5 to pop. Based on that information and where the circle is going to go, you make a big decision. You make it very snappy. You decide, okay, we
we
regroup,
back?
we send on this position, and we go for it. So I think that's going to be...
I can't hear Max.
You can't hear me?
Well, imagine
Hello?
that he's there.
Oh, hello. I am here, DK. Does DK not hear me?
Let's see if Federal
Oh,
can get a bit of something going on here. Ooh, the Zorn is gonna get ready to pop. Nothing crazy has happened though.
can you hear me? I'm not sure. I think my voice is still coming through on the stream. It seems like we got it on Discord with DK. I'm not sure what's happening. Maybe a little bit of a server issue there. Well, regardless, I'll keep talking a little bit. See how things are going to be working out in this match. It's Argentina here, playing the southern eastern edge, so it seems like Chile and Argentina, there's a slim chance we could see a little bit of a clash between these two squads. But it is not going to be committed to just yet. You got car rotation from some of the players. Seems like we have an audio issue here. Okay, so I'm going to be talking, guys. I wasn't sure if I was going to be clashing with DK, but no, I'm going to be covering for this one. And talking on my lonesome. Here we go, sending it forward. It is going to be Argentina, slowly but surely moving their way into the outskirts of La Bandita. And they do have the high ground position again. Great scouting ground. Really good high position to get some information, abusing that third-person perspective. The things has definitely come to a halt here. Not much is happening on the battlegrounds. Miramar is silent, but ready to wake up very, very soon, I'm sure. DK, did we get you back? I still cannot hear DK.
I'm back.
Oh, he's back. Can you hear me?
Yes. Yes.
Victory. DK's back. I can get more puns. I'm happy.
Ooh.
I'm having a great evening. Hell yeah.
And if I don't give any, you're being punished.
Yes, also. Yeah.
Nice. Yeah. Discord is amazing sometimes, right? It just works phenomenally. We love it when we're getting right into the action. We get to see what these teams are doing. And of course, right, as we can see, it is coming down to the wire. Still having those 5 teams up, the odds not necessarily having changed all that much. We've got the lovely Chile team still holding steady with the 3 eliminations that they've been able to get so far. Curious as to whether or not the odds of success for them is going to increase. Currently sitting on 29 points, and I mean, that is the biggest number that we have out of all 5 teams on screen.
That is a massive point gain. Well, there you go. Chile, we're able to regroup. I think you mentioned it earlier, DK, there. A little bit of a game plan here. That split that southwest. Well, it's not a split anymore. It's a full team ready to go on the offensive at a moment's notice. And here might actually be on this northern compound. I mean, you can see Elite is just eyeing out that position. Very intrigued on depending on the circle where it goes. If it goes that way, maybe it could be a little bit of a Chile breach here happening very soon. A spicy engagement coming out from this team. But Brazil, as of right now, also northeast. Very split, but relatively safe because of the terrain over there. No one can really take that fight. And here we go. It's going to be a pretty central shift once again. We don't have that super satisfying La Bandita rim circle, but the northern compound is there. Chile, I think, might be going for breach here or going inside La Bandita. So those are really the 2 only options for them to commit to.
Well, let's see whether or not they can actually get themselves situated in that, because it is looking pretty tough. But it does seem like Chile are going to try and push, right? They have to do something, because sitting on the edge of zone is not ideal, and that is going to be the fastest ticket back towards the lobby itself. But Uruguay, this is their opportunity to maybe try and do a little bit of a something here, right? They do have control of the compounds, but they are going to be fully equipped with the test to see if they can hold nice and steady. But so far, Saz finds a bit of a connection. not too much just yet. The knock is all the way over on towards Eureka. It is utilities flying all over the place. So let's see if Chile can close it out, right? Are they going to be able to get it in? The angle is just there. They just have to get that exact position with the grenades. And, well, of course, right? If you send out everything that you have in your bag, the chances are that you hopefully could get something secured through that. Unfortunately, we do say goodbye to Guatemala as they had one player all the way up towards that far northern side as Mr. Tero got taken on down. Now, it's up to the rest of the lobby, the 4 remaining squad, to see who can back this match and walk away with that winner chicken dinner.
Maybe. I mean, this win could be a massive elimination chicken dinner, but depending on how this ending goes next to La Bandita. Here we go. The car. Weird condition right there. Not sure if it's going to be able to be fixed up this time around. Might not have the time to do so because the circle might be shifting in the next minute or so. There we go. Adrenaline shot going to be used up by one of the players of Chile. The last 4 teams then. Actually, let's have a little bit of fun here, DK. Prediction. Who are we thinking is going to be getting this win? What's your pick? Who are you committing to?
Ooh, interesting question. I would go with Argentina.
Hey, not a bad pick, actually. Inside La Bandita, they're pretty safe right now.
Yeah, they're looking pretty solid.
Yeah, I was going to say Argentina too, but the fact you picked it makes me not like them as a pick. So I'm going to go Brazil. Do Brazil, as a Mr. 7 would say. Is not here, and I would definitely never say his name for no reason on the broadcast. Definitely not calling DK7 just once. And that being totally embarrassing and awkward. No, I think it could be going over to Brazil. The Do Brazil moment might be happening. That could be our back-to-back window. We were talking about already a little bit earlier on the broadcast, DK, right? So this could be the time. But it goes down. Here we go. Moving it forward. There you go. Kicked off in the middle of nowhere. That's going to be unfortunately not quite working out for them. Saz, final player of his team, alive. Making it back into the concrete building. I think here for Uruguay, it's going to be pretty much the end. If they can make it into top 3, that would be great. But none of the other teams are currently fighting, except for Chile currently engaging on him. So I think this is going to be the end of the line very soon in this Miramar game.
But it's also interesting to see Brazil, again, going for a tactic that has worked out quite well for them in the last match. Definitely looking to play that spread, ensuring that they know that there's nobody behind them and they can focus all their efforts on just honing in on the teams ahead of them. So the pressure is going to be on. Of course, the odds slowly starting to lean a little bit more in the direction of Brazil as they're up to a 32% chance. Oh, Saz managing to just survive as that nade flew in their direction, not getting a single speck of damage. Where did that one go? That was that was the what is it called? Man, I'm blanking on the fancy words now, but whatever. It is what it is.
Return to sender nade.
Let's go with that one. Ooh, here we go. Potro. I think Potro could definitely close this one out. I mean, Potro has been showing some really good gun skills so far. Let's see. Is this going to follow through, though?
Getting some clean moments. Ooh. Peeks around the corner, and that is going to be it for Uruguay. And that's going to be game over. No top 3 for them. No podium. It's going to be Chile. I'm going out.
Ooh,
sorry,
right.
I had a yawn there. My brain was needing oxygen. Jeez, I was like trying to force it to not happen, but it's just my body made me surrender in the middle of a sentence. Not the best time to do it, but it's fine. I'm seeing an MG3 though.
Oh yeah,
and that's gonna wake me up. You know it.
Oh yes. So let's see how this one is gonna play out. The word that I was looking for was the extroverted grenade, right? It's a little bit wacky. It's like woohoo.
I've got a cool
going a little bit here.
Look at me. Whoa, I'm wacky. I'm all over the place.
Yeah. Ooh, where am I? Where am I? Ooh, we almost had that good zone on Minas as well. As the zone is just a little bit up towards the north, so not quite as beautifully centered up on the crater itself as we would have hoped. But hey, you know, we were close enough for a little while there. Now it's going to be up to Brazil, Chile, and Argentina to see who can lock this one in. The odds still in favor here of Argentina as they've got a 44% chance. They have all their players up. They still have quite a bit of a reach now coming in on the edge. They spot the opportunity, sends it out to Diego. Now, Little boy could respond in kind, but you also got to watch out for Federal, right? Federal right here behind Power, and that could definitely change up the dynamic here.
They really go. Oh, this is a cool car skin on the UAZ. Oh, pretty cool. I like it. A Neo UAZ skin. Gonna be used up.
It's not, yeah, it's not quite Neo. It's Neon, yes.
It's like Neo, like new.
Yeah.
It's a new,
yeah.
like modern skin.
Yeah.
It is neon too. It's both actually. It's Neo Neon. A Neo Neon skin.
Dun, 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 dun. Let's see how this one plays.
Why do we do that? I don't know. Anyways, going to be reversing the UAZ actually, making sure that the bullets hitting the back are going to be doing a little bit less damage to your character. A little bit harder to hit those bullets. A very good play, though it seems like Argentina here are going to be putting all of their attention onto Chile. Nades traded back and forth. So far, nothing of value going to be found. A little bit of damage on Papi Potro, but it's not going to result in a knock. So you'll be able to easily tank that nade. But you know what? The fact that these two teams are fighting each other, DK, means Brazil have a big third-party opportunity. So here, the setup for a win is very clearly in favor of Brazil, unless a big fumble happens in the next few minutes.
Yeah, I mean, this could definitely be Brazil looking to change the odds that they've been having so far for the day. But it's all going to rely on what Chile and Argentina look to do in these final few moments. Stage 9 is getting ready to hit as we are reaching the end of Stage 8. And from here, no more zone. It is just carnage, chaos, and mayhem as everybody will have to now fight for survival. It is all going to come down to who will get their hands on the winner chicken dinner first. Chile going to try and make the most as they only have 2 players up. Looking for a little bit more of a northern positioning. Going to try and play this ridge and milk it for everything that it's worth. But looking at Brazil, though, Max, I think they have a phenomenal setup. They are really close to center zone. And as we know, that is where the blue is going to hit.
Yeah, good old 2-on split. It's going to be working wonders for Brazil. The smokes are still keeping them relatively safe. And as for me, Chile don't even have a chance to leave that ridge over to the western edge. They just couldn't do anything in this scenario. One thing to keep in mind, Argentina have the man advantage. Sure, maybe not the best position, but they could force their way through purely because of that man advantage. The firepower is there, it's present, but talking about firepower, Federal has an MG3, which in its own right can be a massive threat. The nade is on Diego, and that's going to be the pinpoint perfect grenade they needed. Federal also taking a severe beating there, and Lil Boy in the distance, not even being able to get involved. He's just stranded next to the blue zone. Federal able to heal up a little bit, but another nade is coming in, and that is going to be possibly the biggest upset we have witnessed so far today for the Americas qualifiers of Iesf. And it will not be going over to Brazil. It will be going over to none other than Argentina.
I think that was a very well-deserved victory coming through onto them. Absolutely phenomenal job. What a way to turn the zone around. It seems like the odds were stacked in their favor, even though they waited for the literal final zone to start fighting, right? Because they had no points up to that play, up to the final zone itself. So a very risky strategy coming through here, but it paid off for Argentina. Let's take a look at these final few highlights, the final few moments leading us into that winner chicken dinner. Chile getting caught out in the open, very unfortunate play, but it was also at this point where we did see all these angles being played out. And of course, with that, it was Old Boy locking in the final hit to close off the match. Argentina walking away with a decent serving of points, 4 eliminations, and all of that came through from the team standing between them and that winner chicken dinner.
Yeah, still very good performance, as you said, not really taking the fight until the very last circle for Argentina. But when you're playing inside the Bandita, genuinely, that is the right play, because otherwise you would have to push outside on the rim of La Bandita up on the high ground position, and if a team decides to push you, then you your escape route is cut off because you would have to go back downhill into the open, into the compound, and that's easily going to be the point where you're at your weakest. So they play it safe, they hold on to their resources, the helmet, the vest, the bullets, everything was looking good and present at the end for that fight versus not only Chile, but of course Brazil to wrap up the game. And even then, the MG3, unfortunately, I do have to say, because I'm a big fan of the MG3, was not enough to end that killing spree set up by Argentina. So very strong match, coming out from them, and of course claiming our first Miramar chicken dinner. And looking at the match summary, 126k. Oh, I thought we were gonna have like way more distance traveled, but no, it's only 126k. That's quite low compared to Erangel. Oh wow.
Yeah, I mean, maybe they were just running most of the way, right? Who knows?
Also,
but only 4 revives. Only 4 revives getting played in this past match. Absolutely insane. However, we did see 92 throwables used. So there was a lot of that long arming coming through, especially moving into the final few stages of this game. But so far, Brazil has held to their consistency, right? The odd number match, not necessarily going their way. So we'll see what happens when we get back onto the odd numbers. Speaking about evens and odds, here we go. Argentina walking away with those 4 eliminations. Brazil coming in with 5, and also a bucket load of damage as well. 1,200 damage versus the just over 800 damage getting brought in. But again, Argentina showing strong consistency right at the end of the match, essentially when it mattered the most.
Yeah, really impactful game here for all these two squads. If we get 4 eliminations for Argentina, 5 over to the side of Brazil. But here we go, checking out the match rankings. How many points were really secured by these squads? It's going to be 14 points for our chicken dinner squad here of Argentina. But Brazil, sure, maybe don't get the win. They still are only 3 points behind on this match respectively, by Brazil getting 11 points, 5 eliminations, 6 placement points. And then you go down, actually kind of close still for Chile, despite not able to make it into the top 2, still getting himself a valiant effort in this match. 5 eliminations also, just like Brazil, and 5 placement points up to 10. So 3 teams do reach the double-digit point threshold. But then it goes down. Colombia, Uruguay gets 5, Guatemala getting himself 5, and then Panama getting himself 3. And yeah, Cuba, as you said, not really playing out this match. Hopefully they'll be back for the final game, because you don't want to fall too far behind, or otherwise that top 2 dream could be fizzling out a little bit earlier than you would really like to.
Yeah, well, speaking about the top 2 dream, let's take a look and see what those overall standings look like and where these teams find themselves. Of course, Brazil is going to be sitting quite comfortably up at the top of the board still with 55 points to their name. Colombia only 6 points behind them. 4 points away is where we find Chile. And then we see quite a bit of a drop, right? Also, again, a 6-point drop all the way down to Argentina. Then we get 11-point drop towards Panama, 5 points down to Cuba and Uruguay. And then, of course, 3 points to get to the position in which we find Guatemala. Now, I've done a lot of math, right, Max? But it is still pretty much a good opportunity for any of these teams on the board to try and secure strong points to get themselves just that little bit closer to the top 3. Because, I mean, looking at Brazil, Colombia, and Chile, they are slowly starting to create a bit of a barrier between them and the teams chasing them.
Yeah, I mean, 100% still anyone's game, anyone's tournament here for the Americas qualifiers. And actually, I'm quite impressed with Chile. The fact that they got 45 points, still in contention for top 2 spot, despite not having a single chicken dinner, really highlights how consistent they've been able to be so far on these 5 matches. Still one more game coming up. Could we see that converted finally in a chicken dinner? That'll be great. I think there could be a great opportunity here. So Chile, that's going to be my team that I'm going to predict despite not even being in the game yet.
Well, speaking about being in the game, of course, we have one more game that needs to be. And, of course, that is going to be our final match for the day. We've seen 4 teams secure themselves winner-winner chicken dinners, right? Brazil, Argentina, both sitting with 2 chickens in their bag. Who is going to be the one to secure the final match? Based on what we've seen so far, Brazil, even number match, performed quite well. The last match of the day is an even number. It's match number 6. But we'll have to wait for the break to wrap before we see exactly what these teams have for us. So we'll see you on the other side. And it's just me taking you through the action. Oh, no, wait, there's Max. Welcome back, Max. He is getting ready. What are you pondering, Max?
No, I just wanted to do a cool entrance. I didn't have anything in mind, actually. I was like, I like doing weird stuff on these broadcasts sometimes. Just like, let me do something weird. And that's it. And I have no thought happening behind these eyes. It's just empty space. No, but very excited to see what's going to be happening in this last Miramar of the day. Of course, all eyes still on Brazil, how they're going to be performing, what they're going to be bringing to the table. But still waiting to see other stuff also from like Chile. I want to see a chicken dinner. And I'm telling you, it's happening. DK, it's happening right now. It's going to go down. And that's also all I had to say.
Yeah, nice. Yeah, well, there we go, guys. Let's go and game. No, I'm joking. So, I think it's not only the final Miramar of the day, but it's also the last match of the day, right? It's all come down to this. After this match, it's the halfway point for the Americas qualifiers. So, whatever the teams haven't been able to accomplish today, it is going to become increasingly more challenging tomorrow. So, it's all down to the final push, the final play to see how these teams can get themselves situated. And of course, who will be the ones not having to worry too much come end of day, right? Because tomorrow, the teams could potentially be reinvigorated and come back with even more of an aggressive play. Brazil, maybe tomorrow they'll go for the odd numbers, right? Because today was the even number day. Well, we're yet to see because, of course, there's one more match to be played on through. But we'll find out in due time whether or not that is exactly the play. Zones, though, Max, we've been having quite a bit of a different spread as to where the zones were going, right? Mm-hmm. It went a little bit here, a little bit there. I'm curious as to where it is going to take us into the next one. I personally want to see something a little bit more over towards the Pozo side.
Okay. I actually agree. I was going to say Crater Fields would be interesting. And that position is actually right next to El Pozo. So, we're kind of aligned right now, DK. There's something going on in the ether out there. You know, things are working out for the two of us. But yeah, we'll see if the circle ends up there. That'll be very interesting to see how things could be going down. I think the elevation of Crater Field is quite interesting when it's used up. Not even just there. You also have the elevation of the El Pozo fields, right? Where sometimes you see multiple players sending their buggy up there, using it as a scouting ground. Especially if you have a really good scope, you can really apply pressure on teams around you. So that could be interesting too. But I'm really excited to see who's going to be taking home this chicken dinner. I think it's going to be... I think we're going to get a chicken dinner from a team that hasn't gotten a win yet. I already said Chile could be one of the other few remaining squads that have been struggling so far today. But the catch-up is still on. And as you said before the break, these teams at the bottom of the leaderboards, it's still possible for them to initiate a comeback. We still have 7 games. More than half of the matches still remain. So it's still way more space for them to initiate that comeback and make a climb at the top of the rankings.
Yeah, I think if you ever looked for an opportunity to kind of still bounce back, right, it could still happen within this final match of the day. Chile is the only team in the top 4 that has not yet had the opportunity for winner chicken dinner. So who knows, it could happen this one. But it could also be Panama to sneak a cheeky one in, seeing that they've got 28 points on board. But yeah, it's all going to come down to the wire. I think there's one thing where it becomes quite difficult to challenge Brazil, seeing that they are elimination-wise the most aggressive team, right? Sitting on 27, which is ahead of the rest of the lobby. Of course, we've got Colombia coming through on 25. We've got Chile coming through on 24. So this is going to be an opportunity for Brazil to really lock in on that consistency and maybe have a better ending than what we had in this first Miramar of the day.
Yeah, it was a bit unfortunate for them. They didn't really have too many options except sending it over that ridge of La Bandita right into Argentina, and then you're just instantly going to get picked off. They didn't even have a chance to fight, realistically, in that fight. It was just pretty one-sided for Argentina and Brazil. So, quite unfortunate. Sometimes the circle may be kind of mean, not really giving you an opportunity to redeem a match like that and go the entire way. But, here we go. Plane high in the sky, followed up by 2 helicopters. For security reasons, I would not recommend you do this in real life. I think it is quite unsafe, but in here, the world of PUBG Mobile, it is completely fine. And the plane, I believe, looking at it, should be from around El Pozo, heading towards the side of Los Leones in the distance. And of course, this being this last game, we'll see if we're going to have any intriguing hot drops. We did have an early squad wipe last game, DK. Will it happen again? That's the question.
Yeah, that is going to be the big question indeed. But so Max, if you have a plane and you fly 2 choppers next to it, right? If you've got that kind of money, um, good on you for playing PUBG then as well.
I was like, okay, what's the? I don't even know how to react to that. I just didn't expect that. Oh my! I told you to get a genuine chuckle out of me. You got me. Not the way I thought you would, but you got me. This is so dumb. Oh.
You're welcome. You're welcome.
Thank you.
But you know who's also welcome? Argentina moving up into La Driera. So a few ooh, that was nice.
Oh.
Federal with a little bit of a show off there. It's like, ooh, look at me go. Oh, look at that zone though.
Oh, I had the same early in PMSL CSA, the exact same circle.
Yeah.
And it ended southwest of Puerto Pariso. Not a fun terrain, because if you play these high ground position and it pushes away from it, it's really just, you're just going to get bullied by teams that are in a better position than you, so you got to be very careful. I hate how they keep flexing all of them, their gliders. Like, one of them had a dragon. One had like a mech kind of like thingy. I don't know what it was. Whatever that thingy was, it was pretty cool.
Yeah.
And then you have one that's dressed up for Halloween, it seems. Ravens, pumpkins, everything.
Yeah.
They're in the spooky month ambiance. Hell yeah.
Yeah. Ooh. And I mean, looking at Don Tempo, you know, they're not joking around as they're getting ready to move in. Coming in hot, looking for a place to get that looting going. But hey, look at over in towards Puerto. We've got some interesting plays there, right? We've got Guatemala really close over to the side of Brazil, but Guatemala coming through with a very wide 2-2 split. 2 players up north, the other 2 down on that southern side. So if they're going to look to fight up against the side of Brazil, they might have to kind of just tighten it up a little bit more so, right? Looking to see if they can balance it out. But speaking of balance, Cuba, all the way in Picaro, we got Chile just on that southern side as well. So it is looking pretty decent here for the teams to go about and get themselves situated.
Yeah, just happy Cuba's back. It's always nice. Here we go, looking at them in Picaro. Good old Picaro. My main drop location when it comes to playing some Miramar games. Actually, we talked about it on a Erangel earlier, where we like to drop. I like Picaro. What about you, DK? Where do you go?
It depends.
Oh wow!
Whether I'm running like Harot was doing over there or not, right? So if I'm in the running mood, there's a spot that I go to, has no name. It's north of Partona and to the east of Minas del Valle, which is a nice little secluded spot that I like to start and run around.
Oh, there, okay.
Yeah, there's a very random location.
As a solo, right?
Yeah, if I'm playing solo. If I'm playing in a squad, then it would change maybe up into Monte Nuevo, La Driera, maybe even up into San Martin or Pozo. It all depends on kind of where the flight path is. Yeah.
I was going to say, that's definitely not good for a squad. Like, that's trash loot for an entire team. But, like, solos, that makes sense if you want to go there. And a running simulator could be good.
8 scope.
Yeah, that's good. I'm sure Top from APG in CSA would be very happy to see this. And that was my point. I'm sure he would be a fellow enjoyer of the 8-time mini combo.
Yeah, I'll just say that was top notch, Max. Amazing.
That's all you can expect from me at what is almost 5 a.m. now. French time.
Almost.
Yeah, that's going to be it.
Yeah.
Actually, you know what? I like having this conversation. This is one of my favorite topics when it comes to PUBG Mobile, and it's not esports related. It comes to like cosmetics and stuff. So while no fights are happening, I want to ask you this: if you could have any collab between PUBG Mobile and an IP of your choice to make skins or whatever the hell you want, what would that IP be?
Ooh. Okay. Well, I mean, so I would go to. I've got two games in mind.
Okay,
but
tell me.
Like,
yeah.
I'm curious as to whether or not skins for that would actually work in PUBG. Maybe it could be interesting. Maybe
The
something
sky
like
is the limit. Okay.
maybe like something like a StarCraft thingy, potentially.
Ooh, like so from another game collab. I mean, they've done it with League of Legends. We had Arcane collab at one point, so why not?
Yeah, like that. Yeah, I think that could be quite interesting.
Oh, Kalaris would like
works
that
like.
answer. He would like you.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm horrible at the game, but you know what? Like, and PUBG also. But
I was about to say same on this game. What are you talking about?
yeah, no, pretty much. Unless there's loot, right? Give me loot. Oh, I can go for days. I can go for days. Like I'm that guy,
goblin.
right? Like, what do you need? What do you need? What scope do you need? I've got one. I've got one.
You're like a wandering merchant in games.
Yeah,
It feels
yeah.
like.
But I'm unfortunately playing in a squad as well, so it's not necessarily. Yeah, you can speak from experience, right? It's not always necessarily that beneficial to have a loot goblin on the squad.
It can be. When I need ammo, I'm running out. You always have my back there. Like that's very helpful. It really helps out in clutch moments.
We always had a clutch moment here between Eureka and Cheo. Would have been an interesting play if Eureka actually got that spray in while we saw Cheo like in the air, right? Again, the cinema of PUBG coming through here. We've seen flying cars now. We've seen flying bicycles or motorcycles as well. So I'm curious as to who's gonna find the next bit. Ooh, the sprays are in there. Look at this.
Whoa!
Uruguay jumping on Argentina.
Okay, the disrespect is a bit harsh there. A triple pickup on the side of the road as they're trying to escape with their car was kind of savage. You know what? I dig it. I respect it. Are they going to try and chase down the final player of Argentina in H99? Seems like he has made it quite far away, but they are winning the car. I think they're trying to follow suit and try and chase him down, get that final elimination. The squad wipe would be hella satisfying, but I think he's gained too much ground. I think he will be able to make it away for the time being. Over to the circle, though. It seems like everyone has kind of centered up. I believe we'll see the circle in maybe a minute or so. And you'll see that everyone is making it to these cliff positions away from Los Leones, southeast of Los Leones, actually. As Panama currently is the only team that really is not in the circle yet. Otherwise, everyone is still playing in the play zone. And trying hard. And Panama on vacation in the blue, it seems. Oh, what is that car skin? Whoa, that was so cool. What was that? Show me that again. I want that.
If you drive
Whoa!
fast enough, you could actually take off. Oh, wow.
Is that Transformer skin?
I mean, he's just jetting all over the. Oh, and it moves. The flaps at the back.
Yeah. I want
That's
that.
so cool.
I want that. Give me that now. Give me your account. I'll buy it. Law, how much? How much? I'll give you a blank check. You can put whatever number you want. I want that.
So, you know, one thing I also just realized is if you look at the final player that we have left for the side of Argentina, right? H99. Right? That translates to ARG. Right? It's in the name.
What?
ARGH. ARG. Look at that. ARG. I just got it. I'm like, yeah, H99. I get it. It's amazing.
He's a
I love
pirate,
it. Good name. Yeah, he's a pirate. Very, very... Sorry, I just noticed that. And I was like, that's amazing. My night has been made. Arr, there we go. Let's see if Potro can get the play in as well. You can't say R with a hard R though. You're gonna have to like make a roly one.
R.
Yeah. Otherwise it'd be R.
And that would be Brazilian pirate.
Who knows? Yes, Federal. There you go.
Oh, that nade.
Ooh.
Ooh, massive one, Federal. The back-to-back nade there was massive. Onto Mr. Toro. Ooh, they're trying to send it forward. They find another one. They try to go for the reds, and you can see the instant regret in his eyes as he just instantly sends the car forward, trying to get the hell out of Dodge, not wanting to fight with Brazil anymore. But Brazil, they're getting in that car. I think they want to chase it down. Actually, he's even going by foot for some of the players here, trying to make it the hell out of here. And you think he might be able to make it, but even then you got Colombia, I believe it is, northwest of his position. He's getting shot in the back, and he doesn't even make it into the building. Federal will be putting an end to that marathon. And that's going to be 3 eliminations over to Brazil.
But I gotta say though, I gotta give a shout out to Guatemala though, right? Because throughout the entirety of today, they've been trying to get themselves in a little bit more of an advantageous position, right? They're really trying to kind of play out the ridges. Unfortunately for them, they have found teams like Brazil out on the battlefield. So that does kind of ruin the plan that they had in mind. But I appreciate what they were trying to do. I can see that, and it's like, man, if the angle was just a little bit different, that could have worked out so well for them. So yeah. A little bit of a shout out going out there to the side of Guatemala. Unfortunately, they are going to be the first team getting taken out of this lobby on the final match of the day. But look at the spread. The zone is going to pop, and I'm really hoping that it doesn't stay in Los Leones.
I'm hoping it does, because I choose violence.
Ooh.
But it doesn't go. Violence is not the answer this game. Maybe another day.
I want to see the edge. Colombia, that position. Oh, come on, give it.
It's a bit of a wide split, though. Like, for Colombia, I think that committing to a 2-2 split would be a little bit better, especially for Reyes on that side of the road. It's quite vulnerable as a position. If you can regroup with Molina, I'd be... even a 2-1-1, I'd be completely fine with it, though. Arr! From Argentina. He's probably not going to like that we call him that way, but it's funny for the memes. We know what Arr! Is out of the game. That's it. Game over. The end of your first day here for the Iesf Americas qualifiers. It's done. It's Jova.
Yeah, it is Jova indeed. But let's see whether or not Colombia is going to be able to make a little bit of magic happen here. Of course, coming into this match, they were only trailing by 7 points from what we saw there. No, wait. Yeah, the points are on the board. I'm trying to figure out which ones I'm looking at. Yeah, they were trailing by 6 points. So let's see whether or not they can lock it in. Of course, those eliminations are added to the tally of the points itself. That's why my math got me a little bit confused here for a quick brief moment. But now, Uruguay, they've been trying to light it up, right? They've been bringing in some heat. They started off tied with Cuba, both squads on 23 points apiece. But Uruguay, they weren't happy with that. They want more. Let's see if they are going to be able to lock it in, because especially for for Cuba rather. Cuba, they have quite a bit of ground to try and make up for now because they missed the previous match.
That's true. That's going to actually be quite tough for them. Going to try and make up for it if possible. They lost 1 player already, and they were only a 3-man team. So as a duo, they have to go the entire length of this game if they can. Oh, that's a good little angle there. He's eyeing out this player from Brazil on top of that shed. Even Diego could be a nice little pickup there if he goes over that ridge. He's not budging. He was really holding that angle. He was really hungry for that one spray down. As actually Reyes does find himself a knock with the M4. So is that going to be converted? I have no bloody idea.
Ooh.
Over to the fight here.
Yeah, well,
onto Reyes.
Reyes gets converted.
Yep. That's going to be an insta point confirmed there. In favor of Uruguay. The nades, a little bit farm wide. Not quite able to get it, but Reyes, you would have to send a lot of resources just to get him back up. So I think that's just going to be an insta bleed out. Actually, Saz being knocked might open up an opportunity here for Colombia to do something about Reyes. Maybe they can try and smoke it up, get something done. But again, their nade range, got to be careful. But they will be attempting it. Marion will be making it to Reyes, and he will be going for the res.
Yeah, but this is where Uruguay needs to be very careful, because I don't know if they are quite aware of what is happening around them. So a little bit of a lingering play there could actually be something that could cost them quite dearly. And it does seem like Reyes has been brought back into the fight. So Colombia, they've not lost a single player. Instead, they seem to be a little bit more fired up, right? That widespread that they had up on the ridge now slightly getting converted into a little bit more of a group effort. Reyes, yeah, still keeping on the back end. Not going to look to close up and join up with the rest of the team.
Yep. He was brought back to life. And he was brought back to life and then just like, okay, see ya. Just instantly leaving to the eastern side. No, I'm trying to play with Reyes. I don't know. Do they not like him? Is there drama we should know about?
Tell us in chat. No, I'm joking. Let's see what's going to happen here as Cuba also looks to step on up. So Reyes could have even more pressure being applied. But again, the zone is going to be focusing up quite centrally over on towards Brazil. So I think Brazil, they've got a pretty good read. We do see that Uruguay is going to try and fire down the hill all the way down to where Chile is situated, but we don't necessarily see major connections being made. Panama, though, Max, still outside of the zone.
They don't like the play zone.
Oh, yeah.
Ooh. Wait. Ooh. You hate the blue. I was born in it. Molded by it. Yeah. That was that. I wish I was good at making a Bane impression, but
yeah.
I'm not. I can do a great Mickey and Gollum, but it's not quite as interesting. Here we go though. What's interesting? It's a player picked up by Elite from Chile, and that is going to be converted pretty much instantly into an elimination. So they're going to be happy chappy about that one. And actually now Panama, also in the distance, we're going to be looking at Chile. Thinking they want vengeance for their fallen comrade. But right now, seems like this fight might result in a knock, but a flush itself in that position seems quite unlikely. So it's just going to be a lot of a cold war between the two teams until Phase 5 pops.
Yeah. I mean, one thing that I just really want to see is when this player is rushing up to the compound that the opposing side is running in the opposite direction, saying, "Winter's coming. Let's move away." But I don't think we'll get that because we can't hear what they're saying. I'm sure that they said that already. I'll just keep telling myself that.
Yeah, sorry.
In the meanwhile,
they actually pushed up onto them. So I was like surprised. I thought they were just going to have a little bit of a trade back and forth, but no, they are very aggressive. Panama, they mean business. They mean business. Yeah. But unfortunately, the business didn't quite work out. The investment fell short. They lost 50% of their initial investment here, maybe even more. And here's going to be Chile winning it. Yeah, 2/3 of the investment, actually,
Yeah, the odds seem stacked against them. Not quite sure if there's a good return on that, but we'll see whether or not Diego is going to be able to find that play. Oh, Cuba, though, coming through with a nice bit of spray all the way out onto the edge here. Oh, but look at this Colombia, right? They are getting a little bit restless. They're like, you know what? Let's dial it up. Let's go out looking for a little bit of something. We also do say goodbye to Panama as Winter has been dealt with. Plays came through. Beautiful nade there from Victex. Almost making connection here with Blood Day. Let's see whether or not they can make it out. Oh, no. Such a vulnerable position to be in. The sprays coming in from all directions. I mean, Uruguay just locking in on the angles here.
Yeah, I was a little bit scared there for Blood Day because he almost jumped out too quickly from the car and he took the full damage, which you saw how much HP he had. He could have died right away, then and there. But luckily enough, he was able to tank it. Took just a slither of HP worth of damage, and now looking to make that move with the smoke road across different buildings. There are a few buildings of Los Leones still encircled technically, but he's got to cross roads, open areas, and I think that all of Colombia will not allow that to happen while they're still breathing in this match. Brazil, here we go though. The team again that we were looking to get maybe a third chicken dinner today. Didn't quite get it last match. Got close, got a second place, but couldn't go the entire way. And are here to try and redeem themselves on this second Miramar. But Law, that smoke, gonna keep him hidden. Surely. Should be safe. But Potro is eyeing out that position. He got a ton of bullets on that Scar. He's ready to spray if he just has a slight hint of where you might be hiding.
But I think this is a good play coming through here from Potro. Just trying to get a good assessment as to how Brazil could be looking to move up. Also keeping a very close eye on Uruguay up on that hill. But I think Potro is going to try and maybe see if they can still pick up Elite, right? Get their numbers back up. But Diego has other plans for them as Diego starts to move up a little bit more to the side, just peeking over the ridge, hoping for a bit of an opportunity here. And they could get it much sooner than they think. But in the meantime, we're also waiting to see what Uruguay is going to be doing all the way up towards that northern side. Chile keeping it nice and quiet, just locked down. But Molina very separated from the rest of the team here.
Yeah, this is clearly not going to be worth it for Potro. And his teammate does bleed out eventually. Kind of a sad ending to the situation. Couldn't save his friend. But you know what? You'll see him tomorrow. That's the beauty of it. You may die in game, but there's always another game right after. If you keep around playing, you'll be okay. Brazil I like the amount of control they keep exuding on this lobby sometimes. They just start taking control of positions. They don't go too far away from one another, which I do appreciate. Compared to actually Colombia, if we look at a map feature, and you can see a little bit on the mini-map, on the top right side of your screen, they have this massive 4-man split, one on the crossroad section. Reyes actually over to the west, but he's going to slowly regroup onto Victex. Otherwise, they're so far away from one another, like one big team-wide push, and that could really put them in harm's way. So, Colombia, just keep it in mind. If a team pushes upon you, just get back in the car and reposition, because that is a very risky play to go for.
Yeah, it is a very, very risky one indeed, because, as you said, right, if something happens here, they are on their own, right? Backup is not going to be able to arrive in time, so big ups to them for trying to kind of play throughout these heals as best they can, and they are of course being blessed with that zone positioning, but Brazil is still in this match, and they could definitely look to have quite a few things to say about how this match is going to finish on up here. Colombia still holding steady. I like this vantage point for them. As you can see, of course, quite a few teams still just up ahead of them. Blood Day, well within the zone, so not having to stress too much about that. We can't say the same, though, for Uruguay, right? Uruguay, they need to find a way to kind of not only get their way in, but establish a good foothold so that they have something to fight from.
That is true. We'll see how the circle is going to be potentially favoring these strong positions very soon. Things kind of coming to a halt. Everything's slowing down as teams kind of just settle into their positions, their dips, their buildings, their ridges. Everything is going to be valuable in a finish like this when it's moving away from all these strong compounds and buildings from, well, Los Leones outskirts. They're not going to be playable anymore. Look at these high ground buildings that we're going to be seeing played by Uruguay a little bit earlier. Not going to be usable anymore. They have to start getting in their cars, looking to move forward. Do they know the Blood Day is in that one building right next to them? If they don't know and they show their backs later on, that could be a really big issue that comes and haunt them later on in this match. As of right now, he's not budging an inch, not making any sounds. And I think that they have no clue what's happening in here.
On with that, also, we are down to our final few. It is going to be Chile, the next team out of here. Down to the 4 teams to show us who's going to be the one to pick up that winner chicken dinner. Brazil, though, they are going to be holding steady with potentially 3 players, but it is going to be quite a bit of pressure now being applied onto Diego. As you can see, Law and Little Boy not really in a position to help out their teammate. The pressure is on, and I love this from Colombia, just looking to double down on the aggression. They still have that full squad if they can get the rest secured. Badion just quickly repositioning, trying to stay ahead of the nades coming through here from Law. Oh, but can't dodge that one. Molina now also joining up here. Colombia coming through with a strong presence. The full force of them coming in, and they could be looking to break this momentum here from Brazil. Oh, but the nade from Brazil on the money. Low boy taking quite a bit of damage here. Oh, Colombia coming through with that MG3. Molina could look to close this one out.
MG3 and P90. Okay, they got all the crate weapons, it seems, right now. You're just missing a Norm at this point, and the mowdown is indeed coming through. Really well done, Brazil. That wasn't even a fight, DK. The way, how fast that was just absolute humiliation from Colombia on Brazil. Very, very happy with the execution of that fight. Very snappy, very well execution from start to finish. And like how they committed to as a full squad without thinking about it too much. That grenade, pinpoint accurate through the window. Uruguay able to get that one. Is going to go and loot it out in the blue. Seems like he really wants that ammo.
I can understand that. Like,
that's a you move. Yeah, exactly. That's a very DK play.
It's in the blue, but it's so close. I can get it, man. I can get it. Let me try.
But it's phase 9. You're going to die. Worth it.
Yep. I got the loot regardless. So let's see what our final 2 squads are going to look to bring in here. It's Uruguay with a full roster. Kind of. Because the one player is out in the blue going for loot, and the rest of Colombia, which is also holding quite a bit of a presence here, right? 7 eliminations for the side of Colombia, 4 coming through for Uruguay, And it's going to come down to the wire, looking to see who can out-tactic who. Is it going to be Uruguay? Is it going to be Colombia? I think maybe Colombia might have quite a bit of an advantage here to play with.
That could be. So far, the angles are working heavily against Colombia, but they're able to get himself a little bit of a reverse engage. Victex, nice angle with the M4-3X scope. Currently the only team in circle, by the way, but losing this off angle, I think that's going to be a res that's going to be nigh impossible to secure unless you send literally everyone over there to try and go for a big play. But they don't even have time to do anything about it. That's going to be a flush coming out down to a 3-man squad, and now it's going to be looking like Colombia are just taking full ownership of this circle, not willing to give it for anything here over to the opposition. The nade, it's on point. Victex looking to claim this game, almost lonesome. He's all that's needed to secure this chicken dinner. And now the team going to be ready to swarm that eastern ridge. Over the side, Uruguay down to just a duo now. Victex trying to find punishment onto this player, but not able to get it. And Colombia sure still have 4 players. They have to push over the ridge, it seems. They're looking for that fight. And now they are going to be maybe in shotgun range, but they are also in shotgun range themselves. And now Uruguay down to the sole survivor. 1v4 situation here. The nade connects, doing so much work. I think this is looking like the end of the line against the MG3 and the P90 wombo combo. The chicken dinner comes through, and Colombia will be putting an end of day 1 here for the Americas qualifier with a chicken dinner of their own.
Oh, yeah. I mean, that sounds pretty amazing for them. Of course, that is Colombia's second victory of the day as well. So a good showing going through here from them. Colombia rising to the top and stepping up to the pressure. And I think the cherry on top is, of course, the fact that they use those great weapons as well. You know, just doubling down. MG3 is not enough. You got to take everything you can find. The P90, bring it all out. I would have loved to see the arm, as you were mentioning, right? Seeing all of that then being utilized out on the battlefield. But hey, Colombia, they did an amazing job. 11 eliminations. Yeah,
really good game from Colombia, of course. The most impressive thing to me was really that final to Brazil, how quick it went, despite Brazil being, again, a favorite team in this game from not just, I think, for us, but also for a lot of people in the audience here. So, very good execution. Use of the MG3 on point, the P90 on point, everything on point. I'm sure their position in the leaderboards is also going to be pretty much on point. As we move on forward with these graphics, looking at the elimination spread between the players, and yes, 6 elims, 5 knocks. Ooh, that conversion here, DK, is on absolute fire for this player.
Oh yes, oh yes. I mean, 6 elims, 5 knocks, 591 damage, and taking a little lick of damage in exchange for that. Well, 265 is not necessarily little, but hey, yeah. I mean, compared to the amount of damage they were bringing, it's nothing. It's like, it's okay. It's okay. We're looking at the match summary. Again, surprisingly, this time around, not as many throwables used, right? Only 53 coming through. The revives still pretty low. But, of course, you know, as a result of those loot weapons being used, the loot has been dropped thrice. 3 crates have been opened, and that's how the squad's ensured that they got everything. But I gotta say, though, largest hit, same thing, is going to be 332 meters, which is relatively low when it comes to the map of Miramar.
Yeah, it's low, but with the terrain they had, you don't have flat terrain. If it's flat terrain, it's quite easy, but here, because it was just a lot of dips, hilly positions outside Los Lunes, it kind of makes sense, in my opinion, to have maybe a lower range, longest elimination. Here we go. Looking at the head-to-head for 2 of our squads. It's going to be Brazil versus Colombia. 11 eliminations going to way of Colombia with a really good damage count of just under 1,800 damage done. Also 9 assists, 8 knocks. So again, that conversion is looking really good for both of these squads. But 6 elims for Brazil. They were in first place before this, meaning that they should still retain a strong position towards the top. But Colombia, with those strong performances here towards the end of today, could they be the new first place team here, DK?
Ooh. I mean, they definitely stand a chance to do exactly that. So, you know, these points are definitely looking quite interesting. And, yeah, this itself is quite interesting.
This is not it. Argentina didn't make it to the late. Wait a minute, what?
This is match 5.
This is match 6, but said as match 5. Yeah, so this is the previous game. I was like, wait a minute, we're getting pranked. But yeah, it would be Colombia normally up here on the first page, in first position on these match rankings. So it's a prank, guys. Don't believe it.
Yeah. We're just testing to see if everybody's paying attention. That's all we're doing.
I'm paying attention. Bigger. Yeah.
Yeah. Because I was about to say, it's like, wow, Argentina really coming in here like a phoenix from the ashes, kind of just managing to respawn and get more points. Right? Yeah. Amazing stuff. But hey, here we go. Hey. All right. April was a little while ago, but here we are. Colombia are going to be walking away with 21 points on board. Uruguay and Brazil still bagging the double digits.
Yeah, still getting there. Double digits, looking real fancy. I'm really rolling my R's. I don't know what it is. Something about Americas makes me want to do it all the time. It's just so satisfying to do. But yeah, Brazil getting 10, Uruguay getting also 10 for themselves. So a little bit different points income. 4 eliminations for Uruguay, and Brazil getting themselves 6 eliminations for themselves. And the placement points going to be polar opposites of that. But still very solid performance from a lot of these teams. I am very happy with how it went down for a lot of these squads. And I hope it continues in tomorrow's 6 matches. It will be happening at the same time, same place. So make sure to check it out, because tomorrow, as we said it multiple times, DK, 6 matches remaining. Any one of these teams still have that room to make a comeback.
Yeah, it is going to be a pretty tough one. But of course, as we know, right, talking about tomorrow, we first have to finish today. And that means we need to take a look and see what the overall standing situation is. Where are these teams? Did Colombia do enough to upset Brazil's position? Of course, it's all going to be revealed soon as we make our way into that. And the answer is...
green.
It's a surprise. It's a surprise.
Oh, right? Oh.
Yeah. There we have it. Can't you see the numbers?
If I squint.
Yeah.
Maybe. Oh, I see them now. I'm squinting really hard. I see them all.
There we go.
Oh,
that's all we had to do. No, but it's great. Like, so essentially, we've had 3 squads dominate the lobby today: Colombia, Brazil, Argentina. Those were the 3 teams to take all the dubs. Those were the squads to secure themselves the winner chicken dinners. And I mean, the points, of course, show that. But interestingly enough, for Argentina, they've not been aggressive enough. They've been locking in the placement points. But the aggression, only 15 eliminations, is going to secure them only 4th place. And as we know, we are going to be aiming for that top 2 slots, right? Those are the top 2 slots to move through to the next phase. So the pressure is going to be on. And I think at least one thing that the teams can rest with here today is there's not too much of a disparity up at the top of the board. But once you look at Uruguay moving down to Guatemala, it starts to fall off quite a bit, right? 21 points for 8th place, but 70 for 1st. Yeah, that is quite a bit of a steep hurdle to try and overcome.
Yeah, actually, you're looking at between 1st place and 4th place, that's a 30-point difference gap that's been created already, which in 6 games, a 30-point gap, that's quite insane. Like, genuinely, the gap created by some of these top squads is kind of mental. So they're going absolutely galactic here in this one. But again, a lot of room for comebacks here. It's very interesting to see these top 4 teams, how they're going to keep performing tomorrow. Are they going to maintain that consistency, maintain these strong results every single match, it seems like? Or are we going to see some bottom teams try and actually play spoilers on that? I hope to see it happen, but the thing is, I'm kind of doubtful, DK. I think the top teams here, they're kind of locked in a very comfortable situation where they're just playing their own game. They're feeling aggressive. They love fighting these squads. They're very good at taking control, like we just saw with Guatemala at the end of this match. And I think it can keep happening time and time again.
Yeah, and I think that's going to result in a very exciting final day right here for the Americas qualifiers. So all will be revealed as we head into the final 6 matches come tomorrow. And the only way that we're going to get there is we're going to have to say goodnight. So much love going out to everybody that tuned in for the broadcast. We appreciate you spending the time here with us. And of course, we'll be back tomorrow with the final 6 games to see who will be taking the final important plays to secure what they need to get into the top positions. Of course, until then, see you all back again tomorrow with myself, DK, and Maxman.